Morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you back after yesterday's first day of our event. But before we get going and before everyone is getting to their seat, I really wanted to say what a week we had. UNGA high-level week was never been so busy. We had many events, many developments, an escalator gate, a teleprompter gate. But on our end, from the Brain community, we experienced a security gate, conference room gate, and I think that for many of you, a blister gate, having to walk like so much in New York. But still, we are still standing, and the best is yet to come. But that's all what you're going to have from me in terms of singing. Only the lyrics and not the singing itself. So in order to open today's part of the conference, I'd like to welcome on stage President of EBC, Professor Suzanne Dixon, for announcement. Over to you, Suzanne.
So good morning, everybody. I trust you had a nice evening, and I'm overwhelmed with all the kind words and the excitement and the vibes that we're feeling in this room. We had an absolutely fantastic day yesterday, and again, huge thanks to EBC and to our collaborators for organising this. We had a lot of brainy discussions, you know, with a lot of brainy people. We had our brainy party. We had Christmas early, as I said yesterday. With lots of music and dance and art and lots of visionary topics. I'm not going to recap. I have a list here, but we had so many really fun discussions and important discussions, which will really help us with our global strategies. I think I'm just going to let you get on with the program. We ran a wee bit behind yesterday, so why not get straight into it? And I really wish you a great day this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. And as our day opener and brain refresher, I'd like to invite on stage Janine Lefort. Janine, for those of you who were not there yesterday, works and founded the Lyrics and Leadership Institute and the Brainolicious Adventures. Janine, over to you.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, I'm here to wake us up. A fun day. So I'm not going to sing this time. Phew, you are. And so we're just going to do the exercise, and then we're going to look at how the leadership of today and tomorrow will be needing this type of skills. And so I'm going to split up our group into three different groups. You will be my melody. Everyone say melody. Okay, so we're going to go bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-dum, dum. 1, 2, ready, and bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-dum, bum, 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 ba-da-da-da-dum, bum. Again. Bum. All right. You press play, Shane? Yes, thanks. I want to record this for myself, too. You will be my bass line, okay? So if they go da-da-da-da-da-da, you'll be bum, 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 bum. Got it? 1, 2, ready, and bum. I finally get to meet you in person, sir. Hello. I've been stalking you. I'm playing. It's like, I know him. I saw you in Texas, all of that. And so good work. Thank you for your service. All right, so do you remember your part? And go. Bum, ba-da-da-da-dum, bum, 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 ba-da-da. And now, they're bigger groups, so you're going to have to give me some power. Diaphragm, okay? Everyone, actually, let's stop. Take a deep breath in. Hold. And release. Release out more than you breathe in, right? Get out that extra carbon dioxide. And you will be my pickup notes. Okay? Bottom. Can you give it to me? And go. Bottom. Uh-huh. There's like 5 of you, so you got to give me power. And 1, 2, ready, and bottom. All right. So let's start with this. 1, 2, ready, and bottom. 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 All right. Now, I need everyone to look in your belongings and find something that originally is not used to be a musical instrument, but you could use for a musical instrument. Go. You have 10 seconds. Go. All right, what do you have? Show me. Show your partner how you would turn that into a musical instrument. What would you do? Show a neighbor or something. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you. All right, so we are going to have, so this will be my melody. You in the back, there's about like 2 rows in the back, have your instrument, and you're just going to be shaking it on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or however it makes sound, okay? Now, you all have it. You can join in, but have your original parts, okay? All right, my melody. 1, 2, ready, and. And. Get ready to shake back there. Or if you have keys, you can shake them. Yeah, you have to pick up on that note. It comes in right before the. All right, now stop. Take your melody, and what words would you put? I already have one for you, but if you find a better word, when I'm thinking of the brain, and I'm thinking of from prenatal all the way to the last day on earth, what do I want the brain to do that would fit their bottom? Anyone have a word for that? Like the syllables of the word have to fit. Bottom. Brain health. You see how the fill is good? Any other terms that would fit that? Healthy brains, right? Songwriting is harder than you think, right? Because the syllables have to fit within a certain melody. A word that I thought about was flourish. Right? Who wants their brain to flourish, right? Anything in this one, da 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 da. Any words you can put there, and any words you can put on yours. Talk to your group. What's your word? Boom, boom. Do you have something for that?
Healthy brains for everybody.
Do you want to say it again, please?
Healthy brains for everybody.
Healthy brains for everybody. All right. So that's one. That's one idea. Anything else? This is the creative aspect. I'll be quiet so you can think. All right, healthy brains for everybody. We are Brainalicious. Shameless plug there. Thank you. Anything else? Anything? Come on, this is the work. When you listen to your songs on the radio, this is what they do in the middle of the night to prepare those songs that you sing to so effortlessly. It's hard work to be a songwriter because you have to say, what do I want to say, and what's the melody, and how many syllables, right? That's why they use a lot of metaphors, because it carries so much meaning, and you can have the right syllabic structure. Do I have my baseline words? Call out. Grow. Okay. All right. Did you want to go with his idea or the brain? Which one? Just so we can keep moving on. What was your idea, sir?
Something like healthy brains for everybody.
Healthy brains for everybody.
If I remember well.
Yes. What would you like to say? Come on, people. You can do this. You can do this. I believe in you. Healthy brain. Okay. We'll just go with that. All right. So ready? 1, 2, ready, and healthy brains for everybody. From the diaphragm. Healthy brains for. And your part. Grow, grow, push, grow, grow. Are you going to say flourish? Flourish. Dance for everyone. Flourish, grow, 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 flourish. And my shakers, shake, shake, shake. You can shake your keys. Shake, shake, shake. Your EBC symphony. And stop. If you can, stand up and take a bow if you wish to, or you can take a head bow. Give yourselves a round of applause. All right. So I'm so good for the time, right? Okay. It's okay. I'm going to make sure. I'm very sensitive to time. So that was fun. Does anyone know what happens to this when you sing? When you play a musical instrument? As I was speaking to, I didn't catch your name, Ontario. Krista, right? We were talking about the power of music on the brain, how music is one of the few things that activates multiple areas, right, at the same time. And you're playing your instrument, anyone know what this part is? Core? Your corpus callosum, right, is strengthening, getting ideas back and forth. So what are some leadership lessons that we could take from what we just did? Of course, it wakes you up, you're singing together, but what are some leadership lessons that you can learn from that? Call out really quick. Collaboration. Listening. Synchrony, right? Dr. Platt talks about neural synchronization. Creativity, creating a space for that. Team. Together each achieves more. Thank you. So I'm just going to quickly go over those. Those are all wonderful. And here are some more. This is normally like a 3-hour workshop, and I would be kind of pulling more of this out of you, but because we want to respect the clock. Benjamin Zander, he is does anyone know? Benjamin Zander. Has anyone heard of him? He is the conductor of the Boston Philharmonic. Great man. He has a wonderful TED Talk, and I got to sit with him because he allows educators to come and watch him teach. And he has a wonderful quote that says, "A conductor doesn't make a sound. A conductor has his ability to build power by making other people powerful." So you are conductors in your organization. Your ability to make other people powerful, right? To be able to see their talents is key. And so one of the leadership lessons from that is, number one, who is from the United States of America? Who is from northern part of America, so Canada, north? Who is from south of America, so Mexico and South America? Who is from Africa, the continent of Africa? Thank you. Who's from Europe? Any Europe and Australia, right? And anyone that I missed? Hawaii, no. All right, the Fiji Islands, right? So you're from all around the world, but what do? We came together and we sang together. We came together in unity. So that's a low-hanging fruit, right? Coming together. But my baseline, bum, 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 bum. If you know anything about music, if that baseline, right, is off, it can throw the whole song. Have you ever tried to listen to a song that has a new drummer and the drummer is not keeping, all right? You're like, ah. The baseline in your leadership is your purpose. If you lose sight of your purpose, it can derail your whole journey. So having a strong baseline is so important. My melody, everyone say melody. If I sing do, 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 right? It's kind of interesting with a very global audience because not everyone knows the songs, right? Because songs are very cultural. But you remember the part of a song that's the melody. When you recall a song, it's the melody of the song. In leadership, Your part is the part that people remember. Yes, you have a lot of the neuroscientists and a lot of the data coming through, but when you go to the community, it's that part that the everyday person remembers. So what is your melody in your leadership? What does that look like? What's the melody of your brain capital movement? What do people remember? And over here, what was your part? Da-dum, right? That's the pickup notes. Does anyone know anything about pickup notes? It's the note right before the beat starts, right? And when you fall, when you give up, when you don't have funding, right? When you get doors closed in your face, do you just stop the brain capital movement when no one knows what this term means? Or do you pick up? You pick up. You're the pickup notes of this movement. And so my last one, everyone shake your keys. Shake your keys or your instrument that you look at it. What's the original? Tell your partner, what's the original function of that item? Go. Yeah. Shane, could you bring Sean and turn mic on? Did you tell your partner the original function of the item? Okay. Did you wake up saying, I'm going to turn my keys into a musical instrument today? Did that cross you? I'm going to turn my pen into a drum set or to drumsticks. I actually have, in my book, 7 Gems of Intercultural Creativity, I actually write about the research where they looked at teams that have something called, what, Sean? What is it called when you use an object in a new way? Functional agility, right? We know it as functional fixedness, the other side, when people only see an object used for one way. Your innovators of tomorrow are functionally agile. That's the type of thinking you are looking for. And so your keys, your pen, your object that you pulled out, that shows the functional agility of your people. Do you see your people and see the hidden talents within them? Adam Grant just came out with a book called Hidden Potential, and he talks about that. The leaders of tomorrow are the ones that see, we call it prismatic leadership. They act as a prism. When you walk out into the sunlight, you're surrounded by rainbows. You don't see them because you need a prism to separate the frequency. Your leaders for tomorrow are prismatic leaders. They see the colors in people that they don't even see in themselves. And so as we get your day off on time, we are going to, first of all, let you know that I spent years just going through stuff like this. This is the Sparks of Genius, the 13 thinking tools of the world's most creative people by Dr. Robert and Michelle Root Bernstein. And we put this in the book that I have for you to give out today from Sean, because I was reading all this research about the thinking tools that highly creative people do, and I was looking at my 3-year-old, and I was like, wait, perspective shifting, pattern forming, observation, transformation, translation, embodied cognition. Wait, he's doing all this. So instead of me writing a high-level article to adults, why don't we put it into a book that looks like a children's book, but it's actually for adults to get back to their high level of curiosity, to get back to their high level of shifting perspective and openness to experience. So that's what we're doing. And so Sean is going to officially welcome you to your day because you're talking about the youth. Come up, Sean. You're talking about the youth, so why not have a youth bring you into your learning experience? Please welcome to the stage, Sean, the creative kid, Letford.
Hi, I'm Sean, the creative kid, and are you ready for a puppet show? Yeah. Actually, just kidding. We're here to talk about the brain. We're here to welcome you to the United Nations Brain Summit to talk about children and their brains. It's important for kids to learn about their brains because it builds cognitive reserve. I got to talk to the mayor about the 7 pillars of building brain capital. The first one's brain sleep, brain food, brain mental stimulation, brain peace, brain movement, brain social connections, and brain arts. I even got the first proclamation for Brain Capital Awareness Month. In March, I got to go to the Center for Brain Health to interview Dr. Sandy, and I even gave her a Rubik's Cube. But I think she needs a little more practice. Thank you again for helping children around the world have better brains and live a better life. We wrote a book to give to you. It's called I Am Creative. And don't forget to take care of your brains. Bye.
Wait, so we thank you for having us. And wait, come here. And Mr. Fred and Miss Stephanie, they took a risk with bringing us here because this isn't normally part of you haven't seen things like this in past conferences, right? So you took a risk, and we want to say thank you for opening up your platform for us to share our work. Go give this to Mr. Fred and Miss Stephanie. Come. You are officially Brainalicious ambassadors. And we thank you for making brain science and neuroscience yummy and fun. Thank you so much, and enjoy your learning day. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Have a great day.
Well, thanks a lot, Jenny and Sean. And they definitely deserve another round of applause. Thanks a lot. It's an honor and a privilege to become your ambassador. And Steph and I accept with great modesty. But also, it was definitely a risk worth taking, Janine. So thanks a lot for your contribution over this 2 days event. We are now entering the, let's say, a little bit more serious content, but we are not too sure of this event with the first fireside on the care economy and the care economy dividend, a brain health magnifier. And I would like to welcome on stage our three firesiders. First and foremost, Richard Louis, who is TV anchor, news anchor at NBCU, and probably more importantly, in his capacity as the K-Genome principal, today is wearing another hat, and he will explain that to us on the panel. Next will come Lindsay Drist-Rosner, who is the founder of Wealthy, and last but not least, Pankaj Paul from Burgill. Sorry, I was going blank, but who was our host 2 days ago for the reception, and who is advisor to the founder and chairman at VPS Healthcare also. Welcome on stage. Grab a mic. Can I just, so welcome, good morning. Make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
Morning.
Great to be here.
Thanks for making it. Maybe I will start with you, Lindsay, for a short round of introduction to explain to us what Wealthy is and
Sure.
what you're doing there.
Yeah, great. Oh, good. This works. Well, pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me. I'm Lindsay Drist-Rosner. I'm CEO and founder of Wealthy. And Wealthy is focused on helping family caregivers better manage, navigate, access, and afford care. We started about 11 years ago. And the sort of founding story is based on a personal story. I got involved in my mom's care when I was a kid. She battled MS. And it was really through the experience of caregiving for my mom that I met other people going through similar challenging caregiving journeys. And I just got personally compelled to create a better healthcare experience for families, specifically focused on families with complex care. So we initially started direct to consumer and private pay, and then in 2016, 2017, we started working with employers. And so we do most of our work today with large companies that cover the cost of Wealthy as an employee benefit. So companies like Google and Best Buy and Hilton and so many more that really view their caregiving employees as important and high value, and they want to provide support for them, and we're just so proud to be able to partner with them. So that's the quick rundown.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks. Pankaj, can I invite you to maybe introduce yourself and explain what you're doing at VPS Healthcare and at Burjeel?
Good morning. Thank you for having us. I'm delighted and honored to represent Burjeel Holdings and VPS Healthcare. We own, operate, and manage hospitals in 17 countries in the Middle East, India, and Africa. We have about 4.5 million patient contacts every year. About 1,800 employees, 1,800 physicians, 15,000 employees, and we cover the entire spectrum of healthcare in many developing, developed, and emerging economies. As an example, we operate 7 hospitals in sub-Saharan Africa, and so we're very proud to sort of try to build healthcare infrastructure across all these economies.
Yeah, and we'll probably come back to some of this, and particularly probably the global dimension of your activities. Richard, sorry to make you come last, but you probably need the least introduction on this panel. But as I was saying, you're wearing another hat today. Maybe to explain what that hat entails and all of that, can you maybe start by explaining why a panel on caregiving in such an event and what it means for you?
First of all, thank you so much for leading the summit, and it's good to sing with all of you, either through words or notes or lyrics. I will, throughout this entire panel, just go, grow, 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 right? All right.
Perfect melody.
I'm getting no support from my team here. We're not growing yet, but by the end, right? We'll get it done. Well, by the end. The very idea started with my father's brain health, and he had Alzheimer's. This was about 10 years ago, and I began traveling from New York to San Francisco 3 times a month. It's a really short ride for those of you North Americans, as you know. I couldn't have picked a farther distance except for maybe Guam. And so then began this 300,000-mile-a-year journey to figure out how to help him through his journey of brain disease. And that was 10 years ago, then led to this sort of awakening, this grow, grow, grow moment, where I became very much involved in the cultural and narrative problem we have in understanding what care is, what brain health is. That has then led to me moving into past movies, past talking about, past reporting on it. In addition, adding another layer with the very idea of, do we see this space, both in North America and globally? And I mean see it at the highest levels. We all see it. We all understand the last 3 feet of care every day. But the situation is, we're the only ones. Well, we're not the only ones, but you understand what I'm saying. So care genome is the idea of what is the better good data set that we can provide to anybody who wants it. Not a for-profit entity here that can fuel businesses, fuel NGOs, fuel CBOs, fuel governments, and everything so that we can act. When we go to CMS here in the United States, they are going to ask the questions that we can't answer right now about the last 3 feet of care.
And when you say it has a potential for growth, pun intended, what does it represent, and what was your estimate in terms of the care economy in itself, as the title says?
BCG estimates in the United States over $5 trillion. And so if we apply that across the world, it's roughly about 20 trillion on the high side. Even if we're off by a factor of 10, we're talking about a lot of money here. The global economy is 100 trillion a year. So 20% of that is a gargantuan opportunity. Take half of that, it's a gargantuan opportunity. And we only have just begun to realize it. And that's why I'm so glad we get to talk about this magnifier idea, especially with Wealthy and Burjeel being here, doing it in different ways about activating portions of that trillions and trillions of dollars.
And very often we would say that caregiving is the way by which healthcare systems are shying away to invest into improved outcomes and into the systems in itself. Lindsay, what would you say it would take to yield a dividend of the care economy?
Well, I think we're well on our way. I mean, I think we've been so Wealthy started, almost 11 years ago, and the care economy was not even a thing, right? There was no term for it. To Richard's point, I mean, now there's a term, we've quantified it. It's a $6 trillion. I mean, $6 trillion industry. To be clear, that's 6 times the size of the U.S. pharmaceutical industry. That's more than the GDPs of Germany and Japan. I mean, it's a massive industry. And yet the fascinating thing is, I think it's still so under-discussed, so under-invested in. We're starting to see a lot more entrepreneurs come into the care economy, which was really encouraging. I'll tell a quick story. Wealthy has a case study that was written about us that's taught at Harvard Business School, and it's taught in a class called Social Entrepreneurship and Systems Change. And when it first started getting taught, it was in 2020, and the class was 10 people in kind of a small side room, not that popular. Over the last 5 years, the class has grown. Now it's so popular, they've created 2 sections, and you can't get into the class as an HBS student. So I think, the attention around the care economy is palpable. People come to our case, these students, and they come up to me after and say they want to invest in their care economy. They want to build solutions in the care economy all around the globe, right? Not just in the U.S. And so I think we're getting there. We've coined the term, we've quantified the size, and now we're seeing more kind of entrepreneurship and innovation and investment coming into the space. But yeah, I mean, I think we still have a long way to go. I mean, the challenges we see around the globe, we just see tremendous shortages in terms of paid caregivers. And the impact that that's going to have is that unpaid caregivers, family caregivers, will have to leave their jobs to provide care and support to loved ones who will need more care and who will live longer than they've ever before been able to survive in history. And the result that will have will be on the economy. We'll see jobs, we'll see people leave the workforce. And so I think we're going to start to see more and more attention on the topic. Anyway, I could go on and on.
No, thank you. Pankaj, how would you, from your perspective, and you mentioned work you're doing in the Middle East, other regions on the globe, what Richard and Litsa is saying, is that resonating with the experience in those regions? Or is that a Western and wealthy world problem?
It's kind of sort of not, right? So Burjeel Holdings is a publicly listed entity, and so we've seen over the years that the strategic investments in infrastructure, so care covers for us everything, right? At the end of the day, it's not just our own employees, but the patients that we serve and the communities that we operate in. What we're seeing, at the end of the day, we have responsibilities on both ends. We have responsibilities for our stakeholders. We have to create shareholder value, and we have responsibilities for our patients and for our own people. So what we've seen is this create, kind of sort of, you can call it a care economy dividend, right? Which creates a different set of metrics, which go beyond traditional healthcare metrics. It allows us to have measurable value of the investments that we have. And we've seen the numbers, right? 5 trillion here, 20 trillion here. You get numb to these numbers sometimes. But on the other hand, what we've also, another set of numbers that we see is that investments in a higher quality of life that results as taking care of yourself can act about some number, about 200K every year in economic value. So if we were to look at that, that is a significant financial opportunity. Because that financial opportunity then translates into me being able as an organization to create more physical infrastructure. And that physical infrastructure is key because there is, even given the promise of where AI and Gen AI is going, this is still a long time away, because from our perspective as a healthcare industry, when you're talking about patients, these are human lives. So we cannot experiment beyond a specific point. So we are still continuing to focus on physical infrastructure in some very difficult geographies that we operate in. We do this by choice, not by compulsion, thankfully. And I think that that's part of our ethos as an organization.
And what vision does it provide you with in terms of what the future holds and what the future would look like in terms of models of care, models of provision of care? Also because in what you're saying, there is the recognition that any investment into improving outcomes via investment into the healthcare system is paying off down the line. But this is something that we fail, or this is difficult to get across to policymakers or to investors. In spite of great work, it's the minute of self-promotion for ABC. In spite of great work that organizations such as ours has done in terms of demonstrating the value of treatment and the value of investments and bridging the treatment gap in the care pathway. Because for too long we saw spending into the management of disease as a sheer cost. But the flip in this understanding and the recognition of the long-term investment is getting there. But we see that it's not getting where we want it to be. So do you think that those elements we just addressed would help us shape a better future?
It has to be done, right? So private healthcare providers just simply cannot do it by themselves. Mm-hmm. We need the innovations that come outside the industry. And I don't need to say this, you guys already know this, that most innovation in healthcare is coming from outside healthcare. It's coming from wealthy, it's coming from other entities. And the reason for that is that we, as an industry, are generally very risk averse. But at the same time, someone has to pay. I'm sorry to say this, right? At the end of the day, someone has to pay. I don't want to pay, right? The employers don't want to pay. Governments don't have the money to pay, and insurance definitely don't want to pay.
Yeah, but someone is winning down the line in the ecosystem. So where can we put an incentive so that the one winning off, could be the one contributing?
Unfortunately, no single answer, right? I think the answer is it depends.
Okay.
Right? It depends on institutional approach. It depends on individual approach. It depends on technological approach. And we are noticing that from our perspective, I can only speak about our experiences. That doesn't have to apply to any other organization. Our experience is that, as an example, we set up 2 hospitals in the Yemen. We employed 500 people 2.5 years ago to move to Yemen to set up these hospitals. Over the course of this last X number of months, now we have reduced the number of our employees to about 300 because we trained 200 local Yemenis to take our place. But there's a contribution from them as well because they are individually and collectively vested in better outcomes for their own people, something that we may not be able to provide because we want to get the job done and be able to there. But we are making money off of this. This is not a philanthropic sort of venture for us. And that's important, right? Because if we don't have that level of investment and continuing investment, we will never be able to grow. Mm-hmm. And so for us to be able to operate hospitals in Yemen, in Somalia, in Chad, in Liberia, I think it's important to be able to create models that the individual geographies can create value for themselves and to have this downstream and upstream benefit, which at least we as an organization have been able to demonstrate. And I think that that'll continue to evolve. I think that it continues to evolve as countries grapple with where it is that they need to put money. Mm-hmm. And money is always finite, right? At the end of the day, it's not infinite. So we are fortunate that we are able to work with governments to say, this is how you can do X better, only in the healthcare space. Whether it's training, whether it's technology, whether it's physical infrastructure. And I think that will evolve very quickly over the course of the next 3 to 5 years because we think that technology will play a much, much bigger role. And I'm happy to share some examples of the successes we've had as far as technological innovations are concerned in the systems that we have.
Lindsay, we just heard from Pankaj, like investments, technology. What would be, in your view, the best enablers for this recreation of the model?
Yeah, I mean, I think the investment in physical infrastructure and, you know, the kind of clinical side of the care support is huge. I would make an argument for kind of the non-clinical kind of support infrastructure and ecosystem, which is, you know, almost non-existent, right? That's kind of how the care economy is defined. It's really almost everything outside of a medical or clinical setting, which is where 90% of care takes place, right? So 90% of long-term care actually happens within homes and falls to family caregivers to support loved ones, and those family caregivers struggle. And we're gonna see that that impact increase. I'll call out Bonnie in the audience, who runs an incredible organization called Hilarity for Charity, HFC. And I would call out their work as being kind of, you know, on the forefront of brain health education. So really trying to help educate and doing a lot around helping to educate the youth around proactive and preventative measures to support a healthier brain. And in doing that, just raising awareness of what is currently, at least in the US, a highly stigmatized, you know, kind of type of experience that families will experience, and so many of us experience. So I think the work that they're doing and just raising awareness, educating around brain health, and then really supporting those caregivers. If you're not familiar with HFC, I would definitely check it out. But yeah, I mean, I just think the more that we can do to support those family caregivers, those unpaid caregivers, providing support and access and infrastructure, that feels like the biggest way that we kind of provide better outcomes, provide better experiences. The clinical and medical side of it is important. It's not the bulk of the time that, you know, families will spend kind of in a caregiving journey.
Thank you. We'll open the floor for questions in a minute. So if you'd like to think of something you'd like to ask to our panelists, please do. But before we do so, Richard, I wanted to ask you now maybe to put a lens on the care genome and how you came about this concept and this idea. Where do you see that it is bringing us in terms of addressing the challenges and the opportunities that Lindsay and Pankaj just referred to?
Yeah, you know, what's great about your questions and their answers, the care economy means this is real business. I mean, they are making money in what they're doing. And when we talk about care, we often think, oh, that's just the soft, nice stuff, right? That's not real money-making activities. And what they're showing is, no, this is money made. It's profitable. There are real structures, processes, just like every other business sector in all of our respective countries and society overall. And I think that is one of the difficulties to see. It's either, yes, it's a business, or no, it's not. And the care economy itself is real. It is an economy, and there are two great examples, as you've drawn out, in what they're doing, and making money at it. Now, the reason why I think it's a magnifier, and why it's so amazing, why the care genome was what I'm focusing on right now at the University of Michigan, is that we don't have that information that really brings together the title of our conversation today. Most often we think about care as secondary. If I bring up caregiving to you, what are you first going to think? Disease path. You're first going to go to disease path. Then it's going to be care. And caregiving as an economy compared to the brain economy, if you will, and if you represent that, my good friend, then you're always going to be the first person people talk to. Not me as a caregiving person. They're going to talk to you as brain health person. And so I think there's this sort of dual conversation, this bilateral work that happens with disease path leaders and caregiving leaders, and how do we jump back and forth effectively? You can't come in just on the idea of care. But across that horizontal of care, across all these different disease paths, it's what binds us, isn't it? And economically, there's a lot of overlap into the spaces that both of you are investing in and what you're doing. And so the care genome is the very idea of the atomic level data that will fuel more businesses across all these disease paths to give them the usage context that they don't have. Now, what's the usage context? If I'm a pharmaceutical company I'm actually very worried about what the side effects are of the products I might be developing. And I have done studies, but what if I could give you the exact side effects happening in use, in home, or in facility? Like, how high or low is my body temperature? What are my breaths per minute? How did my gait change based on how many calories I ate exactly at 9:50 a.m. versus at 3:22 p.m.? How did my strength go up or down? Did I faint in the afternoon or did I faint in the morning? And how far away was the caregiver during that time? Was the caregiver happy? Was the caregiver using high tones, low tones? How fast were they to the caregiving recipient? Was it 5 seconds, 2.2? What was the weather outside? All these are indicative of the care dyad that exists in all these different disease paths, especially in brain health.
Thank you. I was about to ask you for examples, but it was absolutely telling. Thanks a lot. I saw hands raised over there, so we have Harvey and George, we have Crystal, and I was expecting your contribution. So Harvey, you go first.
Thank you
and
so
I think
much.
we have another hand at the back. So
Thank you so much. Fascinating conversation. So I'm a pediatrician, and we have a robotic baby bed that helps for the care in the home. It's called SNU. It's now used in 200 hospitals to reduce nursing care in the hospital, which is an increasing problem across the country, around the world, rather. What do you see in terms of the use of robotics for improving care across the life course?
I love SNU. Big fan.
So
We just-
we are supposed to have a non-promotional panel here. So
Sorry.
I don't like SNU. Okay, we're balanced out. Okay, we're balanced now.
okay, fine. So we can provide Harvey with an answer. Would like to chip in.
Look, technology is going to have a increasingly important role across the ecosystem, right? I'll give an example of something that we are trialing now, which I think will become much more useful for us as we go on. Small self-promotion, but it's too expensive, so it doesn't really matter. There's an entity called Hippocratic.ai. They have a really powerful healthcare LLM, and it allows the machine to call patients and talk to them about specific issues, to your point, right? Whether it's SDOH or the modified version of SDOH. So the machine can call you and say, so we have a very specific example, and our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Mohammed Fatian, is here. I keep encouraging him and volunteering him to do different things. He really likes me. So our hospitals are in the UAE, and in the UAE nowadays there's only two kinds of weather, warm and very warm. So we have people who are working outside, so the machine essentially will call a specific subset of patients saying, Mr. So-and-so, tomorrow the temperature is going to be 120 degrees. You are on X kind of medication, and you may feel A, B, C, or D. If you feel A, this is fine, but if you feel B, this may not be okay, but if you feel C, you have to call a caregiver, right? So, but the machine can call and have this call for like as long as you want. We've done almost 40 minutes per patient, and the machine can call millions of patients every second. So the example of that is that allows our caregivers to focus on other very acute care needs while taking the pressure away. On the other hand, you as a patient or a caregiver anywhere that you might be can converse with this machine because the machine exactly knows who you are, what your conditions is, because the data is coming out of our EMR. That will continue to grow, right? And that's where we are investing as an organization. This is not the only investment that we are making. We will make more of them. There is no way for me to, at this point, quantify the ROI. But I need to quantify the ROI for my CFO, otherwise he'll kick me out. I mean, not a fan, right? CFOs don't like anyone. So, I'm sorry, but any CFOs?
No, I don't think we have many of them in the room, so that's...
But at the end of the day, right, whether it's for an individual, we may all make those choices, right? everything is a kind of a choice that we kind of, so from an investment perspective, whether it's time, whether it's energy, whether it's money, I think that we need to quantify everything in a ROI, and that ROI for us is really, really important. And this piece, the reason why we decided that this was going to be our first tech-enabled investment was because we saw immediate ROI on this. So we use a lot of different versions, right? But I think the care at home piece is still a little bit further away. There's a lot more work to be done, and I sincerely believe, and I've seen the results and the feedback from our patients, we have almost like a 90%, like, fully 10 out of 10 for Hippocratic calls among our patient group. So this is extremely positive. As you know, technology doesn't do this kind of stuff, right? But to have this ROI and this feedback from our patients is, honestly feels really good, right? The patient calls you and said, hey, I was able to speak to an agent for 35 minutes. Which nurse or physician has, ever done that? You don't have the time. There isn't enough time.
Really quick, go.
Sure.
No, please.
On robotics, I think about output, input, and then who. Obviously, on the output of what robotics can provide in terms of services and efficiencies, has been well storied very early on. The inputs is what I'm very interested in as well, because the learning opportunity in terms of data, again, on the last 3 feet of care, is what we don't have. But then again, it goes to who. Who is asking for this relationship? And if it's a for-profit entity, I don't know if I would like to use SNU and give away some of the data that actually could help me in my use. But the data that can come from robotics is immeasurable. You can go on and on about the data points that could be gathered along the way, again, about the last 3 feet of care. So who is very important. Then on the payer side, I'd be very interested in what segment of the world's population would benefit from that, and who could afford it, and who would have somebody could pay for it, whether it's a government or an insurer.
And I'll just comment and just say, what we see in a fascinating way is there's sort of a disconnect, right? Like there's a lot of really exciting technology coming to the home to help people kind of better understand their well-being. So, auras, and if you have a sleep number, you get a ton of data off the bed, or Lutron, to control shades and lights. It's fascinating because all of that technology makes total sense for people with complex care, right? If you have mobility challenges or cognitive challenges, you worry about safety in the home, like that's the biggest risk. And so all the technology we see, the smart beds and the smart lights and, all the work, the SNU type, technology should be like the best possible use of that is people who are, dealing with dementia or MS or Parkinson's or ALS, but that we haven't seen that. And I think the biggest reason is because for families that are dealing with complex care, and we see this firsthand every day in supporting families, they're just blocking and tackling on new symptoms and figuring out bills that came in the mail and trying to get to that next provider and the follow-up and what, new treatments to try. There's so much on families' plate just in the kind of day-to-day management of their loved one that they're not able to get proactive around some of these types of tools and technologies. The other piece is just the affordability. The sleep number bed, the Lutron lights. I mean, those are thousands of dollars to put in place, and they're not covered by health insurance. They should be, because they're probably one of the most powerful forms of preventative support. Instead, I think the most common technology request we get at Wealthy is just in-home monitoring, right? Like, what type of tool or device makes us feel better that if mom or dad needs support, some sort of medical alert device, right? But yeah, I think there's kind of a way to somehow bridge that. How do we get more of that really exciting tech covered and more affordable for families who need it?
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. We have 3 more questions, and I will probably ask succinct answers so that we can cover each and every one of them. George, you're first, then Crystal, and then Lady at the back.
George Vredenberg, the Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative. I'll turn my question into a comment so that it doesn't take any more time.
Directed to anyone or to the panel in general? Are you directing it
No.
to anyone in particular?
No,
Or-
it's going to be to Dr. Pauls, but we have a 6x5 plan in Africa for the continent, all 5 regions, right, of Africa. So we're looking at internet-delivered services, and even when terrestrial internet's not available, satellite-delivered services. And so the question is not so much a technology question, is that the language barriers, how can you have real-time translation from one language to another? How can you actually get past data restrictions that may be pertinent to different countries? So I'm going to talk to you afterwards about overcoming sort of the political and scaling problems of trying to take what you're doing and making it at scale, as opposed to, you know, within a country and within a language set.
You'd like to react to that,
So
Pankaj?
that's key, right?
By the time the mic gets to Chris.
So that is the point, right? It's about scale. So we know what works in Abu Dhabi is definitely not going to work in Yemen, but we don't have the luxury of making that choice, or we need to be able to provide care where care is needed. So we're doing different mechanisms. I think powerful healthcare LLMs, which have language capability, is really powerful. We are developing the Arabic version of the LLM right now, which will reach the 330 million odd patients, addressable patients that we have in Northern Africa, and so we'll get there. I think that there is a reason why this investment is important for us, and I think that because these LLMs allow us to deliver care at scale for people who ordinarily won't afford it.
Thank you, Pankaj. Crystal.
Okay. Oh, I'm so excited about this conversation. My name's Crystal O'Loughlin. I'm the CEO of Rare Givers, and we provide emotional support services for caregivers. We've provided 1.5 million hours of emotional support across 120,000 families in 38 countries, and we're growing to 3.5 million next year. So here's the question. Our data says that 80% of carers are depressed, anxious, and overwhelmed, whether those carers are in the last 3 feet or in the workforce or carers in the hospital. And 50% miss doctor's appointments, come off active treatment because of that medical overwhelm. So what are the best practices in your environments for addressing emotional distress in the care economy?
Thank you, Crystal. Who would like to chip in first on this one?
I can give you an example from a different industry. So we have a climate and health initiative, right? So part of this is that we wanted to provide care for people who are affected by heat. But we couldn't convince, the CFOs to pay for anything. So what we did was we worked with McKinsey and BCG through the World Economic Forum, and we came up with a math model. For X amount of money that you invest in caring for Y condition will result in X plus Y plus Z outcomes in revenue for you. We took that and we took it to a very large employer, and we were able to convince their finance team that this investment is necessary. I think in a weird way, what we are seeing is those investment cases are important, whether it's internally for our own families. We have 15,000 plus employees, so that's an important consideration for us. And especially the folks who live in the UAE, they're all from somewhere else, like 90% are somewhere else. So I think that what we are seeing is that's key to be able to provide that ROI again for everyone. ROI is not just financial, right? It doesn't have to be just that. But that's working for us at this time because we were able to successfully deploy it. This is the next piece for us because we are clear that this broader care piece around mental health is key. We have a platform that launches in a couple of weeks that will provide that care for free for large employers under our care.
Thank you. Richard?
Yeah, first I love the name Rare Givers. I think about it as cultural and economic, and culturally as a journalist putting that hat on. My second movie was about caregiving and mental health. And clearly the nuances just in putting together those 90 minutes of film took us 2 years to edit. And so in 2 years, as I watched those 3 families, mine included, I learned a lot about what I didn't know when it comes to emotional and mental health. Bring that over to the economic side. So what are the gradations? Because we squish mental health with mental illness together. I've done that as a storyteller. I get it wrong all the time. I've got it wrong for years. Those are two very distinct buckets. All of you know that in the room. So then what are the gradations in between? And how do I express those gradations? All the way to suicide prevention. Part of the film was part of that. And then my work after that came into the discussion. I can't answer that question. So the last 3 feet of care, to me, is going back to a care genome perspective of what we can provide economically to businesses as well as to research institutions, as well as to government entities. Well, this is the difference between mental illness and mental health. These are actually the manifestations of the, and you're the expert in this, of the 100 different gradations in between those two ideas. We don't have that data, and we want to give primary data to all of these people, not secondary, not anecdotal, so that we can finally see these people that you are trying to help be seen.
Do you have time for me? First of all, thank you for the work you're doing, and I'd love to connect. I feel like there's probably work we can collaborate on. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a great point. There is a caregiving crisis. There's a mental health crisis within the caregiving community. I think it's the root cause is driven by a couple of main factors in my mind, or what we've seen in our work. One is just the sheer time that people spend caregiving. So you think, and the data has shown that the time has increased. So if people are spending 40 to 50 hours in a job, and they're also spending 40 to 50 hours caregiving, the challenge that we see is that caregivers have really no time for themselves. So they're time starved, and that leads to sleep challenges, that leads to their own, putting their own healthcare needs and well-being needs to the side because they just don't have time to do it. The second big trend we see is just the sort of social isolation of caregiving. So caregiving is still so stigmatized. You don't feel necessarily comfortable talking to friends and family about, nobody wants to be around the downer friend who continues to talk about how challenging their caregiving is. And so you keep it to yourself and you learn to do that. And then, it becomes pretty lonely as you're kind of navigating this very challenging situation on your own. Third major contributing factor is anticipatory grief. And anticipatory grief refers to anticipating your loved one passing, especially for somebody who's terminally ill. It also refers to, the loss of abilities as somebody goes through kind of a chronic care journey, especially kind of a dementia, Alzheimer's journey. You see those moments where they, your loved one forgets basic things, or doesn't know who you are, or can no longer drive, loss of independence. As a caregiver, you grieve each of those moments. And so you're in this constant state of grieving. So combine all of those things. You have no time, you're sleep deprived, you're lonely, you're isolated, and on top of it, you're grieving for an extended period of time. Like, that is driving a mental health crisis. Now, how do we solve it? I would love to connect with you. There's no silver bullet. One of the things that we see is just better awareness, recognizing the important work and role of caregivers. And hopefully we see more and more of that happening just in clinical settings, for caregivers to be seen as part of the care team. It just helps that caregiver feel like all of their time and energy and effort is at least being acknowledged. So I think little things like that. We love employers that are doing more to support caregivers, raising awareness, providing support and infrastructure, providing benefits and supports like Wealthy, policies that allow leave, ERGs, employee resource groups that allow people to come together in community. So we see a lot of great work happening. And I just think every person's different, and what each caregiver needs is going to be a little bit different. But we do need to just raise awareness of the mental health crisis impacting caregivers.
Thank you, Litier. And the last question at the back. And I would suggest that any one of you who didn't have a chance to ask questions, go back to the panelists during the coffee break. And I'm sure they would love to engage with you. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Julia Scott at Santa Clara University, and my lab has developed a dementia caregiver training program that is technology-based. It is scalable, and it's launching in 4 locations next month because we licensed it out of the university. And when yes, very glad that's coming. The reason we developed this was because of the high turnover and burnout that occurs with caregivers. And part of that solution is better training and respecting the caregiving role as a skilled role, right? But even with that type of solution of keeping people in the caregiving economy longer, professionally and personally, there is still going to be a limitation. And so when we look at this as what are the possible solutions, one we talked about is the assistive technology that will keep people independent longer. And the other one that I think, and I would like to get this at the question, get your opinion on, is that what change would happen to the family caregiving situation if universal basic income was introduced so that people were not forced to work and caregive at the same time and have their basic needs met. So do you think universal basic income is part of the solution here economically?
Well, thank you very much for the question, but I'm guessing that we probably need a panel next year on that question alone. And I'm really sorry, I'll have to ask panelists to be really brief on that one. But so, Lindsay, you had an immediate reaction wishing to answer to that one?
I have very strong opinions on this, but I won't. We don't have time. We don't have time.
I'm sorry. I'll have to ask you to be brief.
So we've seen a little bit of this start to take place. Some states now provide some income replacement for caregivers that choose to step out of the workforce to be a caregiver for their loved one. The challenge we see is that caregivers who leave a job or a career can sometimes face challenges with that, right? Like having a career and a job can be a sense of identity and a sense of contribution. And without that, I think we see people, caregivers can struggle even more with their own mental health. And then the other thing is we've just seen with these Medicaid programs, the income replacement is too low. So it doesn't replace, what people were earning in a salary, even kind of a lower wage role. So I know that's not the question around universal basic income, but I think it's a little bit of a slight indicate. We have some good, tests there with the states that are participating in that program.
Thank you. Pankaj, would you like to have a reaction? Or otherwise, I would say a 20-second opportunity to give final words, conclusion, takeaways, and what you would like to see we address in 2026.
So clearly, that's an important consideration, right? To be able to be reimbursed and compensated for the work that's being done. These are not scalable solutions. It's just not going to happen. I'm sorry. There is literally no way for us to find enough time and enough money to cover all the needs, even barely scratch the surface of this. We need to find different mechanisms. What you're doing, what all these people are doing is absolutely amazing, but it needs to scale beyond specific geographies, and I think we need to come up with those models. I think we, as an organization, I think that we are fortunate that we're seeing some of the successes of what I believe are very strategic investments that we are making in different geographies. We don't have all the answers, but I think we have found successes in many different ways, and we want to build on them, and we want to grow on them. But the problems that are coming up that will face everyone are significant. And the clawback that the US has made in the global health ecosystem is going to hurt for a little while. Other countries are jumping in. The UAE is right in front of them, but it's going to take a long time.
Thank you, Pankaj. Richard, we'd like
20
to have
seconds, okay. I love this.
Final words.
I love this. 20 seconds. Don't start the clock. But what I love about the care economy discussion is it does address the UBI question as well. If we can recognize this economy and we're thriving, then hopefully that offsets the need or the very basis of that question. The care economy as a person, the brain economy as a person, the diabetes economy as a person. Well, the good thing about the care economy as a person is it's, I think, balanced in its joy despite difficulty, in its hopefulness, and in the value that what we are offsetting in these very difficult disease paths is something that is balanced in happiness and positivity and things that we learn along the way through care. I will always be your friend as the care economy guy, Mr. Brain Economy guy, and you can always call me, and I will be there. And I think that's what's amazing about this idea of caregiving and the care economy is to all the different disease paths. It is there to support, it is part of that, if we were to personify it, something that is a great partnership.
Thank you very much, Richard, Lindsay, Pankaj, for your contribution. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. And as said, feel free to engage. I'm pretty certain they would like to continue the conversation over coffee. And with this fireside, we actually opened the third pillar of our conference on brain health across generations. And in order to introduce this topic, I'm really pleased to welcome on stage Professor Samir Zubairi from Glasgow in the UK. Samir is a pediatric neurologist, but primarily the former president of the European Pediatric Neurology Society and a vice president of the European Brain Council. Samir, it's a pleasure to hand over the floor.
Thank you, Fred. It'd be great if I could have I'm having slides. Oh, there we are. So I have the privilege of slides, which many people haven't had through the meeting. So I'm going to talk about brain health over the life course, and I'll use the example of childhood dementia. And this is a concept that many of you will not have heard of, but I'll discuss why it's important and why we should be thinking about it. I'll also reflect on some of the discussions I've had through the last week and present some of the science and also bring us back to some of the preventable causes of neurological disease that we should not forget about, particularly in children. So this is the WHO definition of brain health, a beautiful daughter of one of my nursing colleagues and my beautiful mother who has dementia and has been cared for within our family home for the last 8 years, passed away this year. And I was reflecting on a lot of the discussions in the last group in terms of the emotional burden that had on our family, but also the privilege it was for us to care for her in our home. And we need to think about the first 1,000 days. This is illustrating the brain development in utero. So 3 millimeters, you have the neural tube at about 4 weeks. And then by birth, you've got this really complex organ, the brain, 86 billion neurons. So in the last couple of days, we've heard people talk about the environmental impacts during pregnancy. So just look at how dramatically the brain changes. So everything that affects the mother through the pregnancy is going to affect brain development and can have lifelong effects. We produce 100 trillion synapses by the first 3 years of life, 100 trillion connections. And then you get all these connections, then what happens after that is you prune these connections, you get fewer connections, you refine them, and actually you get, and that happens with development. So how you develop, your influences in your life, that influences the pruning of those connections. We're developing our sensory pathways, vision, hearing, language, over particularly the first 2 years of life. And this is why pregnancy, in utero life, the first 2 years, those first 1,000 days are critical. We should not forget the importance of breastfeeding. This is one of the great public health promotions that we should always be considering around the world. And breastfeeding rates are still not sufficient around the world. And breastfeeding has so many benefits. Nutrients, helping the child's emotional needs, protecting you from disease, supporting brain and nervous system development. And we know that children are breastfed have higher cognitive abilities than children who aren't. So we need to promote this and not feel guilty about promoting it. Again, not make families who don't breastfeed feel guilty, who cannot breastfeed, but we need to have the infrastructure in our hospitals, in our communities to support this. We need to think about nutrition through the lifespan. If you do not get enough food as a child, you do not learn, and your cognition is affected. And that is throughout childhood. So if you have famine, starvation, and typically famine and starvation are man-made these days. We had more famines in the 20th century than we had in the centuries before that. India has not had a famine since the British left, because people generally care for their own communities, and you find networks to support your wider community. So these are man-made. And also we need to think that children with neurodisability are particularly vulnerable. They have feeding problems already, and so they're the most vulnerable at time of famine and shortage of food. Now, one of the things I learned through this meeting, and this is through speaking to Anthony, who is here, in the scientist from Melbourne, and he's just published some amazing work. Now, we all think about the mother and the environmental effects on the mother and how that affects the developing fetus. But do we know about the father? And in fact, the mother has all her eggs at birth. Father's sperm are changing every 8 weeks. So if your sperm will be affected by your environment, by stress, infection, you will have genetic changes to your sperm based on that, and that can be transmitted to your child and the next generation. So Anthony is doing amazing work showing that if the father is stressed, anxious, in the weeks before they conceive the child, the offspring become more anxious in time. And I think there's a paper coming about the impact of COVID infection on parents, on fathers prior to conceiving children, and children becoming more anxious, and that'll be out in the next few weeks. So speak to Anthony. Anthony, you can stand up briefly, but this is amazing work from Melbourne on the impacts of the environment on fathers. So play is also critical. We heard about the built environment yesterday, and cities. I was running through New York this morning, and where did the children play? I found a very small, the Central Park, which is a great play area, and there was a tiny little urban play area. So we need to provide places for children to play. Play allows children to build tolerance. They understand uncertainty and risk. You develop negotiating skills when you play, and you don't get as annoyed when people upset you if you learn these skills. And you build relationships, and you discover and you develop empathy. This is some figures looking at traumatic brain injury in Scottish children for 2018 to 2023. So this is from major trauma centres. The first year of life. Why are we getting all these children with traumatic brain injury in the first year of life? Children shouldn't be having accidents in the first year. And this is a difficult thing to see, but this is why. Children cry. Parents get frustrated, typically the father, and often the father, who may not be the biological father of the child, they pick up the child and go, "Stop crying." Children don't have strong enough necks to protect their head. You get brain injury as a result of that, and you get death in about a third of children. That is preventable. It's preventable if you educate families. We know that crying is normal. But we need to teach families, and particularly fathers, that if your child cries, see why they're crying. But if you're getting frustrated, walk away, and then come back again. So there is this. There are various schemes around the world to help families. So this is the ICON scheme, which is disseminated around the UK. There's the purple scheme around the US. We heard about this in the previous talk, the SNU. So, but this, as was discussed, and Richard said, you know, this may be accessible to certain communities, wealthy communities. Perhaps hospitals may give it, you know, if it's reimbursed, to high-risk infants, but technology to help children sleep and settle. We also need to think about vaccines. Vaccines are really important. We still do not get to all children. There were 14 million children who had 0 doses of vaccines. And many of these vaccines stop brain conditions, stop meningitis, prevent meningitis. So Haemophilus meningitis, tuberculous meningitis, pneumococcal meningitis. This is the brain scan. There's a normal brain scan on the right, brain scan of a patient that I saw many years ago whose brain was inflamed with meningitis. And then their brain melted away and they died a year later. They were born 3 months before routine immunization for pneumococcus came out in Scotland. They'd been born 3 months later, this child would have survived. So I always give this story to vaccine skeptics. This child would be alive now if they'd been immunized. So in the last few minutes, I'm going to be talking about a group of disorders called the childhood dementias. So this is a concept that is bringing conditions together that cause progressive cognitive decline. We know about Alzheimer's disease, vascular dementia, the other causes of dementia, but many people don't know that children get dementia. And that's because there are hundreds of conditions that cause childhood dementia, all individually rare, but collectively they become a significant problem for clinicians and obviously families. So 2/3 of these are due to inborn errors of metabolism, genetic diseases, so they're potentially tractable by treatment. So there are potential cures for some of these because we know the genetic causes, we know the metabolic cause. And I was talking to Tarek Samad from Lundbeck yesterday, and they are working on many of these diseases. And we have some treatments now, but not enough treatments. So these children lose their ability to speak and move. They suffer increasing levels of confusion, distress. They often develop seizures, vision, hearing loss, and it affects 1 in 2,900 babies. So that is a lot of babies if you think about all the babies around the world. And this work has been led by the Australian Childhood Dementia Initiative. Most of these children will die through childhood. 70% will die before adulthood. More children die, similar numbers die from these conditions as from childhood cancer in the States. But we don't know about these conditions. They're hidden. It's not just in high-income countries, but these conditions are obviously all around the world and, in fact, are a greater impact in low- and middle-income countries. So this is the Children's Hospital in Lahore, where I work, visit every year or 2 years to see patients. There are 6,000 to 7,000 children with degenerative disease visiting the clinics every year, the neurology clinics, and 350 to 400 inpatients. But they are not, we do not have the investment for research in these patients. We need to think about the care pathways that we go through. Crystal from Rare Givers showed a similar pathway yesterday for children with rare diseases. Families of children with dementia have these terrible long pathways to go through, often to find the diagnosis, then being told the terrible diagnosis, till finally the death of their child and the care that they need after that. So we need to have supports in place throughout this pathway. So if you want to get involved in childhood dementia work or learn more, scan the QR code or come and speak to me, because there's a lot of work going on. We've got a Childhood Global Dementia Consensus Project that's just been launched this year, and a dementia blueprint that's going to start in 2026. So I think this is an important new area for us to concentrate on. So these are my acknowledgements. Lots of people gave input into this presentation. And finally, I just want to show you a very brief video of a girl so you can conceptualize this. She had no symptoms until she was 14 years of age. So this is a disorder called Lafora body disease, which often presents with seizures. We don't have the sound, but this is her singing. This is her age 11, and this is her age 13. Typically, from the presentation of this condition, children have passed away within 10 years. And I have had patients with this disorder, and this is her, we don't have singing, and then finally we'll just see her talking age 16, and you just see the decline in her. She's very, very slow in her speech, and she's beginning to lose her cognitive abilities, and she's aware of that. And she knows she's going to pass away in the next few years. Now, there is hope. There's a gene model. There are models for this. We know the gene, and there's the potential for therapy if we get investment for these diseases in the future. So I will finish there, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Samir. And this was a very compelling opener to our next panel on building brain resilience across the lifespan. Please, as Samir was indicating, feel free to go and talk to him for any questions, any more information on these various elements of content. But I'd like to invite on stage our partner for this event, the founding chairman of the Davos Alzheimer Collaborative, George Vredenberg, for the moderation of the next panel on brain resilience. George, over to you.
If I could ask my panelists to come up, because I think we're probably running a little late, so let's get them sit down. And I'm going to have each of them just introduce themselves by name and affiliation. I'll make a very brief set of opening remarks. This presentation, Samir, was absolutely compelling. I don't know where you went, but thank you for that presentation, because it emphasizes clearly what we want to talk about in this panel, and you will hear themes from this panel that reflect that. So let me start with Sarah. Name and affiliation.
Thank you, George. Sarah Hoyt, and I have two affiliations. One is with a global nonprofit that's focused on brain health and longevity called Social Impact Partners. Well, my first affiliation is George Fan Club and longtime friend.
And it's a very small group.
No, it is a very, very large group. And my second affiliation is as a tech CEO working at the cross-section of nutrition, AI, brain health, and longevity with Vitality.
Angela.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Angela PJ. I'm a research assistant professor at the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation at the University of Washington. I'm a health economist by training, and I've been involved with the Africa Health Task Force on brain health.
Hi, good morning all. I'm Steve Tolman, part of the Medical Research Council and University of the Witwatersrand in South Africa, closely involved in rural health and development, both within South Africa and across the continent and into South Asia. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tracy Lobbs. I lead research and development and strategic partnerships at the Wyss Center for Bio and Neuroengineering. We're based in Geneva, Switzerland. I can talk more about that during the panel, maybe.
Hi, everyone. My name is Suzanne Amari. For the purposes of Brain Capital, I wear two different hats, and I'm here on behalf of Welcome Leap, which is a global organization focused on delivering solutions using a DARPA-like model, but for human health. And in addition, I am at University of Pittsburgh, where I direct the Translational OCD Laboratory, and am trying to develop new treatments for OCD.
So this is an extraordinary panel and an extraordinary topic. We have only recently started thinking about the problem of brain health and brain disease as a life course disease. And you're going to hear some very practical answers to some of the questions about why that's so important. The presentation by Samir was so compelling and so emotional that you begin to get a sense immediately of the importance of looking much more earlier in life for brain disorders and how to deal with them and how to treat them, and the importance of early life interventions, even fetal interventions. But beyond that, what we need to start thinking about, and you're going to hear some of this from some of these panelists, is thinking about the brain not as an instrument that is decaying, but an instrument that, because of brain plasticity, can grow through life. So that we need to think not about just the costs of disease and the impact economically and financially of the costs of brain disease, which are huge, but the power of brain resilience and the economic and productivity enhancements through life in the global south as well as the global north of dealing with the brain as an instrument of resilience. So 2 slides that will simply be reflective of the general theme here, but this is a slide that basically demonstrates, this is from McKinsey, that basically demonstrates that in fact you have both psychiatric, or what we currently call psychiatric or mental health disease, and neurodegenerative diseases mixed during the course of life. But it changes during the course of life in terms of their prevalence. But nevertheless, over the life course, you do have conditions that are in fact neurodegenerative, as Samir has pointed out, as well as all the potential impacts that you can have by going early. So if you go early and deal with these issues at birth or even before birth, you can have much more impact, both economically and from a health perspective, by going early in the course of life and dealing with these issues of both resilience and brain disorders early in life and get much greater throw weight. So I only make that point, which is probably obvious to all of you, but nevertheless made more dramatic by Samir's presentation about how we have to start very early in life and even indeed with the parents of children in order to deal with the possibilities of diminishing brain disorders, but also thinking about brain resilience and the brain as a plastic element through life of what can be achieved for people at a human flourishing level or as an economic proposition, if in fact we can deal with these issues earlier. That does not mean I'm the Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative, my middle name is Alzheimer's, but what we've learned during the course of our work, even in the last 4 or 5 years, is the power of going earlier in life to diminish the likelihood of getting dementia in later life. So we're dealing with this right now in the dementia community, both as a therapeutic intervention and potentially through risk reduction, non-therapeutic interventions during the course of life. But by going earlier, we get this kind of multiplier impact on the prospect of having neurodegenerative diseases at the end of life. Finally, just a word of apology to all of you for the United States conduct at the conference on NCDs yesterday, where we basically as a country said that we would not join the consensus on the NCD coalition's effort to on NCDs, including brain health and neurodegenerative diseases. From my country, I don't represent it, unfortunately, but that was an enormous political and health mistake. Fortunately, this will now go to the General Assembly and they'll have a vote, and it's quite clear to me that the General Assembly is going to vote for this NCD pact, and indeed we're going to be making non-communicable diseases a central element of global health, and included within that non-communicable disease pact is references to Alzheimer's, dementia, and brain health. So I think that we will get there, but this is a mistake, an interruption, and a 2-week delay in adoption of this NCD alliance. So I just say that. I'm going to start, Suzanne, with you. Wellcome Leap has made some extraordinary discoveries about the interventions that are capable in early life. So I'd just like you to describe them and why it is it's important to look at these early life interventions.
Can you hear me? Okay, there we go. So in Welcome Leap, in general, what we try and do is take a particular question, define it with a clear goal that can be time boxed in 3 years, and then the outcomes can be measured, and then apply network effect with a strong conductor. So I'm a program director of a program called Multi-Channel Psych, which I'll also talk about. But what George is referring to is another program that is directed by someone called Holly Baines. And she did an amazing program, which is now completed and now is being transitioned into the real world, which is called 1KD, or the first 1,000 days, right? 1KD representing a kilodalton. And what that program is really focused on is saying that here in the first 1,000 days, as we've just heard from Samir as well, you have these critical inflection points before a child turns 3 years old at which you can really change the trajectory of the life course. And what Holly's program has developed is a couple of things within the lifespan of the program that now are being deployed and trying to scale in a global way, and they can be expanded and scaled in both Global South and Global North. And these are a microbiome intervention that can be delivered anywhere, as well as a light touch supervised play intervention that could be deployed in schools, in community centers, in doctor's office, or even on the doorstep, as we've talked about being necessary in some communities. And so using these kinds of interventions, you actually get development of shifting onto a different set of the curve for executive functioning, which we know can have outsized impacts on quality of life in later life care as well. And so that's the first program that I can talk about, but I'm also happy to talk about, we have several other programs in brain health. I will describe briefly mine, which we take then to the adolescent trajectory. And so as we all have seen on George's graph, at adolescence, this is when we really emerge into the time period of developing mental illnesses, right? And in particular, my program called Multi-Channel Psych was really focused on trying to change the course and trajectory at this point in adolescence, so that if you have a mental illness like depression, which was our first use case that we focused on, instead of going through that guess and check process after your first episode of depression, where you go to your care provider, like me, a psychiatrist, and we just try thing after thing until we find something that works for you. If you're one of those lucky 2 out of 3 people who are going to respond to something that is out there on the market, we don't want you to have to go through the guess and check and the loss of hope and the potential loss of life from fatal depression that entails. Instead, we want to get you to the right treatment at the right time from the very beginning, and we want to do that based on biology and biomarkers. And so what we've developed within the 3-year program that I've directed is a AI-enabled clinical decision support system that can either predict the best treatment for you, but if it doesn't have enough data available to make a confident prediction of what that treatment is, and I'm talking about treatments ranging from CBT to a computer game to an SSRI all the way up to transcranial magnetic stimulation, if it doesn't know, it says, okay, what diagnostic test do I need to get you to the point of care that you need? Because we know that we can't do every test on every person. We need to get the right test to the right person so that it's financially feasible in the real world. And again, by delivering this at the point of care, and we have a demonstration I'm happy to show to people in the break, then we can actually get people to that right point of care. And our Monte Carlo simulations indicate that if you deploy this for the 21 million people who are depressed in the US every year, you would save, on average for each person, 72 days in terms of getting them to the care that they need. And if we multiply that by the people, this leads to $4 billion in cost savings. That's not even including the amount of brain capital that you buy back in terms of work productivity. And that's in a single year. And so these are the kinds of solutions that we've started to deliver. I could talk about many more, but I don't want to take too much time.
What's so striking when I learned about the M1KD project is that there's actually a product that has been developed and now looking for clinical trials and the investment. Is this a return-oriented, a return investment that can be made in this infant intervention? And this is a discovery you can make of microbiome disturbances in the first 6 weeks of life just through fecal material, so that you can discover the condition and give a baby drops that in fact will correct it. The other thing about the play intervention is that Singapore has now adopted it as a public health intervention. So that, in fact, what Welcome Leap does, like DARPA, is basically find the solutions and then, but also built into it is finding the paths to actual commercial or other interventions at a public health level in the marketplace. So, and of course, since we have the pre-panel introduction, the conversation, there's been a $100 million commitment on the part of Melinda Gates to with you on women's health.
Exactly.
Which obviously is important. So
yeah, it's critical too. And if we look at the women's health programs that LEAP has already invested in, they include CARE, which is focused on Alzheimer's in women, which is manifested much differently. That's a $50 million program. We also have $50 million programs in stillbirth and in heavy menstrual bleeding, which aren't necessarily thought of as mental health programs, but they absolutely are mental health and mental illness programs as well. And there's 2 to come thanks to the wonderful partnership that we've developed by Melinda French Gates. So stay tuned. If you are interested in applying to the programs, please come see me afterwards.
Here's an offer of finance, folks. Anyone here interested in that?
We're also looking for partners on the other end for the commercialization, and that's
absolutely.
the key aspect, the public-private partnership. And we are sitting in that critical pastures quadrant use-inspired research that can take us from foundational to commercial.
You remember the conversation about Houston yesterday. For those of you who are here, the Baylor University down in Texas is picking up on whether or not this can they can be the academic partner to a commercial partner for that intervention. So it comes back to where are we going to actually demonstrate some action steps that in fact will change as opposed to theories of change. This is a great example that Welcome Leap is doing, and their DARPA model, DARPA-like model, is very important to making sure we get to that commercial and scaled intervention. Angela, mention of healthcare costs. Tell me, do the brain diseases create any costs in the world?
Touche on that. Yeah. The Brain Health Initiative project at IHME actually has done some work trying to quantify both the health burden and the economic costs related to brain health disorders. And so here we are thinking brain health disorders related to cerebrovascular diseases, neurological diseases, and mental health. And I have some numbers for you. So in terms of numbers, number of deaths in 2021, globally, there were about 11.5 million to almost 12 million deaths that were associated with brain health disorders. In terms of the proportion of that out of the global cause of death, that's 17%, and that will be nearly 1 out of every 6 deaths that occurred in 2021. LMICs, there were 9 million deaths, and in sub-Saharan Africa, around 850,000. We can talk about this in terms of disease burden as well, right? So globally, brain health disorders make up 18% of the disease burden, and that results in about 1 out of 5, every 5 years of healthy life that's lost being related to brain health disorders. More numbers. By 2050, the number of deaths associated or linked to brain health disorders will go all the way to 18.2 million, and that will make up 20% of the deaths in 2050. In terms of DALI, that's comparable, also 21%. Switching gears to the actual economic costs, which, to no surprise, can be significant. Globally, we looked at direct medical spending, so how much people are paying when they go to health facilities and the such. Globally, we are spending 1.7 trillion. We've moved from million, billion to trillion. And the fraction of that out of total health spending globally is about 20%. If we think of what this accounts for in terms of lost income related to GDP, this is about 2% of the global GDP. In sub-Saharan Africa, that continues to rise a little bit. All of this highlights the enormous costs related both in terms of health as well as the economy, and emphasizes that investing in brain health is an economic imperative and not only a public health issue.
Angela, you are serving as one of the advisors to the 6x5 Africa Brain Health Plan that Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative has catalyzed but does not run. And so I am curious as to whether you've done any modeling of whether or not, how much GDP growth there might be in Africa were we able successfully to deal with a number of early life brain disorders.
Absolutely. Thanks for that prompt. So as George has mentioned already, there's the 6x5 action plan that is being spearheaded by the Africa Brain Health Task Force. And the plan, for those who are not aware, has 6 pillars with action plans over the next 5 years to ensure that Africa is able to seize its unique opportunity in preparing to take advantage of its demographics, particular demographic health profile now, in order to be able to adequately be prepared for the aging society in the near future. And one of the subcommittees on the task force is related to brain economy for economic growth. And our objectives on that subcommittee is to position brain investment and brain health as a cornerstone that can fuel Africa's own sustainable development as well as inclusive economic growth. One of the things we're currently working on in partnership with the McKinsey Health Institute is to answer the question of what the gains in terms of GDP gains would be if we were to invest in specific interventions across the life course in Africa, and what the implications will be in terms of GDP growth. Some of the initial results of the work that's ongoing is that we could potentially see around 3 billion increase in terms of GDP gains by investing in various key interventions. And there we're looking at interventions related to low birth weight, Alzheimer's disease, and the such. This initial results is in line with similar findings from work in the UK that has also looked at the potential gains that could be obtained from strategic investment in various preventive interventions. All of that emphasizing an increasing or growing body of evidence suggesting that with early intervention and sustained intervention in key areas, there's opportunity to influence the productivity growth across countries. For the work on the task force and a subgroup related to economic growth, we are hoping that it can help reframe investment in brain health and brain health spending in Africa as an investment and not only a cost item. And this is particularly important in the African context because in general, government spending is constrained. And so we're hoping that work can provide evidence to boost and support policymakers' investment and commitment in that space.
So this notion, for those of you who've been around the last few days, about turning brain health into brain productivity, turning it into a brain economy, is work that's actually going on today and throughout Africa as a result of Angela's excellent work. Steve Tolman. Steve, you're the first person a couple of years ago, who talked to me about what are the biological, genetic, and social markers of brain resilience in very young people. So thinking about this not as a health cost alone, but also as a potential resilience for young children to become productive members of society, both as a human flourishing item, but also productivity across Africa struck me, and it has stuck with me ever since. So I'd like you to talk a bit about your thinking on that subject.
Thanks, George, and thanks indeed. This is a wonderful community, an extraordinary incubator of thinking and ideas. The James Heckman slide is a fantastic depiction, but I wonder, after listening to Sandy Chapman yesterday, whether we shouldn't raise the movement to the right, that the neural plasticity could perhaps influence things that Professor Heckman didn't properly have in mind, and at the same time, Samir, you others are rightly emphasizing the first 1,000 days. But I was not surprised. There's a Lancet series out on the 1,000 days after the first 1,000 days. And I think one could go on and on. Very critical. Sandy said a lot of things that I learned from, but one of them was just capturing that notion of neural plasticity. So incredibly important the first 1,000 days, incredibly influential how that tracks through till the end of life. One of the most toxic things in the environments I work in is the combination of undernutrition and overnutrition. And these can occur in the same person, and they often occur in the same communities. So how does one construct interventions to address that? Well, we don't have all the exact answers, but we are trying in a particular trial that includes some of the funders in this room to look at how we can nudge adolescent young women towards a healthier BMI. And why are we doing that? A, because of the risk factors in relation to metabolic and other concerns for themselves, but at the same time, there's an intergenerational element. And of course, we've talked quite a lot of the intergenerational element, but it is really true. And you want to generate in the resource-poor environments we're talking about the data and the evidence that speaks to this. At the same time, these children are the inheritors of epigenetic change that their parents, their father or their mother, we heard a lot from Samir about fathers, but that their mom, if their mom has some of these conditions that are so-called obesogenic. I'm not sure all these terms are value neutral, but nevertheless. The issue, and you were talking, Susanna, about women and women's health and the like, but whether it's obesity, and this is not only about women, whether it's alcohol, whether it's trauma, some will be aware of the inadvertent studies that followed the Second World War and the Dutch hunger famine. All of these can affect the epigenetics of the child who becomes the parent who passes on the risk. Those are key concepts, and they are laid down and imprinted very early on. We find in rural environments, whether it's South Africa, parts of East, parts of West Africa, that youth battle to join the job market. Some of what you've been talking about, Angela. So the question of not just how to connect youth more effectively to the job market, which may well include migration to unfamiliar urban settings, but also how to build the coping capability, the resilience, and again, to design interventions that can support that and evaluate that in terms of the contributions both to individual productivity, but as George is saying, to social productivity and the wider community and societal. I guess it's the societal income, assets, development, capability, and the like. As Angela has said, this is not tomorrow. This is today in African environments. And you can either get it right or at least get on the virtuous path, and I guess we'll come to that a little bit, George, or you can get it wrong. And this meeting is about getting it right. At the same time, and it starts in childhood, there are the conventional issues of blood pressure, of diabetes and related metabolic conditions. These are, we know that, we all know this. They are highly, highly influential with regard to later cognition and subsequent dementia. We have got to intervene more effectively, and it is not only a low or middle income country issue. It's across the socioeconomic spectrum. But I can tell you in many of the environments I'm familiar with, in sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, we do a lousy job. One of the reasons we do a lousy job in managing hypertension is because we rely on fixed facilities. We only rely on clinics and hospitals. How do we think out of the box? How do we take advantage, in the South African case, that many of the folk 60 and older are in pension queues, older age person? That's a different way. How do we take advantage of the possibility of salt and changing salt within diets? We find very unexpected and positive results as we evaluate that using population and community representative platforms in South Africa and across the continent. But there is a kicker here, George. There's HIV and AIDS. That is not easy, and that we don't fully grasp or understand. Many of us will have heard of HAND, HIV-associated neurocognitive disorders. But what about societies where antiretroviral therapies have been long-term and the effects to ensure brain health? That distinction Richard was making between health and disease. And we all want the virtuous path. But again, we do need some evidence to guide and to advise as to how and to where. And this issue of HIV/AIDS that kicks in early, along with premature hypertension, premature diabetes, because you better believe it, in poor environments, these conditions appear much earlier. If you contrast in the UK, the emergence of dementias and related conditions, the curve is shifted to the right. It's shifted to the left in the sort of environments that Suzanne and Angela were talking about. And then, George, just to close on this issue of what can we do and what's nearly in reach. Again, vision and hearing. They start in kids. It tracks through school. We talked so much about school and play for all the right reasons. These are and should be easy things to get right. At the moment, we get a lot of it wrong. But the contribution they can make to emergent performance, cognitively, engagement in the economy, and the issue that was commented earlier by our friend Sean, cognitive reserve. Those are fundamental, and I think in some ways, a little poetically perhaps, brings us full circle. Thanks, George.
Thank you, Stephen. As you can see, Africa is going to become, it's an ambitious test case of whether we can do this at scale in low resource and mixed resource environments in Africa. And Angela and Stephen are leaders in that fight. And we'll report out at least the first year's thinking about how to implement some of these new ideas in Africa at our G20 side event in early November in South Africa in Johannesburg. So I just want to thank them publicly for their extraordinary work. Sarah Hoyt, we've heard a fair amount about nutrition. and you are our nutrition guru, and developing some fascinating thinking and intervention styles and techniques and ideas about how to use technology with nutrition. So give us some insight about what we can do on nutrition across the life course.
Well, thank you, George. First of all, I am so excited to work with every single one of you. And so many of us in this room are already profound partners. George, we've been on this journey personally and professionally for a very long time. I want to talk about taking action. I want to talk about nutrition and lifestyle. I want to talk very clearly about public-private partnerships, and this is generational. We come at this with families who've been profoundly affected. We all do. My kids, my husband who we lost, his brother, his father, it is generational. And we talk about early days. We talk about this hopeful moment where we actually know that, what are the numbers? It gets higher all the time. 80% of what we do, all the research coming out, what we eat, how we live, our sleep, our social circles, our mindfulness, our access, the health equity issues, we actually control so much of our destiny. So while we're trying desperately, and we can thank George and his years of work for trying to get more funding for science and everything else we're trying to solve, we have so much we can take into our hands. So very quickly, I'm working on a couple of fronts, and I think it all comes together in these public-private partnerships. So we, in this moment, I am working both through the nonprofit work that we do and bringing together. We have a recent paper in the last year we put out called Vibrant Minds, which was focusing on nutrition in the brain across the lifespan. And in partnership with groups like Sodexo, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a tech CEO. I want to solve problems. We all are trying to feed our families every single day. My kids are trying to do this right. They have seen the effects of this on their family. And so in this moment, some couple of concrete examples that we're working on. Okay, so we took some of the world's leading scientists in nutrition and the brain and actually looked at all of the diets out there, looked at the recent research and some of the new things we've learned in biomarkers and supplements, and put it together into not only building on the shoulders of everything we know, but a new neuroprotective diet. Okay, well, that's great. What do we do with it? It's so hard to do. And it's individual. It's not like we can just say, here's a diet that we do. It's hard to do, whether it's the Mind diet or any diet, all of these great diets. It's about personalization. And so where do I live? What do I have access to? Am I in poverty? Am I in a food desert? What am I allergic to? Who is my family? So we have created a partnership, and we are commercializing. All right, how are we going to do this? Because science has fallen apart here in the U.S. A little bit, sorry, and I agree with all George's remarks and our deep apologies to all of our friends. So what are we going to do in its absence? Okay, well, let's look at Harris Iyer and everybody else. Let's do brain capital. Let's get the corporations to care about it. So what we've done is I've partnered. I have a new company called Vitality IP, which is working at the cross-section of AI, nutrition, food, and science. As you were talking about earlier, all these complex data sets of how can I get in my body the nutrition, the meal, what I have access to. AI is actually very good at that. So we've taken one of the world's largest food service companies, Sodexo, who was here with us on Wednesday. They serve 100 million people in 40 countries. Ha! Great place to start, right? Now we have hundreds of millions of people affected. And oh, by the way, they helped us come up with a diet because they care. They really, really, really care about the health of their people. Okay, well, they're a company, so we have to make money, or we're not in business. So, okay, well, guess what? The consumers do care about this because all of us are walking in with a condition, and our conditions are food related. We all know obesity and diabetes and all the things people do get diagnosed with while they're ignoring the brain are related to the path that we are all on. So in this moment, we're doing some very specific things. We are working to be able to bring this precision nutrition with complex data sets to imagine 150 people in a senior center or all the students in a university, their conditions, their access, where they are. How can we build a meal that's neuroprotective and delivered and not hurt them? Well, I've got a salt constraint and I have dysphagia and all these things. And the answer is the chefs can't do it. It's too complex. And there's dietitians everywhere trying to figure this out. The AI is very good at it. So now here is your plan, your access, what you can get. And now the chefs can actually cook it. They can actually, and the people, we talk about this tear between AI and science. And actually what I'm so excited about and what you were saying earlier is let the AI do what it does well. Let it do these complex data sets. And then actually let it humanize the experience where the dietitians and the doctors and the people working with the people can actually do their jobs, cook the meal, work with people and not spend all their time, which they're doing right now, behind complex data sets that are hard to get right. We are also, if anyone's interested in this, my friend Mitch Elkind out here, American Heart Association, like greatest thing ever because he's a neurologist. So what's really great is the heart and brain are connected. Another PowerPoint. We're all trying to move the science forward in food as medicine. So we've also developed an individual intervention where you can actually shop the diet. It's very hard for go out. I want to serve my family. I want to have a neuroprotective diet. What ingredients? What's available locally? What do things cost? There's cost constraints. And how can we put these pieces together? Okay, well, let's tie in with Instacart. Let's work with a major retailer. So we convened 2 weeks ago all the major food companies in the U.S. We need to do this internationally. We had Walmart there and Kroger and Hy-Vee and all that. They all want to move health and science forward. They actually, one of the chief medical officers stood up and said, I want to do the new neuroprotective diet and have it accessible so my shoppers can shop it. So we've created an agentic shopping model where you can actually put in your conditions, your age, your desires, your allergies. And now how can we all go do this at home? I can go shop it, have the menus, and put it on the table. But way more important than that is everybody in the food deserts, because we know this is all really nice to say, and yet fresh fruits and vegetables are expensive. Organic is even more expensive. So how do we do this? We actually have to tie in with the payers and the fintech, which we're doing as well, to do health trials to show that your outcomes will be different so that people will pay for people in poverty.
So you can make money doing healthy stuff. Tracy Labs, how did you get this last name? It's sort of like perfect for
that's the first time I've ever heard that.
Not the first time, no. So Tracy, this is one of the great challenges is whether or not there are cross-indication solutions, at least in concept, or potentially as an investment targets. So how do we potentially get at this across the life course with new kinds of technology or new kinds of indication, so we're not in our, particular molecular mechanism that we have to, for regulatory purposes, demonstrate benefit and risk. So how do we get a new way of thinking with this kind of stuff? So
it's a great question, and actually I have a technology for you, because at the V Center we're focused on disruptive neurotechnology, and we aim for the treatment of for neurology and mental health broadly, but a lot of the technologies and the work that we do actually does cross many indications, and I think that's really important. One of the things we're focused on is a Holter monitor for the gut. So it's a novel way to be able to measure, because as we've heard, I think, over the last few days, if you can't measure it, it's very difficult to modulate it. Another thing is, for the brain, there's also personalization in neuromodulation, which we're working very closely on with clinical partners. We just launched a partnership actually with our local university hospital as well as a neuroengineering school, because our mission and our role really as the V Center is to sort of bridge the gap between academia and industry. So this is you say the first 1,000 days and then the second 1,000 days. We say we can get you over the first valley of death, but in your company there will be at least another valley of death or more, right? So this is a continuum problem, really. We're focused on, obviously, technologies that can measure and modulate the brain. We know personalization is going to be key moving forward. This is also a reimbursement challenge, of course, because healthcare systems aren't necessarily ready for personalization. But I think that this is also another really good action point for this community, because personalization is going to be really the key to brain health in the future and brain capital. I'm looking at the time, so I'm trying to be brief. I can talk forever. I can talk forever.
So we're going to allow people to ask you questions. That'll get you. So let me just say, from a patient perspective, the greatest insights in the world are useless unless they get to us, right? Yeah. And so your notion of actually getting industry and academia and thinking through the whole chain of things that you have to do to get products to market is so essential, because we patients are the market.
We need ecosystems. We need academic ecosystems. We need investor ecosystems, and we need coordinators in between that are really working to bring all of these people together, because it really is an interdisciplinary problem. And especially in neurotechnology, I can tell you, between science and engineering, clinical, regulatory, quality, legal, business, this is a huge number of people that you need, and resources, really. You need investment, and you need people who are investing in things that may not have an enormous market on the back end, but have a huge impact in people's lives.
One of the things that came out of this week across all these conversations about brain health, brain capital, brain economy is, what does it mean? How does thinking about this in that manner actually change the world rather than describe the problem in simply different terms? So one of the things that will come out of this week is that kind of, it's not a manager, but some responsible body to put together finance, politics, and technology with convenings across a wide variety of sectors to begin to find the demonstration cases that we know are going on around the world, highlight them, create communities of practice around them, whether it's regional, national, or regional in the sense of all of Africa, or regional in the sense of Houston, Texas. How do we take these demonstration models of how people are thinking differently in an ecosystem environment and moving things forward? And we're going to learn from each other, but we got to learn and learn forward, not just learn, but learn forward. And so that's part of this process that will emerge here, and I'm hopeful that by Davos 26, that we will actually have not just a redescription of the problem in different terms, but actually some process and structures that can accelerate this development and highlight the change. Because so much has to change. So much has to change in so many different ways to reflect the demography changes in the North and the South, as well as the technology changes coming with AI. So I recognize we're out of time, but I'm going to take 2 or 3 minutes for 2 or 3 questions. Suzanne.
Thank you. So another hat I have on is I'm founder of the Nutrition Network at the European College for Neuropsychopharmacology, and we have a policy paper on nutrition and brain health, which you can look up, the audience. I mean, I love the idea of a neuroprotective diet, and I mean, I'm wondering, where are you, first of all, with the evidence base for it? And of course, the food industry would embrace this, but if it's a medical, if it's labeled as a medical treatment, you're going to have regulatory issues, and then of course the reimbursement for the food industry is pretty tough for medical nutrition. I'd like to hear your views on these points.
First of all, thank you, and thank you for the convening with George and Harris and everyone. I'm excited to get to know you. Where we are is this: the evidence we have, the diet was actually built off of all of the great diets that exist, with the Mind diet being one of the top ones. This isn't an either or, it's actually bringing some of the new biomarker and some of the new information, or places that there wasn't any advice, and adding onto it. And the personalization piece is the key. Even if we're talking about the Mind diet, right, you put it out there, but how do we do it? My store, my community, my family. So what we are doing, one, is we're first making this something that through a large group like Sodexo, who wants to put it out and is starting to put it out in their communities, begin to feed people something healthier and more nutritious based on all the science we know. We want to do and fund pragmatic trials. We're looking at it right now in communities where people are getting to eat this, but not just in senior living, in schools. I mean, we know workplaces, they serve 100 million people in 40 countries, but also in our homes. We are trying right now in terms of moving the science forward. A couple of these major retailers are talking to us about getting an insurance company, the fintech card, putting more fresh fruits and vegetables in people's baskets. You only get the additional dollars if you're purchasing certain things, and tracking over time their outcomes. We're looking at self-insured companies where it actually is a really big deal if your people are sick and costing you a lot. So we're trying to find the levers in as many places as we can to move it forward. We're also just trying to give people solutions. My business partner was pre-diabetic and solved it by being able to shop differently, which was taking him hundreds of hours before, and then could actually do it. So it doesn't even have to be a trial. People just being able to try to feed their families differently based on their situation. So I'd love to talk with you and work with you more on this.
Last question is from Alfred Jimsey, who was part of our Africa team. He is from Cameroon in French-speaking West Africa, and is one of the 5 political, geographic, and economic regions of Africa. So, Alfred, thank you for your work with us, and what's your question?
Thank you very much. Okay, it's okay. Thank you. I can't help asking this question to this panel that has talked about economics on Africa, and I know that Africa is one of the richest continents, but Africans are some of the poorest people in the world. And we know that Africa needs to industrialize. And you've talked about some industries there. We need the healthcare industry, energy industry, AI industry, education industry, and all of that. How can this movement that we are building help Africa to industrialize and also become, so that Africans also can be rich, and not just their continent being rich in a way that would be brain healthy?
Oh, there's a simple question. Thank you for the last question with a minute left. Stephen, take a shot at this.
Yeah, Alfred, that brings the session to a close. No, I mean, what do we say? There's a G20 meeting. Many of us are going to be there. It anchors north, south, west, and east. You pose a critical issue, but you're trying to make the connection between I mean, look at the scale. Industrialization to personalization to personal productivity and contributions to the economy, and I'm sure it's part of that. So just 2 sentences on that G20, if I may. On the one hand, there's nutrition, has to be nutrition. On the other hand, there's health, there's social development. But if one goes beyond the headline of solidarity, equity, and sustainability, which we know thrills some of the leadership in the United States, if we go beyond that, this is about economies. There's no question. It's about developing economies, and it's about capitalizing on the aspects, Alfred, that you talk about. But too much of it is aspirational, and too little of it is concrete.
Is operational.
And I think, George, that has to be, as everyone on the panel has spoken, without being reductionist. And of course, brain health has its own critical, moral, social, ethical dimensions. But we have to be effective with the economic argument. And I think we can win the economic argument. And it applies to current generations and future generations. In a word, since we're in New York, I wondered whether the Apple strategy is not a bad idea. Awareness, was talked about a lot today. Policy, programming and practice, leadership, and evidence. That might be a thought.
Very impressive. That was spontaneous, folks. Can you imagine him in a meeting? This is so. Some have analogized what we're about to go through as a change from an agrarian society to an industrialized society. What would you have done in the late 1800s, early 1900s to accelerate and create greater equity than created that movement? Because worker rights got lost, people's rights got lost, even as we moved forward. But you had to change the education systems, you had to change your infrastructure, trains, phones, a variety of things. We're at that stage. And so how would one have acted then? And Alfred, you posed the exact question, how do we do it now for Africa? As if we were in the 1800s, 1900s. Africa is so far beyond that, but this is the kind of change we're confronting now. So I took too much time, as everyone has, but thank you so much for my co-host, my co-convener, my partner in putting all this together. Thank this wonderful panel. Thank you all.
Well, thank you, George, partner in crime in overrunning. But it seems that having fun, you know, we don't see the time flying by. And so I have a bit of information and housekeeping to make, particular information about the coffee break, is that there won't be any coffee break. And that would allow us to catch up with time. But obviously there is coffee, there is food all along the day. So also the capacity, and you see that we have chosen a space that allows us to stretch legs, relax, and actually walk around, and it is not disturbing the conference. It was not a message to make you all leave, by the way, as we are continuing with our next fireside. And this fireside will address from community to policy, and still with the model of dementia and Alzheimer's. I will ask those chatting to go outside so that it is not disturbing the session. And I would like to call on stage Jane Dochin from the Hotchkiss Brain Institute to moderate this fireside. Jane, the floor is yours. Jane, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. My name is Jennifer Dochin. I am the Senior Manager of Innovation, Partnerships, and Strategy at the Hotchkiss Brain Institute. It's really nice to be up here today talking about a topic that is very near and dear to all of our hearts, and that is community to policy, a frontline model for dementia assessment and brain health. So on stage with me, I have two extraordinary individuals. So we have Krista from the Ontario Brain Institute, Head of External Relations and Partnerships for over 13 years at the Ontario Brain Institute, and who is passionate about building novel partnerships for community impact. And then we have Sean Perron, Chief Operating Officer from the Alzheimer's Society of Ontario, who has a background in forensic investigations. You could talk to her about that after at the break. But what she's taken with that is she is excellent at finding root causes in very complex environments. So welcome both. Thanks, Jen. So I think that when it comes to this type of topic, I always want to hear about, where did it start? Like, what was the background behind it? Like, what does dementia look like in the community, Sean?
Hi, everybody. Very happy to be here. And I think that Janine actually set the stage for this very, very well. Because the last couple of days, we've had really in-depth, cerebral conversations about pathways, systems, collaboration. But I think that for this conversation, because I don't have anybody up here with lived experience, it's really important to get back to the heart of it and really feeling what it's like. So you're going to go on a bit of a journey with me just for 2 minutes. And that is that I'd like you to get out of your head and into your feelings, which some of you probably find very uncomfortable, but I'm going to ask you to do it anyhow. And that is that just for a moment, I would like you to imagine that you or somebody that you love is starting to show signs, early signs of cognitive impairment. And the fear that you would feel in that moment. Now imagine that in your community or in your family, there's stigma around that conversation. So now you feel probably alone and you can't talk about it. It's a sad and lonely journey. It can be. Now, if you are lucky enough to be able to muster the courage to go to primary care, one of many things could happen. So if everyone in this room went to primary care talking about potential mild cognitive impairment, you're all going to come out with a different experience based on who you are, your knowledge and background, where you live, what you look like, and how you present in those 10 minutes that you have with primary care. And sadly, many people are waved away. They're dismissed. So they're left with no answers. The lucky ones get referred on to a specialist. So imagine you've already had the tough conversation with your primary care. It's really a vulnerable thing to say that something might not be right with your brain. It's a vulnerable conversation for anybody, no matter what job you do or who you are. So when you get the answer that I'm going to send you to a specialist, a neurologist or a geriatrician, you kind of leave that moment going, okay, I'm going to have answers. I know that in my next step, I'm going to have an answer. So you leave with confidence because you don't have the answers, but they will. And then you get the phone call from the coordinator. And the coordinator says, oh, hi, we're here to book your call or your next appointment. And we're booking into November 2026. And yes, that happens in Canada. We do have a great healthcare system, but it includes long, long wait times. So you're deflated again because now you're left to figure it out on your own for the next year as potentially that mild cognitive impairment continues. And so what do? You go to the internet. And then the internet, oh, it's a magical place. However, there's a lot of different information out there and it's conflicting and confusing. And so whether it be you or your care partner, you're left with that feeling of confusion, distressed, and having to figure it out on your own. And our healthcare system is really no different than many across the globe, wouldn't you agree? In that it is fragmented, it is siloed, and though there are pieces of the puzzle coming together across Canada to fix what the healthcare system looks like, it is nowhere near where it needs to be, and there is no clear dementia care pathway. And so folks are left to figure it out on their own.
And so, cue the Alzheimer's Society, who has local chapters across Canada and across Ontario, who are able to provide some of those wraparound services and programs. And I'm talking about Sean's organization right now, but that's one of the things that we love about the work that they do. They look at what's happening in the ecosystem and they say, okay, what can we do as an organization to help support these people in their journey so that it's a little bit less lonely and it's a little bit, we can maybe help coordinate some of those pieces so that it doesn't seem as fragmented. And their commitment to developing not only these really innovative programs, but generate the evidence that shows that they're impactful. And so this is really where our partnership has been going on for about 10 years, but this most recent partnership came about because people were not able to get access to cognitive and functional assessments. And so the Alzheimer's Society, and maybe I should turn it over to you to talk about this part a little bit.
Yes, I feel like we drove right into your next question. So on to the why. And the why and the how is that at the Alzheimer's Society, we looked at that fragmented ecosystem and said, okay, where do we actually play a role and where can we intersect in the healthcare system that's meaningful? And so we looked at the whole array of things, like not enough specialists. We actually don't have control over that. Access to MRI and PET scans. We also don't have control over that. But where we can play a defining role is in early detection, in prevention, which we're just entering into now. And so it came up organically that in those areas that we need to work, how do we do that alone? Well, you don't, right? You do it through partnership. And so side by side, one day at a conference, the Alzheimer's Society of Ontario and Ontario Brain Institute said, let's do this together. Let's create an ecosystem around early detection to be able to actually intersect with the healthcare system and make a difference. And what that ecosystem looks like is a dementia registry that is going to collect all the data, and then bringing the intersection of cognitive assessments in community. Did you want to say a little bit about the dementia registry?
So I can. I think what I love the most about this dementia registry, it is really co-created in partnership with community, trying to empower them to be able to share the data that is going to best demonstrate their journey. Because again, we've talked about this already. We've talked about this over the last week, in the last couple days. You know, there's not enough access, it's not equitable, and we need to do better. And so how do we do better? We start at those front lines and we start collecting some really great evidence to show how dramatic these gaps really are, so that we can inform the policymakers, so that we can start to generate some better solutions. And
so I have a question for you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, please. So why now? Love, life, it's frequently about timing. So why did it occur at this point in time?
So I would say there's a lot of hard work and a little bit of luck that all came together in one moment. And that is that disease-modifying therapies, there's 2 in the pipeline for Canada right now with Health Canada. And so we looked around the world and said, if those when those disease-modifying therapies come to Canada, what has to be happening in order for people to have access? The first thing that we saw was data collection. And sadly, across Canada, there was no data collection in a holistic, meaningful way. There was site-by-site data collection that were collecting different things, but we looked at it and said, all right, we need a registry, so let's do that. The second, and I think this is the luck piece, is that in our political sphere in Ontario, we had a newly appointed Minister of Long-Term Care. There was no position for long-term care in the past. This position, which is Natalia Kusendova-Bashta, she was a nurse before becoming an MPP. And so she had firsthand experience as what it's like at the front lines. And she has made it her mission and her mandate to bring dementia up into the policy level. And that is luck, because you can't turn minds without having that lived experience. And so I think it was the timing of the disease-modifying therapies, the luck of having a really amazing person in office, as well as the collaboration between great minds, not just the ones up here, obviously, but many others coming to the table, that kind of set the stage for this conversation.
And maybe I'll just add one other thing about Minister Kusendova-Bashta. She's not just any kind of nurse, she's an ER nurse. So she understands what it's like in those front lines where you have to make some really tough decisions and you can't do all the tests on every person. And so really sort of likes to think creatively about the policy that she puts forward, to think outside the box and come up with novel ideas of how we can actually tackle some of these big problems.
I think that probably now is a good time to walk us through, how does the model actually work? Start to finish or continuous process? How does it work?
So, like I said earlier, we couldn't do this alone. And so we needed to partner with the Ontario Brain Institute, who has an amazing informatics platform to be able to build the registry on top of. And then we partnered with our local societies who were going to be doing the cognitive assessments and functional assessments. But those 2 pieces alone aren't enough, right? So we needed to be able to pull in primary care, geriatricians, geriatric psychiatrists, to get an understanding of what that pathway looks like, as well as primary care. And it's challenging. And so that ecosystem is still full of barriers and gaps that we're trying to address. But I would say that having an ongoing conversation of testing and validating of what we're actually doing in community, and then being open to seeing that we may not get it right the first time, is really, really crucial for success.
And so as a very specific example, the local chapters are conducting cognitive and functional assessments on behalf of primary care. And so we didn't just say, oh, we're gonna start doing these things. We went and talked to primary care and said, hey, we get it, you don't have time, the billing codes just don't make sense for you to be able to do these types of assessments. What does it need to look like? And so they told us what it needs to look like. They told the Alzheimer's Society, and so that was the first impetus to start creating that. And so now what we're doing is we're conducting these assessments, we're collecting the data. The results are not shared by the Alzheimer's Society. They are not medical staff. They are not positioned to be able to make that diagnosis. So the results go back to primary care, and then it's the primary care practitioner's job to do the differential diagnosis and all the medical things. So we can do a couple of things here because of a community, because you're based in the community. Number one, while that person is waiting for those results, remember I told you about all those really great programs that the Alzheimer's Society has? All of a sudden, that individual starts to get access to these things. You need education, you need for yourself or for your care partner, you need tools to help you cope. They have programs to help you get that. So the patient is benefiting immediately. We also set ourselves up in a way where we can go back to the individual in 6 months and say, hey, tell us what happened. Did your doctor actually have that conversation with you, or did he or she simply refer you on to a specialty care clinic? And if that's what happened, then that's not filling a gap. It's really just passing that gap over to someone else. And so we're having conversations right now about, okay, here's the it's like a game of chess, right? So we're like, well, if they're simply referring on, what are some of the solutions that we can start thinking about to help empower those primary care practitioners to be able to make that diagnosis?
I think another crucial point to point out here is that it's not just the Alzheimer's Society of the local societies who are doing the cognitive assessments funneling into the registry. The whole point isn't just to have it be a local experience and community. That is one testing area that we're doing, but we know that dementia is like a spider web. It's not linear. We want to meet people where they're at. And so now we're partnering with academia as well as clinical sites to see what is the protocol that we need to be doing for collecting their data, matching it with the data that we're collecting, and then funneling it into the dementia registry. And an interesting thing is happening. There is no dementia care pathway, but yet we have to create the standards and the protocol in order to collect the data. So now we're starting to build it with our advisory board made up of subject matter experts to collect that data so that we're doing it in a standardized way before there's actually standards. So it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation, which actually is an amazing thing because we're starting to build it as we go, knowing that if we have to tweak as we go later on, we can.
That's fantastic. Care, innovation, system redesign, all happening in real time. It's absolutely magnificent. When it comes to your data, the registries, some of the stories that are coming out, can you walk us through what you're learning from that right now?
Yes. So a really good real-world example is that we've got, as I mentioned, cognitive assessments happening in community. Now we've got across Ontario, which is the province of Ontario in Canada, we've got 26 local societies who provide services and care. Now some of them are extremely rural. Like it takes 5 hours just to drive across where that region is. And then others are urban sites like Toronto. And so what we found when we embedded cognitive assessments in community is that it's not equitable. You can't assume that everybody's going to have access just because you give them access. And so what we did was in the Niagara region, for any of you who know, there are some rural areas there, and we've got a mobile roving site now that will come to you. And so that's only through learning. So instead of taking the theory of, yeah, let's do this, it'll be access for everybody, in practice it wasn't. And so we need to tweak as we go, ensuring that we have equity and access at the forefront of everything that we're doing.
And maybe I'll just add on that, you know, there's a lot of conversations in the academic sector about what's in it for the patients. How do you maintain recruitment and how do you not lose them to follow up? And how do you make this beneficial to them so that we can actually get outside of the academic centers and get more rural and remote? And, you know, the concept here is the individuals or the clients are coming to the Alzheimer's Society and they're getting what they asked for first. So the first thing they get is the care. The first thing they get is the cognitive assessment. The first thing they're getting is all of the wraparound supports. And then we have the conversation about research. And so, you know, the idea here is that there's a benefit to the individual that helps build that trust and helps them understand that, hey, we're not in it for us. It's not about your data. We really genuinely are coming at this from a care first perspective.
One more interesting thing that is happening is that on the equity and access piece, when we're inviting folks in or we're going to meet them in community, one, we need to make sure that we're meeting them where they're at, and that once we meet with them, that we actually have culturally safe and sensitive supports in place in the right language, with the right approach. And that's actually going to take a lot longer than just setting up cognitive assessments in community. It's ensuring that we're doing things culturally appropriately, and meeting folks where they're at. And so once you hit one part of the domino, other things start to fall over that you need to back the bus up to address those challenges, like equity.
Speaking of those dominoes, I see you there with a question, but I have one, and then we'll go to you. Walk me through how this is all leading into, we have changes in practice and clinical practice and programs, but how does it interacting in those policy conversations?
So we talked about the Improving Dementia Care Act that has been passed into a bill in the Ontario government. And one of the things that this act or the bill requires the government to do is to come up with a framework about what is currently available in the context of dementia care, and what are things that we can do to improve the coordination and cohesiveness. We have had our Minister of Long-Term Care publicly say that we need a registry in Ontario and Canada. And so this is where there's been this really nice synergy of, hey, we know where you're going, and we're going to help you backfill that so that when you're ready to make those decisions, you've already got some evidence. And the other thing that we're really pushing for and advocating for is we have this organization in Ontario called Cancer Care Ontario. And what they are is an arm's-length organization that sets the pathways, controls reimbursement, and sets quality metrics for everybody who's receiving cancer care across Ontario. And so we are proposing that model for dementia care in Ontario. And the registry that we're building is going to be the foundation of generating that evidence and data that's going to help build out those care pathways and make sure that we're working towards improved outcomes.
And I will add that when speaking to our MPPs, what we used to do, so we didn't do this well, what we used to do was bring a care partner with us or somebody living with dementia, and we would tell the story. But we didn't have the data to back it up. And so what happened was we'd have a 15-minute conversation with an MPP, a member of parliament, and they would be like, oh yeah, that's hard. And then our meeting was over, and I know that they went on to the next meeting and forgot about us, right? And so when you have that emotive story backed with data that shows that they as a government can save money, and here's how, that's the specialness that can come together. The other thing that we're doing is we've created an alliance. So it's called the Ontario Dementia Care Alliance. And the Alzheimer's Society is the host. But essentially, we've brought together 19 subject matter experts across Ontario to be able to help inform government on their next steps. We've then created working groups from that. So I think it's really, really important to actually hand the government something on a silver platter that they can implement, AKA the registry, right? So we didn't want that disease-modifying therapies to come to Canada and then the government go, oh no, we need to create a registry. And then 3-4 years later, the registry actually is created. We wanted to be able to come together with government knowing to be able to say, here you go, it's done when it's approved, and then they can take it over.
So said differently, we're testing out those solutions right now so that governments who are traditionally more risk averse can see how it's working and start to conceptualize how that might scale.
Just amazing. We have some time for questions.
Can I just say one more thing, Jen, before you turn it over?
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly where I'm going. And so the idea here and what I love about this partnership is that it's, you know, we're working in the front lines, we're working in the community. It's driven by patients and people with lived experience and the folks that are working with them day in, day out. And it's a model for how we can think about improving brain health across all the other diseases as well. So you could imagine something like this, a model like this for youth mental health or just mental health in general. And you know, doing that co-creation piece and doing that hard work to understand what's happening in the front line right now and how do we catch these people sooner so that there's more opportunities to intervene. And it's not one size fits all. And so you need to be doing it community by community, but still having that backbone of standardization so that you can bring that data together.
And I would say that when tying it to brain health, I reflect on yesterday's conversations and Rhode Island, what they're doing in schools. So you think schools and dementia, maybe not necessarily linked, but when you look at, they collected data, they listened to the individual stories, then they tweaked and refined their processes to have kids come to school. And so it's not new and novel what we're doing. It is a repeatable process, and it's really about data stories and really analyzing that data to see where you can fill the gaps and pulling the pieces together like you're doing in this conference right now. But it's important that we bring the pieces together and don't work in silos.
Well, thank you. I think the first question is over here. Oh.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I have a gentleman over here who is first, but why don't you have the microphone? Why don't we go to you first and then quickly over to here?
Okay, I'll try to be
Thank you.
fast. I feel under the gun now. So I just wanted to contrast this amazing work, and I wish we in the U.S. were even in the same universe of that discussion, but like we're just not honestly a policy and public health-driven healthcare system. We are a profit-driven healthcare system. But I want to say, I mean, just being frank, having spent a couple decades in the industry. However, the irony is we actually could catch up to you all, and the reason actually is those therapies, now that they're out, are actually sources of potentially tremendous profit to providers, to be honest with you, because the infusions and the scans involved a lot of fixed equipment that then you charge a bunch of dough for. And so actually, ironically, just to be candid, if we could educate the U.S. healthcare system, especially health systems, about the economic opportunity, that could align them to suddenly sort of turn the battleship from sort of ignoring this population, as in somebody who kind of cost you money and you kind of run away from, to somebody you start addressing, and so you end up doing good things, maybe not for the best possible reasons in the world, but you end up creating that infrastructure to address it, which just doesn't really exist in the U.S. system. So I just wanted to make that.
So I'm going to say this, and I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to say it anyways. You know, we were talking to some neurologists about this when we launched this program, and they were like, but there's not enough neurologists. Like, we need more neurologists. I'm like, no, you don't understand. Like, if we can show how big the problem is in the community, yes, we don't have enough neurologists, and you're going to be able to ask for, like, you know, 3 times more, because now we're actually going to know how many patients should be getting your care.
And I totally agree. We've done the flip of what you did. So not necessarily showing how the government can make money, but in the end, it is for the right reasons, because that creates jobs and more infrastructure, but more so what the cost savings are. And I think what the challenge with that model is, like our model, is that our government are 4-year terms. And so they're thinking about their 4-year term. And in 2 years, they're thinking about, what do I have that I can show right now, roads, that will make people re-vote me in, versus that long-term thinking. But the way you're approaching it actually is more of a what's in it for them versus the long term. So I think that's brilliant.
Thank you.
Question over here.
Zul Murali. I'm the founding director of the Brain and Mind Institute in Kenya. And warms my heart to see the similarities in approaches that are being implemented in the communities up north in Canada in comparison to what we're trying to do in Kenya. I think that the first point really, which is very critically important, is that communities are extremely important in our approaches, because most of these people are not going to end up in the clinics. And how do you know who is at risk and who needs help and how much help do they need? And so going into the communities to do that work is critically important. The challenge here is, just like you're facing in the global north communities, is that some of the scales that we're using are not appropriate for our populations. MoCA is not always the best test in those regions. So working with Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative, we have kind of developed new tests that are much more equitable in access, that we can take to the communities to identify who's at risk, and then be able to at least identify the scope of the problem, and then developing solutions for them at the community level. So that's really so critically important to do. Thank you.
That's amazing. And we have done that with the Indigenous community. And so we have something called the KICA, and it is like a MoCA or an MMSC cognitive assessment that is specifically for Indigenous communities. And what's interesting is that It was peer reviewed and went through the process, but now we're testing it in real life. And it's really interesting to see the outcome of that we can then say it works, but it doesn't work right here, and how do we fix that? So it's a bit of a feedback loop, but we need to be doing it more broadly and across all cultures.
And maybe the other piece I'll add to that, we didn't even talk about the whole angle of testing technologies and innovative solutions that might be able to also address some of these gaps in the system. But I always say, you can have the best innovation in the world, but if patients don't like it and won't use it, or you don't think about how it fits into existing care pathways or can create new ones, it's never going to fly. And so that's part of what we're also doing, is saying, okay, well, we can only do so much in terms of the delivery of services. And by we, I really mean them, because we just help with the data backside. But I totally lost my train of thought.
You've actually done a beautiful segue into my thought, which is that you have to have, it's basically, when I look at the Alzheimer's Society of Ontario and where we are, our local societies are providing wraparound supports in the here and now, and we at the Alzheimer's Society of Ontario are looking 10, 15, 20 years down the road to say what's coming down the pipeline with disease-modifying therapies, blood-based biomarkers, and how can we, as a community living lab, create an implementation science framework by partnering with academics and clinical sites as well as neurotech, and actually implement into community. And so I think that's where you were going, is that it's really important to have those partnerships, but have that testing site to be able to validate and then actually spread and scale. So I heard a lot about scaling, and not all models are scalable, but if you do it in diverse populations within Ontario, which we do have, then you're able to, in theory, be able to reproduce those results. So would love to partner with other community labs out there to be able to do so globally.
100%.
It also promotes ability to educate people, to reduce stigma in the community. So it's not only all about treatment, but it creates a very good segue. This living lab concept is extremely important, and that's exactly what we're doing in Kenya. What this allows us to do is to also do prevention promotion work, because now you know and you can talk to the communities, and it's so important. We actually send a team with an anthropologist right into the communities first before we do anything, to understand their needs and the gaps before we actually engage more fully with those communities. So
you have to build that trust, right? You have to start with trust and show value. You can't come in asking for a bunch of stuff. You need to just listen and understand what their reality looks like.
Exactly.
I will, last thought, we have a minute and a half left and we will be on time. We used to talk about stigma, and really we need to destigmatize the disease. And we've actually gone away from that at the Alzheimer's Society of Ontario, because we can start talking about risk reduction and prevention and normalizing it earlier in the conversation, like we heard yesterday, all the way to preschool, right? And so it doesn't actually have to have stigma around it if we start the conversation earlier, really focus it around brain health, and we're in community. And by actually providing supports in community and having it become a normal conversation, the stigma will go away. And so we're very excited about that.
All right, in the last minute, both of you are big, bold ideas people. And so what is your call to action for everyone in this room here?
Start now. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Work together. And just set yourself up in a way where you're constantly learning and constantly improving, and don't try to do it alone, because you can't do it alone.
Agreed, and that's what we've heard over the last number of days, is that everybody's already doing that. I would say that the working group idea, I think Davos does it really, really well, that you bring all the great minds together, but then there has to be a what's next, and create those working groups to actually start to implement and just start. It may not work the first time, but also keeping the eye on the now, but the future, and looking at, okay, if we are doing it this way now, how can we scale it? And so having scale and other cultures, other diverse cultures in mind, other than just what you see on the stage.
Fantastic, and that's a wrap. So what we heard was community partnerships are a foundation. Data and stories really create the evidence, and this model shows how dementia care can lead the way for brain health. So well done. Thank you so much, everyone.
And Thank you very much, Jane, for contributing to our efforts to keep to time. It's really much appreciated on our end. I'd like to welcome on stage our moderator for the next panel, whom you have already met, as he provided the keynote yesterday, Dev Sangvai, who is the Secretary of Health and Human Services for the state of North Carolina, who is going to moderate the panel on scaling upstream youth mental health intervention and present to us the case study of North Carolina. Dev, you have the floor.
Right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we are standing between you and lunch, so we're going to try to keep this as lively as possible. I'd like to ask my panelists to come forward. First, Andrew Post, who's president of Hazel Health, Kelly Crosby, who's the director of the Division of Mental Health and Substance Use Services in North Carolina, and Derek Hoover, Chief Medical Officer of United Healthcare, Carolina Community and State. And as we said, we're going to talk to you about the North Carolina experience as it relates to youth behavioral health. All right, so one of the things that I'm going to ask the panelists to keep in the back of their mind, and if we stay on time, maybe we'll kind of get your final points on this idea of what do you see as the most urgent systemic barrier when thinking about earlier access to care, particularly for youth? So keep that in the back of your mind before we go, before we conclude today. But I'd like to start by just kind of sharing the North Carolina experience. North Carolina is the 11th largest state in the United States. We're about 11 million people. It's on the southeastern coast. Its weather is in the news, particularly today, because we have 2 hurricanes headed our way in the next 3 to 4 days, which always adds a degree of complexity to many things, including healthcare. And so we also have noticed a number of things, and we've been anchored around one data point, which is when we think about youth in North Carolina, suicide is the second leading cause of death. And so we hate to go all the way to the extreme to figure out what we need to do, but it helps us kind of understand the gravity of the problem. So with that in mind, I think let's just go ahead and get started. I'm going to look to Kelly first. We know that North Carolina has invested in youth-focused campaigns and suicide prevention. What early insights can you share about their effectiveness in reaching youth and families? What we're doing in North Carolina, is it making a difference?
I like to think so. And yes, everyone, Secretary Sangvai is my boss, and he is an amazing boss, so it's a privilege to work for him. So
Get the weekend off, yeah.
No, I don't.
That's right.
No. So we're doing a lot of exciting things in North Carolina, and because, we're responsible for the public system, and I'm glad we're talking about upstream interventions, but a lot of time we spend much of our time focused on kids who have not had the benefit of upstream interventions, right? And they're in crisis and in critical spaces and in emergency rooms and institutional care, unfortunately. But we have invested in some really good upstream things, and I think one in particular is starting to bear fruit. The couple of things I want to mention are 988. I think everyone knows 988. It is a national campaign, right? Hopefully everyone knows about 988, at least if you're from the States. So it is our suicide and crisis line. North Carolina is one of the states that has probably a really high uptake among our citizens, really high satisfaction. And the vast majority of people calling are actually not calling in crisis, though it is our suicide and crisis prevention line. What it has done is open the door for conversations about mental health across the state. It's hard to go anywhere and not find a sign. Now, a group that we noticed about 2.5 years ago that wasn't really using the line were actually youth. And Black youth, as a subset, were also not using the line very much. So we spent a lot of time working in community and with youth across the state to develop youth-focused campaigns. And so we have youth-focused campaigns. We have historically Black colleges and university campaigns. We have college campaigns. And those campaigns are also aimed at parents who need to have the critical conversations and who can call 988 as well. And so I can say 2.5 years later, the single biggest group actually using 988, call, chat, and text are actually young people 13 to 19. So that's really, it's one of those things that's good and startling at the same time, right? We're glad they're reaching out. We're glad they're using it. And we hope that is one of the things that we see that starts to, curve, have us curve downward in this really alarming suicide trend. there's a couple other things that are early on. One of the trends we noticed too was Black youth suicide was escalating. That's kind of a national trend, but we certainly noticed that in North Carolina. And so we just launched our Black Youth Suicide Prevention Action Plan called Stronger Together across 17 high-risk counties in North Carolina. High risk means they're not using 988, and they have higher than average incidences of Black youth suicide and suicide attempts. So again, we're waiting to see the benefit of that. But what I will say is, in terms of community uptake, that has been extraordinary. We had our first community kickoff in one of our 17 counties, and participants came from across the state to this little town because they were very interested in being mobilized and helping youth. And so, again, we're hoping it provokes conversations, honest conversations about mental health that are without fear, and that help parents know the resources and community members and grandparents know the resources to refer youth to. So again, these are some early things, and I'm sure we'll talk about others, but we feel good about getting the word out about 988 as a resource, in particular to our young people.
Great, thank you, Kelly. Andrew, your background is in primary and secondary education, and so clearly an area where we see youth in need of behavioral health services. Tell me a little bit about telehealth, and has telehealth expanded access in schools, especially as we kind of think about it in the context of the COVID pandemic? And maybe more specifically, what evidence are you seeing that school-based telehealth actually shifts the needle on early intervention?
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's an interesting and sad reality for us. Number one, telehealth allows us to deal with some of the staffing limitations that otherwise exist for high-quality, licensed professionals. And so we have been able to use telehealth to expand access even to the clinicians that children need to see. By using school-centered care or schools as an access point, we are able to really reach children, hopefully, number one, more upstream to the conversation of crisis, but also where they are 7 hours a day. And it isn't just about the school-based reality, it is also the school-centered reality of using the trust that inherently families have in turning to their schools to identify opportunities to service their children in a number of capacities, and then to coordinate that care around where they are getting other interventions. And then the last thing I'll say is really about upstream from an age perspective. And so it is pretty remarkable in a sad but empowering way. I have a 12, 10, and 2-year-old myself. And if you look at the average age of children using our telehealth services, licensed clinician, therapeutic intervention, the average age is 11. And actually the grade level with the highest number of children utilizing on a percentage basis is 5th grade. So that is still elementary school. And so while that is scary, it's also empowering from a stigma perspective, from an access perspective, hopefully at some point from a normalization perspective. And so at the end of the day, that is from an access perspective really, really empowering and a good sign. From an effectiveness perspective, at least for Hazel Health, it was incredibly incumbent upon us to prove that telehealth was a viable modality. And so not only could we reach more children using technology, but could you get a clinical outcome and thus an impact that was showing that, in fact, the intervention was working. And so when you look at PHQ scores, when you look at GAD scores, and the reduction of symptoms, we see about 80% of the children that go through our program have a clinically significant, as assessed by a Research One University, reduction in those symptoms, meaning they went down a severity level or more. And so that is incredibly promising to us, and it is not enough, but it is incredibly promising that this intervention and this modality is working at both expanding access and quality of care, and then ultimately that the impact of that clinical outcome, as you heard yesterday about chronic absenteeism, is helping children be in school more, be out of trouble more, be more present when they are present more. And so these are the things we're focused on, obviously, in great appreciation and deep partnership with your state as well as many others.
Thank you for that. I was thinking exactly the same thing, that as I was listening to your comments, so much of it was analogous to the Rhode Island experience. So they sometimes say when you've seen one state, you've seen one state, but maybe that's not always the case. All right, Derek, Dr. Hoover, you've heard that 988 works. You've heard that telehealth works. You're from the payer perspective. Anytime something works, we all go to the payer and say, start paying for it, or why won't you pay for it? So I'm not going to ask you, will payers pay for it? I want to ask you a more philosophical question in some ways and be more pragmatic. What exactly is the role of the payer when we start thinking about this?
It's a good question, and I'll be frank, this is my second panel ever, so take it easy on me. But I think, so just most of my career has been focused on taking care of folks that didn't have access to earlier intervention, and so my work in the healthcare for the homeless space, see lots of folks that come through that would have benefited pretty significantly. One of the examples from there, probably one of the hardest to work with group of patients was the 17, 18-year-old with type 1 diabetes, bipolar, and substance use disorder. One, right at that age, they feel invincible, and it's really difficult to get across. But I think the key to figuring out how to invest in our future by getting in early intervention is to build that trust. And Andrew, you mentioned trust. Trust is key. And by the time they come to us and get involved in the healthcare system, building that trust sometimes takes 6 months versus early transfer of trust with schools. And I take that further, I'm doing a lot of work now in my role with trying to forge partnerships between FBO, faith-based organizations, community-based organizations, us, right, and other folks within the community, including rural health clinics as well as hospital systems, to figure out how to braid that together to create an infrastructure to help facilitate. Because again, this leads to increase in not just healthcare costs, but societal costs. If you look at criminal justice system involvement, homeless services, and those sorts of things, I think it's really important to address those needs early and build that trust early on, and that transfers through and affects the trajectory of lives, right? So, and not just the lives of those patients, but also the lives of their families and families to come. And just the last comment, I think if we think about building that trust and getting early intervention, those folks are more likely to get their A1Cs and blood pressures checked, and that decreases the risk of vascular dementia and other things that are pretty significant things that we've all been talking about today.
Yeah, that's helpful. So we've heard trust as a common theme, and it sounds like it's an important part or part of the playbook for the payer to be in this space. Do you all remember the question I was going to ask you at the end? It's a brain test. No, you don't remember it? All right, I'm going to remind you again, just so you'll remember. I want to close by getting your vantage point on what you see as the most urgent systemic barrier preventing earlier access to care. So start thinking about your answer to that question. All right, let's shift a little bit. All right, great ideas, and a lot of great ideas are actually germinated through pilots or through philanthropy and other stuff. Let's talk about scaling. So as I understand it right now, we have a great partnership with United Healthcare and with Hazel Health, but it's only 4 of the 100 counties in North Carolina. So we got 96 other counties that also need similar type services. And I should have prefaced by saying, in addition to being an incredibly rural state, when you look at North Carolina, about 50% of the geography is considered a health professional shortage area, either by distance or by type of service. So there is definitely a role for tele, as Andrew was mentioning, but I want to ask specifically around scalability. Andrew, how are you thinking about scalability as you think about rural schools with limited broadband and those larger districts who might just be more complex because they have such a large student body?
Yeah, I appreciate it. The first answer is partnership and champions, right? Kelly mentioned her incredible boss. I will also say Kelly is a fantastic champion to work with. And so the reality of finding people who are aligned in this work, who are in it to prove, to your point, Secretary, that the pilots get the best shot at a proof point so that we can scale it. From there, I would say Hazel Health and anyone else, it doesn't matter whether it's telehealth or in person, is not going to be a silver bullet. This is not, we're here, we save the day, and we move on to the next thing. The reality is that we all have to bolster an ecosystem that has multifaceted ways to reach children in this case. And so by harnessing that, you start to ingrain more in communities and be able to knock down the barriers that would otherwise prevent the ability, not only from word of mouth, but also just from a sheer infrastructure perspective to scale. And then the last one is that is the reason we pick schools. And so it is not lost on me, having been a school person in Miami-Dade County and Duval County Public Schools, which are 2 of the largest districts in the country, that even in those districts, reaching any specific school in any specific area is complicated, let alone the complexities of rural schools and broadband concerns. And yet we have done a relatively good job in this country of making sure that schools have access points. And so by picking schools as the access point to start our journey of care, really make sure that everybody has a level playing field of an access point. And so hopefully they can also receive services at home in their community. But the very minimum is that we can turn schools into care sites that don't impede the ability for teaching and learning to happen at the rates that they need to, and be able to reinforce the well-being that without that, children won't be able to access the learning as it is. And so really being able to harness the proof points of an unbelievable partnership in a United Healthcare stepping up, not because there's a financial gain, but because this is something they believe in deeply. Having champions like yourselves, Secretary and Kelly, and then all of our school district partners and community partners to say, we're in this together, there are no fiefdoms, we actually care about this, in a very deep way, allows us to build upon what we are doing and utilize the resources in and out of schools to bring more care to kids.
That's very helpful. Kelly, I'm going to look to you next to maybe describe a little bit about the structure of the partnership. But before we go there, Andrew, could you tell us real quickly, how does it work? Because you've talked about telehealth and you've talked about 11-year-olds and so forth. Can you just really quickly walk us through how that model actually works? And then we can think about the partnership overlay with both the state agency and United Healthcare.
Absolutely. So I'm a world history teacher, so I need a chalkboard and about an hour. But if I don't have that, the answer is 80% of the referrals that we get for mental health today come from a school professional. So we, in 30 minutes to an hour, do a training for school counselors, social workers, assistant principals on what to identify that might require or benefit from a mental health assessment, how to use our system to make that referral, and how to work within the school's multi-tiered system of support so they're not confused as to where that referral should go. And then that process plays out, we reach out to families, and we initiate an assessment if that is appropriate. The other 20% come from parent or caregivers themselves who maybe have already identified that there is a need or been told there's a need, but they're sitting on a wait list, or the provider that they can see doesn't speak the language that they can speak, and so we are able to fill a quicker gap for them, again, with high-quality licensed professionals that are licensed within the state, and hopefully that are bringing clinical capacity to your state that otherwise wouldn't be available, which is why there aren't as long a waits. And so once that happens, an assessment takes place, a behavioral health assessment. If ultimately additional services are warranted, that will be scheduled in school and at home, whatever is most convenient, but again, through telehealth. And so in my 38-second version, that is effectively how the program works.
So it sounds like it's a program that can meet the client, for lack of a better term, where they're at.
That's right.
Great. And then, Kelly, as you're kind of thinking about tell us real quickly, is this partnered with the state? And then, Derek, going to go to you and kind of ask where the payer United Healthcare fits into it.
So I need to give credit to Hazel Health and United because they actually approached us at the state to say, we're doing this, would you like to join us? And so I think that model is really helpful. So in the state of North Carolina, we will have soon 10 public health plans. We have specialty plans for folks with serious mental illness, and that's kiddos too, right? Serious emotional disturbance and serious substance use disorder. And then we have plans for everyone else. And that's where a lot of kids who need early intervention and upstream care are. And United is one of those plans, right? We think of it as our women and children's plan. And so we typically work with the plans that support complex individuals. So this was kind of a first for us to work with those women and children plans on some upstream intervention. But that model of taking our funding and from the beginning, when there's an idea, whether it was ours or whether it was theirs, I don't care whose idea it was, right? Working together from the beginning on a common vision and then saying, okay, we've got some funding. We had some funding from the General Assembly. United had some funding. And then using our relationship with, at the state level, with the Department of Public Instruction, right? So they have marginal control over all the school systems. But they are able to say, at the state level, we trust the department. They are funding something. They would like to offer it to your schools. They're going to cover it. They'll do all the implementation. Here's what's going to look like. I think, having that kind of joint partnership at the state level, then partnering with a health plan and a company, offering it to the schools free of charge, making it easy, and then really showing outcomes from the beginning, I think has been really, really helpful. But that fundamental, we can't do anything at the state without partnership. That's just really, really important. There are other kids initiatives. We have got something called Some Things. We're really proud of Some Things, and Some Things, again, came from one of our health plans. One of our health plans was doing it. We said, we like this, and now we offer it statewide, and the uptake for kids is great. And Some Things is actually a peer mentoring program. We talked a lot about trust. It's going really well. Kids are really flocking to it, giving us great feedback. Their parents are giving us great feedback because it is peer-led. It's cost-effective because it's peer-led, and it's not licensed clinicians. And the trust level's kind of instantly there because they're talking to someone that has lived experience. But that, again, was us leveraging something a health plan was already doing. They came to us because we have a good relationship, said this is great. So we're trying to use that same model across all the other health plans. When we have a great idea, we have something called Mobile Crisis MORS right now. If there's other states here, you probably do MORS. It's a very specific child crisis program. We have 8 teams. We'll have 16 by the end of this year. It is the partnership with us at the state funding some of our specialty plans funding some of our mom and kids plans funding some, and we're all doing it the same way because we all say kids matter. We actually think this is a really good evidence-based model. Let's not work against each other. Let's all work together. So it's been really exciting to see how that, and of course we're bringing Medicaid along, right? So they can cover it too. But it is, it's just the only way to do things, right? We all pitch in, but we also have to kind of, lock hands on, we think this is a good model, because when we don't, it really confuses those schools. It really confuses communities. It really confuses parents, but we're all going out with one voice in a similar model. It's pretty dang effective.
Thank you, Kelly. All right, Dr. Hoover, why is a payer interested in this? What outcomes are you interested in to justify the type of partnership we're talking about?
So I think, unfortunately, in kids, right, the ROI, looking at ROI is much more difficult than looking at high-risk populations, especially ones that we can make interventions and decrease ED utilization, decrease inpatient, ICU, and those sorts of things. So when it comes to looking at kids, it's a long-term play, a long-term investment into their health and well-being and into that trust and engagement. So I think one of the hard parts within healthcare in the United States is the navigation of the system. Especially within the Medicaid group, right? We have a lot of families that the parents are working 2 jobs, and so getting in to get primary care or mental health care during the day is very difficult. And I think the partnership in this particular arena allows us to provide easy access to care and make that really, really easy, right? I think the way that school-based health is set up, we're working with Hazel, we're working with Rural Health Group and Cone Health, and so we're trying to spread this across the state to help facilitate that easy access to care. That not only, again, builds that trusted relationship and those bonds from childhood, but also engages the parents, right? And so the parents that may need help, and then we get further and further upstream. We heard a lot about pregnancy and how that affects brain health. And so getting further to identify pregnancy early, make sure they have the care that they need and wraparound services. So it's really important to us. Like United's mission is to help people live healthier lives, help this healthcare system work better for all. And I think this kind of fits that and helps us live those values.
That's a good point. It's hard to get those out. It's hard enough to get financial outcomes on some of the things we do because they're the right clinical thing to do. When the time period is extended beyond a year or a conventional financial cycle, it becomes harder. So it sounds like, just given the enormity of the problem right now, just utilization and uptake is a sufficient metric to know that we're having a difference, because it will take time to get those, the depression scales, anxiety scales, whatever you might be using to change. But I think, again, it speaks to this idea of at some point we're going to have to be able to show that we're getting something for this investment.
And I would say the top 3 things are engagement, 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 and then followed by the screenings that are going to help facilitate.
Kelly, do you have another comment on that?
I was going to say, again, in our partnership with United and Hazel, a lot of these children are children in the public system, and so we're always looking at, if these are kids who have public insurance, which a lot of them do, I think 1 in 3 North Carolinians, right, have public insurance. They really are, when they're engaging in this, and we can measure now reduction in ED use for kids, crisis service use for kids, and we unfortunately have a too robust system of institutional care for kids. So these are all incredibly high cost systems. So we are already studying the impact of some of these new upstream interventions on reduction in those very high costs, but also very traumatic systems for kids. We want to keep them out of it. So we're hoping to see those kind of clinical outcomes, yes, but very real financial impact, because we would much rather spend money on this. I really want to live for the day when we use our state and block grant dollars and work with our partners to use their Medicaid dollars to fund this across all schools, rather than all the money we're putting into the crisis system for kids right now.
Just wanted to add, I think the key to reducing preventable suffering, right, is huge. And you said it right? Like the ER and is not a place for a child with mental health issues to get care.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is we took that to heart really early on, and while we are excited to explore this as we grow into the partnership in North Carolina, Hazel did this ROI study from a cost perspective in California and found that it was about $3.82 for every dollar spent directly in claims for a return on, and the reduction was residential use, ED use, and higher acuity care behavioral health use. So we have personally seen this now in our data in California. You heard Dr. Su talk yesterday, and excited to get to that level of review in North Carolina. But as you alluded to, I don't think all the states are going to be different in this. Unfortunately, we're intervening on a national youth mental health crisis that we've been talking about for a long time and have a long way to go in making the levels of impact that we need.
Thank you for that. In my keynote, I briefly mentioned this concept of vulnerability, and you are touching on some very sensitive subjects and probably the most vulnerable, delicate population. So how have you dealt with the reality that you're talking about mental health in kids? I know you alluded to this idea of consent and permission and so forth. What's been the response from the community, if you will? And you can look at community being the parent community, the teacher community. And again, it's an early idea. Maybe you've got better experience in California. But how do you avoid this idea of, I'm from the government and I'm here to help your child with their mental health needs? I mean, that is a non-starter as far as anyone can see. Yeah. I mean, how have you managed the idea of what gives you the right, kind of thing someone might say?
I'd probably have that conversation 3 times a week. I spend a lot of time in community, but we have made a real concerted effort over the past 2 years to go to, I spend a lot of my time in communities, at counties, at very small meetings with family members, with schools, with county commissioners. But we've made a point of listening and also trying to dedicate local funding. So most of our prevention dollars, right? We do lots of prevention work. Most of it goes to the smallest little agencies within counties that are county-run, county-driven, because we do believe counties can best assess what their needs are and what the right interventions are, and they can really mobilize the community. But I don't know anything to do, but like when I took this job 2.5 years ago, that was a huge thing. We're the state, we tell you what to do. But we've been super, super purposeful about everything from opening and widely advertising local community grants for every type of community entity, faith-based organizations, YMCAs, Boys and Girls Clubs, Latino organizations, saying people come to you. They don't need to come to our professional systems of care. They come to you. You tell us how you're going to help bring mental health wellness awareness to your community. So we've done that, but also just massive amounts of communication. And every time we have lots of state dollars and federal dollars to spend. We spend a heck of a lot of time on convening local advisory groups where we ask people how we should spend the money and being really transparent about how we're spending the dollars, the type of outcomes we're measuring, what we're getting. So I think that sounds overly simplistic, but releasing local money, but also spending that time in building credibility with communities, really listening to them and being transparent with them about the programs, listening to them, trying to implement solutions they think would actually work at a local level. I like to think we're making a difference. There's still always that you're the state thing to contend with, but I hope they think we're a partner. We're a partner. We call them our community. I don't call them stakeholders. I never say I'm the government. I call them our community. I'm part of their community.
That's very helpful. Andrew?
I also think it's the deliberate nature in which you all exercise your leadership at the state level, which is to say, we're doing public-private partnerships, not just Hazel, there's a lot of them, right? Yeah. And that's not this talking point. The talking point actually goes down, in our case, to literally school counselors, to teachers that are ingrained in the lives of those families every single day. And that's actually the decision point. That's the point of action. Everything else is just how we make that opportunity available to have that action take place. None of us, I mean, if you look at any of, I know for this partnership, any of the branding, it actually, sometimes they don't even know who we are, which is, you know, we probably should work on that a little bit, just in we're the ones going to serve the kids. But the state, United Healthcare, it isn't about all of that. It is about this being an option that school counselors or teachers or school administrators can share with a parent in a private conversation on how to help their child. And that becomes what it is about. Who delivers, how it's delivered, all of that goes into the credibility of being able to be the ones selected to do that, but it isn't about that being the thing. And so I think that is how you, back to the word trust, actually take a little bit of it out of the, you know, banging your chest that you did this, but like ultimately, we're all in this to actually make sure that children have access and meaningful access, because I know you're going to come back to the question later, to the levels of care that we know that they would benefit from.
All right, so did you have another comment?
I'm going to kind of piggyback on that, Andrew. I think the key is, you know, utilizing the relationships already in place and building upon that trust, and that's how you accelerate the treatment progress, right, or the engagement. So double down on that.
Great. All right, you guys have helped us define the problem. You have validated that you're legitimate stakeholders in helping solve the problem. You've shown that you need trust and how to reach out to the community to implement. But let's talk about the most difficult part. How do you sustain? And how do you sustain when there are funding challenges and so forth? So let me look to you specifically, Andrew. And as you think about your experience in other states, what is it about partnerships or policy, and what are those levers that are most critical to make this a first-line level of support and something that's sustainable? What do we need from the policy perspective?
Yeah, it's a great question. So first, you need seed money to start a pilot, which is what happened here, so that ultimately you can have a proof point, that this is something worth investing in, this is something worth scaling. From a policy perspective, we have got to figure out in this country how to spend more on prevention and early intervention than saving all of our dollars for high acute crisis care or the most intense interventions. It is just not how the system is built. It is not the way that the policies are written today. And so if the question is very specifically a policy one, how do we change the funding formulas slightly? I'm not asking or expecting them to go all the way, but to where the billable codes, the billable models of case rates or value-based care really focuses on some enhanced focus on prevention and the higher acuity or the lower acuity care, so that you don't need the higher acuity care as often.
All right, so Derek, Andrew went to the payment model. You're a payer. How, as a payer, then do you balance all of this? Because you must get everybody coming to you wanting to pay for something because they believe if you pay a little now, it'll save a lot later, or any other model out there. How do you, as a payer, balance the reality that there is this sort of traditional scope of what a payer pays for versus these newer, maybe more innovative models? What's the balancing point there?
It's, you know, in the Medicaid space, right? So I'm United Healthcare, but I'm on the Medicaid side. So it's a little more complex and I think difficult to answer that because the funding streams are targeted and so I would say the move toward value-based care is important in this particular conversation. And then the question around how do we show that value, reduced ER utilization, and then engagement, I think, is going to be a key indicator as to how we pay for it, and then increase in the screenings. If you look at some of the folks that I was working with when I was in the healthcare for the homeless space, a lot of those folks had some sort of trauma that occurred around 8 to 12 years old that changed the trajectory of their lives, where they ended up now, like the patient I was telling you about, the 17, 18-year-old with type 1 diabetes and all the other problems in the ICU for DKA and those sorts of things. So I think as we start to look at the pendulum, right, and we need to widen our lens in the value-based care space that looks past that 1 or 2 years, and working with you and others to kind of figure out how to do that and how best to pay for value in that sense.
I mean, I think that's still a continuing paradigm, at least in North Carolina, maybe perhaps the United States, this idea of how do we shift for this fee-for-service to paying for value. And one of the challenges, of course, is that in the fee-for-service space, you know how much you're going to get per unit. And if you crank out more units, you know what your reimbursement is going to be, whereas value-based is based on a retrospective review, oftentimes delayed in time and so forth. So sometimes it's how much is actually at risk in that value-based space that maybe we'll get more buy-in. All right, so we've talked about how awesome everything is in North Carolina, but maybe it didn't always start out that way. So Kelly, if any of the other states or maybe any of our colleagues in other parts of the world wanted to replicate what we did in North Carolina, what would you tell them to avoid?
I think that one of the things that we're still muddling through, we're not perfect, I need to say this, but it kind of builds on what Andrew and Derek just said about sustainability. Some of it truly is just being better at our jobs. Like all the simple things we know to do, we don't always do them, meaning kids. There's a lot of kids in North Carolina. I represent the public system payors. That's 10 public Medicaid payers. That's me and all the different money that I've got. And that's a lot of private insurers. So the dumbest thing you can do is to all be at odds with one another doing totally different things. It's really hard not to do that, right? Because there's nothing sexier than like, whoo, look at us, we're launching a kids campaign. Well, so are 15 other people, right? So, and it's nice and it feels good, but it's very disorganized and confusing for the state and for families. So I think one of the things that we're getting better at is working across payers, having an actual vision and a plan. You could do 100 different things for kids, but why? Why don't you focus on the 10 things that are most impactful? And if you want to try a couple things, that's fine. Try a couple things cross-payer. So I think we're getting better at that, having a plan and a vision, measurable outcomes, transparency up front. Piloting things, sure, but in a very focused way to say, after 2 or 3 years, do we get the outcomes we want or not? If not, we abandon. If it is giving us outcomes, great, because we brought everybody along from the beginning. We were all in this together, and then we're going to figure out how to expand it. So all the things, like you're all sitting here saying, like, those are the things you know to do, but we don't always do them very well in mental health in particular. So have a plan, lock hands across all your payers across the state. Try to focus on some key critical things that you think are going to move the needle. Pilot some things collaboratively, measure, and then always, of course, try to get all your payers to pay, right? With kids, that's better. It's just better because kids have insurance. It's the adults I'm always panicked about. It's things like crisis, because no payer pays for crisis but us. Let's just be blunt about that. So that's a problem. So just have a plan, be organized, work collaboratively, pilot constructively, and have a sustainability plan like up front. Really basic stuff, but stuff sometimes we just don't have enough rigor around.
Thank you for that, Kelly. And you actually answered the question earlier in terms of what to avoid is don't go into a community with an idea, ask for the community what their ideas are. It seems pretty basic, but I know that oftentimes that can be a limiter. All right, so I want to go back to something, and same question for all of you, and then we'll go back to the one thing I wanted you to all remember, and maybe if we have time, open up for audience participation. We have here a low-cost, low barrier to entry intervention. and we have a payer that's paying for some of the most vulnerable citizens of our state. But still, and we've heard that maybe throughout the last 2 days here, is that regardless of what we do, there's always this risk when you scale interventions that rural, minority, and underserved populations are going to get left behind. So real quickly, in 30 seconds or less each, what do you do? What can we do to make sure that we don't perpetuate inequities when we put together projects like this? And Andrew, we'll have you go first.
Yeah, I would say be deliberate. When we set out on this, we focused building this around a Medicaid population first, which is not the way that most behavioral health tech creates their solutions. We hired clinicians that look like the communities we served and spoke the languages they serve so that everybody could see in their clinicians that which their lived experiences were harnessed. And then we worked through schools where everybody had one in their community and were able to work with states specifically not to only focus on the largest districts, which is the way that a commercial model makes more sense, just to be honest with you. But when you work with a state, you actually get the chance to take the average of all and take some large states, so large school districts, some medium-sized school districts, some smaller rural districts, and all of those things together were really deliberate about being able to reach equitable access for us.
That's great. So we want to be deliberate in what we do. Kelly, from your perspective, how do we make sure we don't perpetuate inequities?
Yeah, it's interesting because the Hazel Health model is actually, in some of the other models we talked about, like some things, it is actually a model to address just what you're talking about, marginalized communities, rural communities, because those are the places we cannot get brick and mortar clinicians to come. So give it, I'm serious, I'm like, give it up then, fine. Let's use schools, let's use telehealth. So I appreciate like starting as that's the place we go with clinicians that look like us. That's a really worthwhile use of the money. It's much more worthwhile than me trying to get a brick and mortar person to set up shop in a rural area where families can't travel to anyway. So what's the point? So to me, like this is actually just purposefully put this in a rural marginalized community as much as we can, as many of those as we can. That's definitely worth our money. And then stop worrying about other types of treatment. That might sound very strange, but it is probably the most cost-effective and equitable solution for some communities.
Great. All right, Dr. Hoover, 30 seconds. How do you make sure that we don't make the problems worse?
Well, I think, building with the communities, kind of going out into the rural communities, touching, feeling, seeing, and then, again, go back to transfer of trust, right? Working with not just within the schools, but faith-based communities, community-based organizations, where these folks are going to get diapers and food and other care, right? So I think just continuing to build on that trust and building it within the community so that it's not like someone coming in to solve a problem. As we know, Robeson County is one of the most difficult counties in North Carolina in terms of poverty and health disparities. And so going out there, spending time, using them as example, going out, spending time with them, meeting with the churches, meeting with the CBOs, and trying to figure out how best to build this together. And then that propagates the treatment throughout the community.
That's great. So we're seeing a recurrent theme here on work with your community, go to the most challenged areas first. All right, so we're going to go back to the original question. You can see the countdown clock is ticking, so you all have 30 seconds to answer this final question. What's the biggest systemic barrier to something like this? Derek.
So this access, right, and provider shortage, I think, is key. Stigma is the other piece, but navigation is probably the hardest part to do. It's hard enough. I mean, it's hard for me to navigate the system sometimes, so imagine in some of these rural communities. So I think, building the systems, getting education out there, mental health first aid training, I think is key to help folks identify and help empower the community to help identify and refer patients or refer people to get further services. That's 30 seconds.
That's good. That's perfect. All right, Kelly, in your 30-second systemic barrier response, what's the biggest barrier to making getting to go?
I'm going to show my social work, and I'm going to use probably maybe a problematic word, but you really got me when you said the confusion. That's a real problem, like making our system so hard to navigate. But you took that one. So the word I will pick is actually ignorance. We talk a lot about stigma, and we actually have anti-stigma campaigns currently running in North Carolina because stigma is an issue. But I think underlying stigma is a tremendous amount of ignorance. I live and breathe this for 30 years, but the community still thinks of mental health like it's the 1920s. We don't understand it, we medicalize it, we're absolutely frightened of it. And we're talking about parents in schools and allowing clinicians to come, having parents say to their primary care doc or their teacher, or whoever, like, I'm worried that my child has depression. You know, that scares the heck out of parents, right? Because we still create institutions and laws that lock kids up, lock adults up, arrest them, give them heavy medication. And so that is when a parent thinks my child has mental health issues, it just digs down into that deep, 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 deep fear. But so much of that's based on ignorance. The level of misunderstanding about mental health is profound. And so if I could change anything, it would just be to better educate our world, in our state, in our country about mental health. It's not as scary as all that. It's highly treatable. Mental wellness is a continuum, but that kind of level of ignorance leads to a lot of human bad behavior, but also just structural laws and policies and practices and use of dollars that's just frightening.
All right, Andrew, the balance of time is yours.
I see I'm out. I will say courage. We just have to do things differently. We need leaders like those up here to do things differently. And from my vantage point in education, focus on insights and identification, assessment of need, and coordination of care. And that's where I would put it.
That's great. Well, I do see that we're out of time. I know our panelists are going to be around, so if you want to ask questions, or maybe that's probably the best way to do it, right? For just to continue. So we'll be around to answer questions. I want to say thank you to all of you for being here today. I think that this is just one example of how the public-private payer partnership can indeed make a difference. It's great. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Can I suggest two things? First, that you are very much welcome to engage with the panelists during the break. But second, can I suggest that you talk to my colleagues and to our team so that we can see how to have you on the program on further editions of this event. So, and sorry for having to interrupt, but we need to move on as we are slightly beyond schedule. But thank you, Dev. Thank you for this moderation. And for your eye on the clock. Very sorry for having to put a bit of pressure on that, but we definitely would like to allow you for some time to eat over lunch. So without further ado, we move to the next panel. The next panel is going to deal with operationalizing care for the brain, and I'm really pleased to welcome on stage our moderator, Drew Snyder, who is the former Deputy Administrator and Director of the Center for Medicaid and CHIP Services at CMS. And if I could ask anyone wishing to carry on discussions to do that in the coffee area, and even better, in front of the elevator behind the door. Thank you very much. Drew, you have the floor to invite your panelists.
Look, thank you for having us today, and we all agree that mental health is fundamental to human well-being, but the gap between intent and action is vast. So today we are going to be exploring how to move from aspiration to execution, leveraging modern tools and cross-system collaboration. We've got a great panel here today, and I'm going to let them all introduce themselves briefly, and then we will get started.
Sure. Can you guys hear me? Hi, I'm Jane Brown. I'm from Gainwell Technologies. I've spent the last over a decade in managed care, working in many of our different states, supporting some of the most vulnerable Americans that we have in our country.
Thanks, Jane. Hi, my name's Joy Bland. I'm not Edie Calamia, who you see on the screen, so if it goes well, we'll remember Joy, and if it's not, we'll remember Edie. So I actually have a doctorate in behavioral health. I've been in managed care a very long time, as Jane has been. I currently run quality and population health programs, specifically to improving a lot of the things we'll be talking about: mental health concerns, disease management, and condition management.
And my name is Janet Williams, and I have a PhD in Family Studies and Disability, and for the past 40 years have spent myself immersed in the world of brain injury. We've heard a lot of different things here today. My focus is on creating a model that goes to people in their own home and allows them to decrease dependence on government systems and increase participation in the community.
Hello, my name is L.G. Sims. I have the honor and privilege of being State Senator of Illinois' 17th District. I spend my time as our Majority Caucus Appropriations Leader, meaning I'm our budget negotiator. I've spent a great deal of time focusing on access to care issues, how we might make sure that we have access, but also how we fund it, how we are addressing the issues of lack of care but lack of access. And it is something that we are seeing across communities. I represent the south and southeast sides of the city of Chicago, southern suburbs, and then rural Will and Kankakee County. So I see these issues from a number of different perspectives, whether they are underserved areas or rural communities. So we've had a large opportunity to focus on how we might address those issues and how we might make sure we are using best practices to increase access and increase outcomes.
Thank you. So, Jane, what do you see as the key barriers preventing good intentions in mental health from scaling into sustainable action?
You know, as a technology company and probably the country's largest MMIS vendor, I do see technology as a current barrier within our country. We lack connectivity, we lack infrastructure that is across states and even within states to connect all of the different stakeholders that are part of our system. We have legislators, providers, we have payers. None of those individuals ever really access one single platform where they can see all of the information that they need to see relative to an individual's health. And I think those blind spots create an infrastructure where we solve for certain medical conditions, including mental health conditions, multiple times in very different ways, in a very disorganized and discoordinated way. And I think, you know, being able to have a data infrastructure that is intentional, that is the kind of thoughtful work that we need to do now, so that when we think about an ecosystem 10 years from now, it is one that can support the clinical outcomes that we're trying to achieve.
All right, Joy, you've done some homework and you've been looking at some data. Tell us about what it's showing you.
I think a lot of the things we look at in quality are related to, you know, not internationally known, like HEDIS measures. So there are a lot of quality measures from an NCQA perspective that we've been looking at. And some of them being, you know, mental health, they're in categories: mental health, substance abuse, cognitive disorders, and then whole person care. So some of those things being, you know, follow-up after hospitalization after a mental health issue, or, you know, follow-up after substance abuse. So what we're seeing is we build our programs around some of these different things, but as I was thinking about it, doing my homework per se, is tying those all in. There's the cognitive measures, some of the whole person measures like diabetes, blood pressure control. These things can lead to stroke and different, you know, brain injuries. So I think as we think of like thought leaders, is when we think about quality measures, NCQA, is thinking of brain health and how these measures roll up. And many of them have moved away from being a per visit, but an outcome. We really have to look at the outcomes. And to Jane's point, the data is an issue. We don't always find out quick enough that someone has been in the hospital by the time the data gets to us. So we've missed the window, the 7-day to 10-day window of helping that member, patient, get the follow-up care they need so that they're not rehospitalized for the same thing.
Jane, Dr. Williams, you've been out in the field for quite a while. What do you think about? And you've seen what works and what doesn't. Let's talk about barriers real quickly, and then talk about some of the things that have happened, recently, to overcome those, and where you've seen some good success stories.
So, I come from a world where it was fee-for-service Medicaid, managed care came into Kansas, and I had to learn what a HEDIS measure was, what a prior authorization was. I mean, I would literally drive to the state hospital, meet someone. It said schizophrenic as a result of car wreck in 1978. So I was like, okay, we need the right diagnosis, and then access the funding stream. And in those days, I would literally call the program director at the state and say, I just met Sherry. She wants to get into her own apartment. I'll send you the plan of care later. We've come a long way, and these systems, for me, sometimes do become barriers. And for us, we really focus on that in-person relationship. We need to get to know every single person we are providing support to. How do we go into the home? What language do we speak? We go to people. We don't congregate any living, any services. Everything is one-to-one, because we really need to individualize things that much. They call it person-centered care. I call it human-centered care, on what do you want, how much do you want of it, and really rely on that person to give us the feedback, and then connect to the insurance company and the payers on how do we quantify that. We're working on how do we do a value-based payment system. Well, I can keep people out of the emergency room. I can help them, make sure they're taking their medications. I can help them make sure they're getting to their primary care physician. But understanding the amount of in-person interaction that takes, developing trust with somebody, having someone, we talk about the government's coming, well, the provider's coming. And so we have to keep remembering we're not there to fix people. We're there to help people learn how to help themselves.
You talked a little bit about payers, and let's talk about the government payers for a second, specifically Medicaid. What do you feel like the state Medicaid programs are doing well, and where do you see CMS fitting in, and how do you feel like they're doing, and where they need to focus here?
I think one of the best things I've seen out of CMS in a long time is the final rule on integration and understanding congregate living. We need to stop taking people out of communities and putting them in segregated settings. One of the biggest things I've been reading a lot about for us and for any community is social capital. The more friends you have, the more interactions you have, the longer you're going to live. There's so much research on it, and European countries, I've spent a lot of time there, and European countries have understood that for a very long time. I've spent time in Kenya where there are no nursing homes. So really getting back to community and providing that support where people live, I just think is key. The challenge is it's expensive. So we have, but I think that CMS has done a great job rolling out the final rule, which means people need to be living in the least restrictive setting. That's the bottom line. The biggest challenge in that is we allowed all these congregate settings, and now we've got private equity coming in, owning massive numbers of group homes in the country, and they're setting up apartments with video cameras and calling that residential. I don't have any feelings about that, can you tell? And so CMS really doing a good job of holding states accountable to that. And in terms of managed care and insurance companies, is really partnering with providers. When Jane was in Kansas, it was delightful because we could talk about specific situations so that she could then extrapolate it to, the entire group. Like everybody who represents any disability label in here, or any label would say, if you've met one person with Alzheimer's, you met one person with Alzheimer's, you've met one person with Alzheimer's, you've met one person with Alzheimer's. If you've met one person with a brain injury, you've met one person with a brain injury. Sometimes we lose sight of that when we start trying to put metrics around people. I will say, just a plug for Kansas, one thing that we were able to do is change the definition. Kansas has the first brain injury waiver in the country. No congregate settings, providers cannot own property where people live, never have been able to since 1991 when it started, and expanding the definition. So adding, 0 to 65, and adding acquired, so we have a bigger umbrella. And so insurance companies get paid per member per month. So I'm going to make up a number, say they get $7,000 per member per month. They're getting that for someone who needs 24-hour care and someone who needs much less care, and we are seeing that average out. So the more numbers you can serve, the easier it becomes.
I'll talk, Joy, I'll talk about managed care payers for a minute. And we heard in the previous session about the pilot that was in 4 counties in North Carolina. And yeah, managed care has been very good for small tests and for pilots. And so, but how do you scale? How do you scale up? How do you take something that you're developing in one market and move that to more of a nationwide strategy?
I think it sometimes feels like it can be difficult, but I think we're moving in those directions. I think a lot of it has to do with the state partnership. There's a lot of work going on behind the scenes where states are working together. As everyone knows, people are very competitive. So states look at how their quality scores are and compare themselves to other states. So we've been doing a lot of collaboratives with where are the best practices, where are we having the best outcomes, and we have seen some programs, like many of the programs that are in effect are across the states. We just don't speak about them in a more national way, like telehealth, in-home care, different things like that we do. But I think it's all about the partnerships you have with the states and working together. We also work together. Many people don't always realize this. As payers, I work with other health plans on good best practice. States have performance improvement plans that we all have to improve the same types of quality metrics, whether it be follow-up after hospitalization and mental illness. We'll have joint work groups that we execute across the state. But I do think there's some real opportunity for that kind of work to be more across all the states. Sometimes it's hard to do. Some states are very different, and you've got to look at some of the population. But I do think there is some room for opportunity. And the data piece. I think if the data was a bit more accessible to all of us, it would be easier. You know, you've got you got some people on Epic, NextGen. The way the kind of whole EMR rolled out was a little bit fragmented, but we're catching up. And I think that'll make a big difference too.
Senator Sims, when you think about the state of Illinois and some of the initiatives around brain health, but also mental health more broadly, what's working, and then the other question that I would ask is that folks that come to you with ideas, and I think what people maybe don't realize as a state lawmaker just how many jobs you're doing at once. You've got constituent services, appropriations, all sorts of legislative issues, and it's really fast. There's not, it doesn't move at the pace that Congress does. So for somebody that's with that kind of rapidly changing environment, what would you, how would you recommend that folks approach you in that role advocating for policy changes?
I think that's a great point. Doctor, would you call my wife after this and tell her when I'm hanging out with my friends, I'm actually extending my life expectancy? Absolutely. Would you let her know that, please? But I think it's important to note that we do deal with a number of different issues in a very short amount of time. I'd like to invite people to the Capitol, where my office is around the corner from the committee room where we host our committee hearings. And I will say to people that I can have 10 different conversations within a 90-second period. I've got to have 10 different conversations and remember 10 different ideas and or 10 different requests for commitment in that 90 seconds. So to have folks be able to see that, it's important to know how that work happens. but it's also critical. We are in session from January to May. But right now, so whether you are spending that 9 or 10 seconds with me between the office and the committee room, that you could be in my district office and spend an hour with me when we are not in session. So between June and December, say for the 2 weeks we are in our fall veto session, which is coming up, you have the opportunity to spend the more detailed time talking about issues of concern, advocating for positions, et cetera. You know, as I've thought about, and you look at some of the work that we are doing, you know, we tried to figure out and focus on a couple of different things in particular. One, access to care. As you will hear me talk about access quite a bit. We learned a lot from the pandemic. I think just like everybody has. You know, Jane mentioned the competition between states. We like to call it best practices. So we will learn from other folks' best practices. But telehealth was an area where before the pandemic, people were afraid of. After the pandemic, it became more normalized, but we also recognized the infrastructure was not there. So over the last 5 years, we put almost $2 billion. We've invested almost $2 billion, $1.7 billion in broadband access, because we're trying to beef up broadband access to underserved areas and also rural communities, so that we have the ability. If you don't have access to care, you can then find a telehealth provider that would allow you to do that, to make sure you have that provider. But then we've also focused on looking more broadly across the state of Illinois where those healthcare provider deserts are, and passed laws that will incentivize the creation of healthcare or mental health care providers specifically, to make sure that we have those services then be provided. But then also looking at the responses. You know, this was a very personal one for me. There's a young man, 15 years old, who was diagnosed with Asperger's, and he was frequently known to law enforcement in the community. He lived in the legislative district I represent. And at 15 years old, they were always being called for disturbances, et cetera. This particular day, the police were called because there was disturbance. He had a butter knife, and he was trying to harm himself, but then turned the knife on law enforcement, and he was shot and killed. Law enforcement, they understood. They had been to the house repeatedly. The officer who was responsible for pulling the trigger had actually been to the house previously. So we then passed a law that recognizes and prioritizes mental health service or mental health responses between 911 and 988 calls, so that as opposed to just responding with the criminal justice response only, having someone who is a mental health professional respond so that you get the person the help they need. And I think it's critical for us to have those kinds of discussions and have that response, because when we reimagine what our public safety systems look like, what our healthcare delivery systems look like, we will have better outcomes. So for us in Illinois, we've tried to do that. We've tried to focus on how we can improve those outcomes so that we will have better outcomes for communities.
All right. So when you think about better outcomes for communities, Jane, let's talk about cutting edge technologies, AI, digital therapeutics, predictive analytics. Yeah, what role can those play in not just improving health outcomes, but scaling mental health services?
Yeah. I think in terms of technology itself, it's advanced, right, a tremendous amount in recent years with machine learning. You know, it seems like most days all things are possible, and certainly we can move a lot faster than we ever could before. So I think when we think about our existing ecosystem, which in many ways is still stuck in the past, a lot of the rules that we have in place are all built around an infrastructure that was like a paper-based model. I'll give you an example of, for example, provider enrollment. When in the United States, when a provider wishes to enroll into a Medicaid program in order to deliver a service, be able to bill for it and get paid, they have to go through every single state and do an individual provider enrollment application process. That could take anywhere from, 30 days, 60 days? Looking at the provider in the room. It could take to 180. And it varies by state, and every state has a completely different application. We're in a world of APIs. We're in a world where we have cloud-based data warehouses. Why could we not have a provider enroll in the Medicaid program one time nationally and have all that information go to whatever state that provider wants it to go to? Why would they go to 50 different states to do this work over and over again? And then once they're already enrolled in that Medicaid program of that state, they get to be credentialed sometimes 5 or 6 different times, looking at the same credentials by 5 or 6 different managed care organizations. So when you start putting all of that together, the amount of waste and administrative burden that we have in our system, this is a legacy of a lack of technology. We have far surpassed it, and now the rules that we have in place, CMS perspective too, now the rules that we have in place need to evolve to allow for these flexibilities. States should be able to get CMS or FMAP matched funding to do national enrollment instead of 50 states all getting 50 sets of funding for the same solution that it gets designed 50 different ways. Can you believe it? So the same provider enrollment solution has to be built 50 different ways from scratch, because every state, when it's up to just them and they don't have to think about it in the context of the other 49, they're going to build what they think is the best. And so we have incredible duplication, incredible lack of leveraging what's already out there. And then when you think about the expense and the cost of our healthcare system, this is a lot of it. I mean, it's this administrative burden, and the burden isn't just on providers, right? It's federal and state and taxpayer dollars, and all of that could be going to actual clinical care. So I think we have a ton of opportunity, and I could literally take every sort of single part of what our healthcare system is, from provider enrollment to credentialing to care management to value-based arrangements to how do you assign a panel. And in every single one of those things, you can streamline it. You could make it probably 60% cheaper, and you could make it in a way that it crosses state lines and becomes like the standard. Because one of the other challenges that we have in the US is when you start comparing data from one state to the next, it's apples and oranges. The data definitions all completely vary. Everybody gets to make up their own rules because they say, well, it's our taxpayer dollars, it's not Pennsylvania's. And I see you're chuckling, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. And so everybody gets to kind of make their special cake. And I think technology can be the bridge, and all we need to do is agree as stakeholders in our ecosystem to walk across the bridge and go into the other side with an intention and a thoughtfulness, and ultimately with the desire to cut out costs, focus on outcomes, clinical outcomes, making sure that our providers have the education and supports that they need, and ultimately, hopefully, drive towards a much simpler system. It's too complex.
I love it. Jane for CMS.
Well, I think America is probably, I would put America #1 in the world in invented complexity when it comes to healthcare systems. And so, it's the thinking around how do you get more sophisticated to become simpler. And with a lot of the conversations around these with our different partners before Medicare Advantage, Medicare was running off of a pretty straightforward chassis. Medicaid fee-for-service systems have never been designed to promote simplicity. I mean, that's federalism. But in thinking, or when you look at this, and many of you've come into a market that on the government side was there weren't a lot of vendors in the space. There wasn't managed care choice. How do you kind of pick? How do you figure out? Okay, this is what we need to move to, this is what needs to become a national model. And this is where we really need to champion innovation and let you do something differently.
You want me to take the first? I guess because now I'm on the technology side of government programs in the U.S., and Gainwell is probably the largest technology company that works in this space at a national level. But in my previous career from the managed care side of the world, I'll say managed care organizations really drive a lot of innovation. You heard the panel immediately before us talking about a pilot for Hazel Health. Those kind of things really require funding and somebody to come out and say, I'm going to take risk because I want to see if this is going to work. And unfortunately, I think the way that a lot of our state rules and government is set up, there's not really clear vehicles for the government to go out and push some of that innovation independently. So managed care organizations do have an important role to play in all of this. And they also have, when it comes to data, they have better data than the states do by far and away. And so I think it's really recognizing that everybody has a role to play in the ecosystem, and we need to be transparent about how the funds are flowing through the system so that we can sort of ensure that the right areas are appropriately supported, not disproportionately supported. So you shouldn't have, certain parts of our ecosystem getting more money that they maybe could not do anything with, while other parts of the system are, anemic. So I would say everybody has a role to play, and I'd love to hear from you guys.
No, I agree with that. I think from our perspective, from the payer perspective, I think to Jane's point, a lot of the things we do are pilots, like different things, and trying to large scale them. We do have a lot of the data. We do sometimes have to compare to the state data, and as Jane said, it usually doesn't always match up because it comes in a different way. I think a lot of what we can do for the future is, I think the states have been great partners. I have been in the business a long time. It wasn't always like that. You, as a payer, you weren't always sitting across from your state leaders and talking about how to solve the issues together. It used to be, oh, payer, we're the state, we tell you what you're gonna do. But I would say in my last plan, I was in multiple states and a little smaller plan at AmeriHealth. I haven't met the state lately that have not wanted to partner and solve together. And it's actually been really rewarding. The states partner with us to come up with ideas. We talk about where we can invest, what kind of pilots. I think the prior panel was a great example. I was listening and thinking, I felt like that was a conversation I just had with another state partner. So I think that's key, is continuing and involvement with CMS and being heard with some of the things that Jane brought up on. Why can't we come up with this? It would save so much money for all of us, and money then that we could invest in programs that will help our communities.
And as a provider, our big audacious goal is 10 states in 10 years. We're in Kansas, we started with Missouri. Thankfully, they had fashioned their brain injury waiver after ours, so that was a nice start. And so that's the first thing we have to look at. Does the funding match our core values, our philosophy, and what we're willing to do? Otherwise, I have to go into the state and convince everybody they're doing it wrong, and that's just not where I want to spend my time. Missouri, for example, it took us 6 months. 6 months to jump through every single hoop they put in front of us, including finding my high school diploma that they had to see before they could do this. And so it's those antiquated systems. And for us, it's also making sure that the funding aligns with our core values, what we want to do, and then partnering with managed care organizations. We have great relationship with the 3 in Kansas, and we're talking to them about, okay, where else do you need us? We want to go where people want and need us. We don't want to go in and fight any kind of different battle than that. We would win it, but we just don't have time for that right now.
I think it's important to note that one of the common themes is partnership. Is that best practices, when you get out and see what other states are doing and participating in organizations where you are talking about what those others are doing, but then also, I always encourage folks to utilize their passport not just for rest and relaxation, but as information gathering. So getting out and getting into other countries, seeing what they do well, developing some of those best practices, seeing where they have challenges, whether it is our friends to the north in Canada, whether it's in Mexico, whether it's our European partners, whether it's our African partners, making sure that we are getting into other countries, seeing what they do well, where they are struggling, and how they are developing best practices that we could then replicate with the amazing talent that we have here. Seeing what we can do to replicate and utilize our strengths to looking at where they've fallen short, how we might do those things better. I think that's critical for us to partner together, because nobody can do this alone. Government can't do it by themselves. Civic organizations can't do it by themselves. Providers cannot do it by themselves. It's going to take all of us together, working together. That's why conversations like this are so critical, because it gives us the opportunity to learn from each other, to figure out where those bumps are, so that we won't keep banging our heads against the wall. Doctor, as you mentioned, 6 months to just get through the hoops. Well, think about the outcomes that happened in those 6 months. There were folks who had challenges at the beginning of those 6 months who were much worse off at the end of those 6 months. One thing we all know is that timing in healthcare is critical. I tell this story with her approval, of course. My mom had a stroke several years ago, but for the quick response and our access to a stroke center, she would not be the same anymore. She was able to get to a stroke care center within a timely fashion, got diagnosed, and she is now her her cognitive abilities are just as they were before. She has no limitations. We are much more cognizant of what we have to do to stay on top of it. But those things happen, and when you have access to care and you learn what those challenges are, and you have a plan in the first place, because knowing that how we operate as a family, we had a plan. So if something were to happen, if there's something, because you understand the comorbidities and what that means to healthcare, your healthcare overall. If there is a cardiovascular event, if there is a stroke event, if there's anything, where are we going, and where are those access to care facilities? But I think it's important for us to be partnering with each other and constantly recognizing that there are innovations happening, and that we don't have all of the answers. And when we come together in settings like this, we're more likely to be able to find those solutions.
By 2030, what does success in operationalizing care for the brain look like, and how should progress be measured?
I think that's a great question, and I think if we can be intentional and deliberate in that response and actually go towards it together, we have a much better chance of getting there. But I think as sort of in the government program space, but in healthcare overall, I think there are just certain things that need to become part of our collective DNA. Every state, every payer, every provider, every legislature, right, has to support it from a rulemaking perspective. And what are some of those things? So when we think about like data interoperability, having the ability to balance data sharing against a lot of the robust privacy rules that we have, some of that needs to be cleaned up, right? In terms of a sort of value-based provider reimbursement models and being able to upfront say what we're going to measure success by. Is it a reduction in overall cost? Is it a reduction in a certain length of stay? Or is it a multi-year, journey? A lot of the problem that I see in how we get to outcomes is we want the outcome like tomorrow. Like we need an outcome like right away, or we can't prove that it works and then we can't fund it the following year. Well, healthcare isn't that simple, and a person's health journey is not that simple. So being able to sort of agree on some of the rules of the road collectively on what we're going to measure, how we're going to measure it, and then make sure that the data pieces of it are all there to support it, and we're all talking about the same data pieces and measuring it all in the same way, the data definitions, interoperability standards, all adopting those. I think those are some of the things that need to happen now today for us to get into a much more transparent healthcare ecosystem by 2030. A topic that I've been really passionate about lately is the concept of a longitudinal health record. So can we have a health record for an individual in America that persists with them no matter who their provider is, no matter who their payer is, no matter what state they live in? How do we have that book, and how do we see everything that has happened, every assessment that's been done, what their results are on those assessments over time, if they do have Medicaid or Medicare or other eligibility for insurance coverage, can we see in that record what are some of the things like enhanced care coordination that they might be eligible for, but maybe has never been leveraged for them. So being able to have that like complete view of an individual and their health journey, I think that if we can get to that by 2030 everywhere across the country, I think it will inform policy making. I think it will inform how we set up provider reimbursement differently. I think it will completely change how we do HEDIS and quality measures and chart chases and all of the NCQA requirements, of which there are many. And we'll come out on the other end really finally getting to brass tacks, like what are we measuring, and it should be health outcomes.
I think I'll just add there, because many of those points Jane stole from me. No, I'm just kidding. No, exactly what I was thinking. You know, right now we still have doctors on paper charts. We still go out and chase records to show that we have the right blood pressures, the right things have been done in the treatment. We need to get to that point that everything's bidirectional. Bidirectional data sharing is critical. And also, you know, we spend a lot of time administratively chasing down things that once we get to that point, we can spend more time on strategies, on programs that will actually have the outcomes. We also have some limitations, Jane pointed out, on some of the privacy rules specifically to behavioral health that currently some of the regulations state we can't even share some of the hospitalization to the primary care doctor because of certain privacy rules. Privacy rules are very, very important, but we have to relook at some of them. Some of them are a little bit older, and we need to relook at data sharing. I agree it would be great if we have different technologies going on even. I actually just bought my husband one of these. He's a doctor. I bought him a new stethoscope that's actually digitized and does the EKG and everything on it and then uploads it to the EMR. Things like that are innovative. And actually, he can hear better on it because of the technology so there's just so many different things out there and technologies that I'd like to start moving towards away from some of the administrative burden that we face every day.
My focus would be much more on the end user. By 2030, I'd love to see every American have healthcare coverage, and that we not have as many gaps, and that it would be equitable across people. Now it varies by state, it varies by socioeconomic class, and so my big pie in the sky would be everybody would have health insurance. And the other is that the end user would be taken into account for every single decision, so that they're driving how we develop our outcomes, how we develop our measures. I always joke that we need a happiness scale of are people really living a quality of life, and we need to start there and then move backward toward everything else. Because you said we could say anything.
Hear, hear. I would say the end user would be my goal. There are, in the legislative district I represent, life expectancy is about 71 years of age. but in the entirety of the city of Chicago, it's about 78 years of age, so almost 79 years of age. The reason that that gap in life expectancy exists is because of access to care. And it's those core morbidity areas or issues that exist as well. So if I could have my magic wand, it would be to eliminate all those health access deserts, be they underinvested in urban areas or disinvested in rural communities, so that we wouldn't have these issues be driving life expectancy gaps. So to me, that's where I would want to see us addressing those issues, making sure that we are making the investments necessary. I think oftentimes we run into this this fallacy that when we make expenditures, we are not making investments. Budgets are a statement of our moral priorities, and when we are investing in life expectancy increases, we're investing in preventative care. We have not talked a lot about preventative care as it relates to particularly brain health. That cannot be understated. The investments in preventive care and identifying when those challenges happen and what we can do to offset those. I think those kinds of things need to be talked about as well. But if I had my magic wand, it would be making sure that everyone has access to care, everyone has coverage, so that when those issues arise, we're able to address them appropriately.
Well, that's great. Look, we are running out of time. I think one of the big takeaways from today is, as we think about focusing on patients, how important the operational design and some of the plumbing in the American healthcare system is to being able to do what we need to do. Clearly, partnership is going to be incredibly important over the next few years as folks that may have been historically in adversarial relationships start to look for win-wins. And then at the end of the day, it comes back to the patient and better health outcomes than what we've seen before. So look, thank you for your time and attention, and thank you for your wonderful insights.
And thank you, Drew, for this excellent moderation and setting up this panel. It's now the time that was awaited, and you had the difficult mission to stand before our lunch break, but you did that brilliantly. So it's now time for nurturing our brains. There is food on the table, and there are plenty of people to meet and discover. So we can also give you the mission and assignment to meet at least 2 or 3 persons you haven't spoken before, you haven't met. But please be on time, be back on time for our afternoon session at 2 o'clock. Thank you and bon appétit. All right, folks, we are ready to resume our afternoon. And in order to kickstart our post-lunch, we decided to do another refresher. It was another way to take another risk dealing with Janine this year. But we were so pleased to have a contribution, so you will have now another exemplar of the way she could be helping out refreshing our brains. So Janine, over to you.
A refresh, but for a beautiful, beautiful movement. Coming to the stage from our wonderful team, and she also has her own nonprofit, Megan Gardner. Megan Gardner. But before I talk about Megan, I want to make sure you know about Danny Dragonfly. I put these in the books. If you're looking for preschool, wonderful brain health, then you have these flyers from Danny Dragonfly from Miss Donna. And now back to Miss Megan. She is the founder of Cultura Connector. She creates therapeutic and transformative games for all ages. She's on the board of advisors for Sesame Street Workshop, Lego Foundation. I know someone has Legos here, and the Disney Company. they're on your board, thank you. And Megan is a visiting lecturer for the Harvard Graduate School of Education on the topic of transformative games for education and mental health. And she travels the globe working with designers and cultural educators. And I've had the privilege to train 500 leaders at Boston Medical on the neuroscience of trust and bringing art into that process. And please welcome one of my favorite co-teachers, Miss Megan Gardner.
Thank you, everybody. So we're actually going to start with a fun little exercise. We're right after lunch. Everybody's blood sugar's at max, and we're all going to start yawning soon. So the first thing we do is I'm going to have everybody get on their feet. I'll give you my contact information afterwards. We're going to do this little exercise. Everybody up. Pick a partner. Yeah, oh boy, here we go. Pick a partner. Ideally, someone you don't know. Okay? Now, here's the exercise. Without using your hands, voice, or mouth, communicate what you had for breakfast. Without using your voice, hands, or mouth, communicate what you had for breakfast. Without using your voice, hands, or mouth. Go, you've got a minute. Remember, you can't use your hands. I'm making life very difficult. I see some real thinking going on here. And if you haven't already, switch over so the other person gets a shot. I hear quite a bit of nervous laughter. Okay, everybody have a seat. All right. Everybody have a seat. All right, there we go. Good, good, good. Okay, thank you. All right, a show of hands. How many of you found that awkward? Okay. How many of you found that difficult to achieve your objective of communicating what you had for breakfast? Okay. How many of you were relieved when it was done? All right. Okay, good. And then also, just a show of hands, how many of you are mental health professionals or work in the mental health field? A show of hands? Okay. You're going to want to get your phone out because I'm going to throw you some statistics that are going to validate your job. Okay? So the first thing is that I want you to understand is why did we do this exercise? Because I wanted you to feel what it's like to do a simple task, something so simple, and make it really hard, which is what trauma does. Trauma creates unseen restrictions. It has all these invisible rules that make it very difficult for us to do something so ordinary, like going to work, going to school, trying to connect with people. Trauma erodes brain health. However, therapeutic games can lift those restrictions. Across Europe and the US, therapists are reporting that when they use role-playing games in their therapy sessions with their clients are more deeply engaged and the change lasts. Why? Because role-playing games lower mental barriers. And the clients are able to essentially step into the role of a character. And in doing so, they're able to approach their trauma in a way that feels safe without feeling exposed. transformative games are essentially therapeutic games. They are scalable, localized, and affordable. The reason why they're affordable and scalable is you do not need to be a therapist to run one of these games. You just have to be a trauma-informed facilitator who has a good sense for how to run a fun game. Now, these games rest on two important concepts. So I'm going to give you a little bit of my master's degree, which is actually in transformative games from Uppsala University. The two concepts are alibi and transfer. Alibi means that when I play a character, I dare to say and do things that I, Megan, would not dare to say and do because it's a character. If I don't like how it's going, I blame it on the character, right? So there's enough space there for me to dare to do things. Transfer means that whatever emotions my character processes or whatever insights that the character gets, those do transfer to me outside of the game, which supports authentic healing. Because of this, there are over 30 different modalities of therapy that utilize role-playing in the professional environment. We just took that and we flipped it. We created games, accessible games out of it that will have a therapeutic outcome. Does anyone want to guess what the annual economic burden of unaddressed PTSD is? Just start throwing out numbers. What's that? $1 trillion? What else? Come on, give me some numbers. Okay, 232, that's just PTSD, by the way. This is not depression, just PTSD. $232 billion, or $19,630 per affected person. The average person with low mental health misses 12 extra days of work per year. And if you want to talk about an addition onto that is presenteeism. This is an important term for people to consider if you don't know it already, which means I show up to work, but because of my mental trauma or my mental burden, I'm not very productive. That factor alone can double or triple this number, which brings us up to roughly $500 billion to $1 trillion of costs for mental health unaddressed. Do you think those of you who raised your hand and said you're in mental health, your job matters? Yeah, because this is what you're trying to address. So let's go back. I'm going to just, what is again that economic burden? It's what? About $1 trillion, okay? The World Health Organization has found that for every $1 invested in mental health, you have $4 in productivity and health gains. $1, that's a pretty darn good investment. So let's talk about the future. Imagine a future where we have trauma-informed facilitators who are capable of running these transformative games, and they're available for post-crisis or in high schools or in workplaces to help address trauma or depression or something is on the light end of anxiety, on the heavier end of PTSD. The other reason that people should pay attention to this is transformative games directly support 12 of the 17 United Nations Development Goals in health, equity, education, and peace. Because what I didn't tell you about is that this framework actually doesn't just work with mental health. It also works with STEM education and cultural bridge building. So just to give you an idea, when for my master's degree, I decided to create a game with the most impossible challenge I could find. So outside of my day job, I volunteer in hospice. I've been doing this for 12 years. So I sit with people who are anywhere from months to minutes away from dying. I know firsthand, I witness firsthand the trauma that's involved when people have to make a decision about their loved one because that loved one has not left end-of-life decision directives. It can rip a family apart. Just a year ago, I had to unplug my sister, 2 years older than me, from life support. She left no end-of-life directives. Now, with my 12 years of experience in hospice, I was able to bring together the family and able to get everybody on board with the same decisions so that I could sign off on them unplugging her. I have 12 years of hospice experience. The average family does not have that. They don't have access to somebody in the family who can bring people together. So I thought, all right, I want to make a game that will inspire people to talk to their loved ones about end-of-life decisions. Okay? So I did. And I aimed it to 20 to 30-year-olds. And what happened was I got a response on the surveys. Out of 20 response surveys, 17 of them ended up having end-of-life discussions. 20 to 30-year-olds ended up having end-of-life discussions with their loved ones. Transformative games build brain capital. So if they're addressing mental health, they're also providing for brain capital in your workplace, in your country, in your organizations. So please investigate transformative games if you're interested in mental health. And thank you, and here's my contact information if you're interested in talking some more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Megan. It was probably a perfect way to introduce and open the fourth pillar of our conference and of our event on the future of brain health policy. And starting with the brain economy and the brain capital is probably the best way and the best introduction to the fireside that is now following. In order to set the scene and provide the framework, I'd like to welcome on stage one of our two panelists in order to present a few concepts and a few slides first. And it's really my pleasure to welcome on stage Kana Enamoto, who is Director for Brain Health at the McKinsey Health Institute. Kana, over to you.
Hi, good afternoon. I saw a picture of myself on stage with 5 other people on yesterday, and I look like a child. I realized, like, there's 2 breeds of people. There's like the short people and the tall people. And I'm glad to be on stage alone, and then when Harris is here, I'll be sitting, so you won't tell that I'm the short people. So excited to talk about the incredible progress that we're making with the brain economy and the conversations therein around brain capital. Here we go. The concept of a resilient, thriving economic system fueled by healthy brains to meet the growing societal demand for brain capital, I think, is a movement that is gaining more momentum than I ever could have imagined. We started some of our work at the World Economic Forum annual meeting last year at Davos and have had this Brain Economy Action Forum since then. And it's like a snowball gaining momentum and gaining interest with CEOs, with academics, with multilateral banks, and with NGOs, and with communities and people with lived experiences. So I think it's a really great time that we're talking about that here today. As you have seen, the incredible revolution that we're seeing in neuroscience, in medicine, in social sciences, and what we're learning about education and the social skills that our children are learning, are needing, and how we're building a future-ready workforce means that we need to think about brain capital and our brains more than ever. And when I'm talking about brain capital, I'm talking about brain health and brain skills coming together. Because when we think about the social stressors combined with predictable trends like aging or climate, geopolitical unrest, we're also looking at things like the advancement of AI. And what does that mean for the good, and what does that mean for the bad, and how do our developing brains and how do our children's brains need to adapt to be future ready? So we're having breakthroughs, we're having challenges, and we need to help our societies think about how to be prepared. So we're saying stronger brains equals stronger businesses, stronger economies, and stronger societies. And so I think that's, again, if that's one thing that you take away, stronger brains, stronger businesses, stronger economies, and stronger societies. Those things travel together, and that is what underlines our concept of the brain economy. As we think about AI, it's not just artificial intelligence, right? It's artificial intelligence layered upon and together with human intelligence. But how does our intelligence need to change? How do we need to build our digital fluency so that our young people and even adults, frankly, can tell the difference between what is real, what is not, what is true, what is not? I think this is a skill that we, as a little bit older generations who remember the days before AI, have a little bit more honed. But again, as we have seen time and again, not everybody has understood this. So to meet the moment, we have been thinking about a new way of thinking and investing that recognizes brain health. So when I say brain health, I mean mental, neurological, and substance use disorders, and then brain skills. And I say brain skills, we're saying the foundational cognitive, interpersonal, self-leadership, and digital fluency abilities that help people to adapt, relate, and contribute meaningfully as strategic economic assets. So this is brain capital, and the term was originally introduced by our friends in Canada in 2010. And since then, right, we've seen some uptake over the course, like it took maybe 10 years before we saw some more emerging publications. We've seen visibility surge during COVID. And then in the last 2 to 3 years, massive attention on the global stage. So we're seeing it at Davos. We see our friends here at EBC. We see the Brain Capital Alliance. We see our folks at Neurocentury and gathering at Steelcase. There's so much energy. We've had the Coalition for Mental Health Investment come along. We've seen World Economic Forum get engaged. And then G7, upcoming G20, next year's G7, right? Like this is something, and then the UN HLM declaration around mental health and NCDs, right? This is a time that we need to engage. It is an opportunity given the policy landscape that's changing all around us. So we've identified in our work, thinking about the brain economy and how do we propel it forward, what are 5 critical levers for action in looking at different movements, different economic transitions, and then what is unique about the brain economy? We think there's 5 things. First, we have to safeguard brain health. Right? So that is the prevention, treatment, supporting the prevention, treatment, and recovery from mental, neurological, and substance use disorders, as well as galvanizing more innovation so that we are better equipped with more DMTs, with more interventions, with more psychosocial interventions, et cetera, that really center around people and help our communities become brain healthy. Then we need to foster brain skills. So that is a little bit more taking it into the adaptability, the creativity, the skills we need to be successful across the life course, things that develop in childhood but keep us ready for the workforce and ready for the future of jobs when we get to that place in adulthood, and then continue as we age. Study brain capital. We need to study the concept of brain capital, and of course we need to advance research in each of the individual disciplines that underlie it. Investing in brain capital, not only using traditional mechanisms of investment, so right, our traditional private equity, our traditional grant making, our traditional philanthropy, but we need to learn from other movements like the climate movement, like economic development, like maternal and child health, education. They have taken advantage of such a wide range of financial instruments that we just haven't really entertained in the brain health space, in the brain skills space, debt swaps, volume guarantees, things like this. We need to bring that level of sophistication and innovation into our disciplines. And then have fit-for-purpose financing. So we're not just using, like, I have one tool, I do grants, and I'm going to do grants for everything that comes by me. That's not appropriate for things when you're trying to get to wide-scale adoption. And we need to get smarter about that. And then mobilizing for brain capital, and that's what we're going to talk a little bit about more. But how do we organize the field? How do we align diverse actors? How do we sustain financing? And then how do we guide informed policymaking? And so I'm excited to have that conversation about what we think is a global coordinating strategy. Again, we're not trying to control anybody else, but again, we could be 1,000 flowers blooming, or we could be a single or coordinated lighthouse that we are communicating clearly globally of what's important. So in our global coordination strategy, we're looking at knowledge development, thought leadership and communication, mobilization, and cross-sector coordination. Because if we're all aligned to the idea of brain capital, but we're saying different things, we're using different numbers, we're not coordinated in the order in which we think things need to be done. It's like circling the wagons and pointing the guns inward. We need to just all row in the same same direction with the same energy and the same goals in mind. So I'm excited about how these pillars are going to create a strategic foundation for us to make progress and transform to a brain economy. Thank you.
Then I'll sit next to you and then invite Harris to come on stage. But magically, he appeared without me calling him. So that's fantastic.
Like a bad rash everywhere.
Like a leprechaun.
No comment. So thanks a lot for setting us on the track. So we'll discuss for the next 20 minutes or so what the path forward looks like. And what progress was made, but also what we need to prioritize in order to go ahead. And with that in mind, Harris, I wanted to ask you why you believe that, because you've been like standing behind this concept and initiating it to a large extent, why do you think that the moment has never been, let's say, so right, if I can formulate it this way?
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me on stage, Fred, and kind of great overview for everyone. I think I mentioned this a little bit in my remarks yesterday morning. It feels like the size of the issue of brain health challenges across the lifespan is so vast. Stigma has reduced slightly recently at a high level, but now there's just so much flux in national economies, in global economic relations, global politics, technology, artificial intelligence. There are many things that mean that people are looking for solutions to better productivity of nation states, better social cohesion, better. How do you strengthen democracy? These are recalcitrant issues that are getting worse based on the data that we see, and there are currently no solutions that seem to be working. And so here we are, then coming together with a coordinated strategy, public-private philanthropic, thinking all sectors. So the time is now. These are some of the factors that I think make this a right time.
How about you, Kana? How do you see timing and relevance in this respect?
So the other day, I was giving a talk about AI, innovation, and mental health, and it was actually a panel of us, included some friends from Google and some tech startups. And every time one of us used the word human, people clapped. Right? Like, people are somewhat afraid of what it means that our world is changing, that AI, people say, oh, there's only going to be 3 jobs left in 5 years. Like AI is going to take over everything. Robots are going to do it. My daughter said she's going to get me a robot caregiver when I get old. So we don't know what's going to happen. But what we do know is that the one thing that makes us essentially human is our brain. And that's what we need to invest in if we're going to be able to rise to this challenge, adapt to this new world. And I think that resonates with CEOs. They know that in order to remain competitive, right, the investment in the brain capital of themselves, their employees, and their communities, that's what's going to give them the edge. And so I think that's part of the timing.
And maybe on that note, and I'll stay with you, in terms of the momentum, can you talk about the recent efforts, recent successes that are bringing us here as we speak today on this very important concept and how to advance it, but what is leading us here?
Yeah. I think it's exciting that an organization like the World Economic Forum is embracing this concept, is saying that this is something that our CEOs need to know about. This is something that business leaders, world leaders need to have as part of the conversation. And so from Davos last year to Davos next year, I think we're going to see some significant evolution of the conversation. We've had it at World Health Assembly. We've now had it at UNGA. And then we have the HLM on NCDs and mental health, right? Like, that's why so many world leaders are here. And they all make, 100+ countries have made declarations about investing in NCDs and mental health. And it took some time to even make sure that mental health was on the agenda. Right? It was the initial concept paper was the high-level meeting number 4 on NCDs, non-communicable diseases, and it was massive lobbying. right? And articulating to different missions and country leaders that, in fact, there is a $6.2 trillion opportunity or cost that it's like a tax on us globally, that we are not giving sufficient attention to the mental health, neurological, and substance use disorder sequelae or co-occurring conditions around NCDs. And so that has to be part of the conversation. And I think countries that are thinking about what their economic future looks like are taking that into consideration.
Harris, what other, key developments maybe to expand on what Kana just said, or would there be others that you would have in sight?
Yeah, I have some developments to mention, but then just to think at a meta level as you guys are talking, I think that as a brain health community, we should recognize that actually we've made a massive amount of progress, and the glide path of getting brain health deeper into public policy at national levels and global levels, I think that's a strong glide path personally. And so perhaps as I think in the last 6 months, what's been the unlock is people kind of get brain health now, and this is a big generalization, it's not perfect, but brain skills, that has been something, when we talk about brain skills, we talk about, as you mentioned, Kana, like creativity, resilience, adaptability, that the neuroscience of that and the importance of these issues with, being human intelligence, managing AI, co-piloting with AI. I think the brain skills piece is unlocked because it's a bit more labor market, commercial productivity, sort of sharp in a sense, if that makes sense. So I think that's been a big unlock, and that's where we need to focus a lot of energy. How do we take the neuroscience, there's a lot of neuroscientists here, and health, and how do we think about what does it mean in education and workforce, and what is the neuroscience of creativity and resilience, et cetera. I think that feels to me like the next place we need to really go deep. And so that's one point. And just your point about other unlocks, kind of mentioned Global World Economic Forum, the place-based, the place-based manifestations of the brain economy. That's the other big momentum piece. The Houston Chamber of Commerce, the Center for Houston's Future, engaging in this deeply. That's a big deal. The 6x5 Brain Health Task Force in Africa engaging in this. That's a very big deal. Trying to cohere a continent onto this topic. So, place-based, that's been big, and we need to do more. We have a Spanish, brain economy plan being developed now, and more work on that. So that's the next cab off the rank. And it's all working as kind of as planning. Like the coordination is happening, the taxonomy is getting refined, and people are sort of looking to kind of one-up each other and copy each other around the world, which is great. That's what we want, because we want to see impact.
And speaking of taxonomy or concept, Kana, you presented the 5 levers to advance brain capital as defined by the World Economic Forum or Action Forum. Can you maybe, both of you, I don't know who would like to start, but maybe tell us a little bit how that was framed and conceptualized. What was the effort behind coming up with such a framework? Maybe Harris, you'd like to explain. I can do that whilst you respond. Or Harris respond. Teamwork.
It was the genius of the McKinsey Health Institute significantly that one of the big unlocks is the McKinsey Health Institute providing so much support to us in a very generous way, philanthropically, because we all have been, you could probably all think you've been on this journey, we've been thinking in and around these 5 levers for a while, but actually bringing them together, that's a special skill set, and so thanks to Connor and team for that. But I think this is a brilliant scaffold for us to think about. Of course, there's cross-pollination, but I would just say that I think research was fascinating on Wednesday to start to articulate. We had a speaker, Simon Fisher-Baum, articulating, he's seconded to the NSF, he's a Rice University faculty, developing a research strategy for the brain economy was great, and many of you contributed to that. I think that's a big piece of work we need to advance now for faculty that are interested. We want to hear from you, and then on the investing side, Brain Lens investing, this again that we unveiled on Wednesday for a big investment megatrend, similar to Child Lens investing, which UNICEF and other big money managers have developed. Every dollar you invest in the world, in any industry, what is the impact on children? Well, with Brain Lens investing, it's every dollar you invest, what is the impact on the brain? Is it positive or negative? What is the, if you invest $1 in real estate, is that doing something for people's brains? $1 in a nutrition company, is that doing something? So that this scaffold is already coming to life, basically, is what I'm saying with those points.
Well, thanks, Harris. Maybe turning to the future and maybe how to achieve progress. Kana, if you have anything to add, yeah?
I'm going to just jump in a little bit about the process of how we landed. I'm just proud to say that ChatGPT was not involved in the development of the 5 levers. We actually did interviews with leading thinkers, including Fred, about what do you think is driving the brain economy, or what will drive the brain economy, what's needed. And so we did about 40 interviews. We have a set of pathfinders that have signed on, leading thinkers, actors, advocates, investors in the space who have signed on with the Brain Economy Action Forum and WEF to help guide, shepherd, and form this process. So we did about 40, 50 interviews. From that, we synthesized what the experts were saying. We looked at the literature, and we actually manually came up with the 5 levers in consultation with folks in the field. So I think that's something that we're proud of, and we feel like it does reflect the thinking of folks who've been in the field doing this work for some time.
So still not pencil and paper, but pretty much still the
Not Chat GPT, but Kana GPT and Kana's team GPT and a bunch of us.
I'll probably follow up with one more question, but as a way of conclusion. But before I get to that, I'm quite keen on maybe offering a chance to the audience to chip in if there would be any question of clarification. I think we've got one question over there, one here, and I'll be sharing my mic. Yeah, okay. No, we've got people online.
Okay, Jacqueline, thank you. So it's a twofold question. You choose which one you answer. So the first is how brain capital will protect the rights of humans with cognitive impairment. That's one. The second is how brain capital will take into account the environment that people are exposed to that can impact how they perform.
Who would like to?
Ladies first.
Well done, Harris.
Well, I would love to talk about the rights one. I just had dinner with my friend Susan Armiger in the back, who does quite a bit of work with kids with autism spectrum disorder and intellectual disabilities, and then thinking about older adults who have cognitive impairment. And if you really think about how we're treating those individuals in today's medical society, and oftentimes you see people who have written them off as something less than a human being who deserves the best health, the best well-being, the best social connection, right, that they could have because they have cognitive impairment. And that is something that we need to change. And we realize that everybody has brain capital, right, across the spectrum. Everyone has brain capital. Everybody has worth. Everyone can have mental health, right? You can have serious mental illness and good mental health at the same time, right? And I think that's where, when we're thinking about brain capital as an asset, we recognize that piece of people's humanity. That's something that I hope will happen as we make this transition.
Thank you. Harris?
I'd say very well said.
Inspired?
What's that?
Inspired by?
Yeah, well, I would just piggyback to say neurodiversity is also key to our work. So we celebrate neurodiversity, and that's where brain health is helpful, because it's about, we all have kind of deficits, we all have strengths, and we're all different. Every brain is a fingerprint. So that's this kind of human rights and respect for where people are and just being supportive about where they are. That's critical. And then to your point about climate and environment, that's a big focus for us. We've been at the most recent COP meetings for the last 3 years. We think a lot about basically exposome. What is the influence of, that's the science of understanding the influence of the environment, air pollution, democracy, gender equality. What is the influence of the exposome, things that we're exposed to writ large, which is a frontier science field? What is the influence on the brain? And then, therefore, we're talking with the Nature Medicine Jerome, if he's still here. But how do we make exposome influence public policy? Most politicians don't know what exposome is, and so we got a lot of work to do as scientists to break that down and explain it and try to influence because, you know, food, air pollution all influences us, but what does that mean from a policy perspective, and how do we get politicians to pay attention?
Thank you. Sir? Stephanie.
Thank you.
Yeah, speaking.
Sorry, let
It
me
will
just-
magically turn on.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Beautiful. So let me just kind of take a step back from this for a second. Obviously, a beautiful lens, a beautiful framework, and I feel like, you know, large parts of the world are kind of grappling with this in a very positive way. But let's just be honest, there's also kind of a weird backlash taking place right now, kind of globally around some of these topics and how people feel about it. So can you give the sort of inclusive sociological explanation about how you're thinking about how we're going to tie this stuff together? Because the reality is, less people, at least in the United States, think going to college is as valuable as it was 10 or 20 years ago. Our educational scores are in decline, not increase. So there seems to be a group of folks extremely focused on this, and a group of folks seeming to kind of run away from this in at least some very material ways. So what's your thoughts on that topic?
Yes.
Let me go first and give Connor time to do better than me. I think you introduced a bunch of points, and I mean, let me just talk about, you know, politicization. There's a lot of things that are being politicized, a lot of anti-science trends, anti-democracy trends, anti-health trends, and we all know what I'm talking about when I say those things. And you know, I think a lot about, you know, as an individual, as a researcher and sort of a theorist, if you will, why do certain things get backlash? Why has the green economy movement in Europe faced, you know, massive progress but massive backlash? Why is climate now facing a massive backlash? ESG investing, massive backlash. These are, and so I think a lot about how do we avoid that with our situation? How do we be respectful of human rights, respectful of helping everyone in society, no matter what, you know, race, color, socioeconomic status. So I think we need to kind of see the waves of current political and social and cultural issues washing over us, and we need to kind of keep adapting because things are moving quickly. So we got to have long-range ambitions for better brain health and better skills, but we unfortunately in this world we have to understand politics. We have to zig and zag a little bit with some of our terminology and try to avoid politicization. But it's tough. You know, so much conspiracy theory, mis and disinformation is just, you know, it was reducing, but now it's exploding again. So there's no easy answer, but I'm sensitive. I personally am sensitive to it. I won't speak for the people that I work with, but I'm very sensitive to it, and so always keen to get feedback on how do we do better and help. Even Tylenol and autism, I'll just throw that on the table. It's totally unscientific to connect those and suggest that Tylenol is an autism, you know, provocative agent. And now we have to figure out what to do about that. And it's good that there is action. Maybe a lot of the action needs to come outside of America, frankly. A lot of the pro-science stuff needs to come from outside of America and how to help us inside of America.
Okay.
Well, my tongue-in-cheek answer to your question was going to be, I have no idea what you're talking about. But I spent 20 years in the U.S. government, worked across the aisle, both Democrat and Republican administrations, and historically, brain health, mental health, substance use, those have been cross-the-aisle issues, right? They have been unifying topics. You know, more adults in the United States are afraid of dementia than dying. So it remains, right, a top-of-mind issue for many people. And as we did a survey of, I think, 26 different countries, and asked people to rate like dimensions of health, because at McKinsey Health Institute, we talk about mental health, physical health, spiritual health, and social health. And we asked people to talk about what aspect of health is most important to you. And, you know, mental health edged out physical health by a couple of percentage points. So this continues to be a top issue for people. And if we think about the future, and I think I just learned by the year 2050, 50 million people will be born in Nigeria, and 50 million people will be born in the EU. Right? And by 2100, half of the world's workforce will be coming from the continent. And so this is not, I mean, from an inclusive point of view, this is not just a high-income country question. This is a low and middle-income country question. You know, we may have to come at it from different directions, but this really is a global issue.
Sure.
It's a very interesting question. We also don't know what's going to happen from every 6 months to 6 months in the next couple of years, to be honest. So, you know, there are blocks of examples of was it Washington State, Oregon, and California have come together to form their own CDC-like entity. Who would have thought that that would happen 12 months ago? So there are opportunities for us also to think anew about this stuff, which is kind of cool, but it's kind of scary to not know exactly what the future holds.
Yeah, and I'll probably ask you to come back to that as a way of conclusion of the discussion, but we have one last question. Harvey, I'm really sorry, but I'll have to ask you to be brief and to the point, because we are
super fast.
Hitting.
One is, I hope that when we think of the exposome, that we think also about the family dynamic and the social environment, not just the chemical environment. But the other is, in this list, one of the things that I'm struck by, and it's come up a couple of times, and actually kind of you just mentioned it in terms of the population change, which is not just fostering brain skills, but fostering brain quantity, because we're going to lose half of the brains here in the next 20 years. So making population or fertility rates part of this brain discussion, I think, becomes important. I'm just wondering if you agree with that.
I hope it's more than 20 when it comes to me, but...
I was going to say, I don't think he meant literally half of us. Like, we're all still going to be here in 20 years, right?
No, it's clearly very, very important, and so that the aging, longevity, healthy longevity, and then thinking about fertility challenges or, you know, social parts of the exposome, I take the point. Very, very, very important. And I think George illuminated a little bit of that with the DAC panel today.
Kana, comment?
You know, I think it speaks even more to the need to pay attention to young people, and that half of all mental disorders show up by the age of 14, 3/4 by the age of 24, that then is a precursor to poor health, to poor late life cognitive health. And so, you know, we need to think about how much we're sleeping, how we're eating, how we're supporting our younger generation, so that we can have that healthy longevity given the population declines that we anticipate.
And I think my one point, Harvey, as well, that you've educated me on for the last couple of days, which I'm very grateful for, is the importance of sleep health of infants. And, you know, I could imagine having had one child who's now 2 years old, would I want to have a second because of the sleep impacts of me in the first 6 months with my wife? But, you know, interventions like yours help to alleviate that. You help to, an infant gets a good rest, a better rest, the parents get better rest, and the parents are game to have more children. So that's potentially a fertility thing, but also recognize that we need to make this equitable. It can't just be for people that can afford it. And so I think it's great that you're also working on that too. So thank you for bringing, you know, really great fresh ideas into this movement in the last few days.
Harris, I cannot thank you enough for providing such a beautiful transition to the question I wanted to ask you, for the conclusion in terms of looking at the future generation and what the future looks like. Because we talked about collaboration, we talked about like many different challenges. But if there was one way to describe success, I don't know, within the next 5 years, by 2030, what would it look like, and what would the path to this future and the progress to this success look like?
It was interesting. That's a great question. And we had theorized maybe 5 years ago that by 2040, the UN Secretary General's platform, that whoever the new person is would run on a brain economy platform. And that was the goal by 2040. But it's possible, given the acceleration of the brain economy and brain and society innovations, that could be the 2030 goal. It's possible that we're ahead of what we wanted to do.
He's going to make a run.
I don't think they would want me.
Oh my God! You will start thinking about it as of now.
They don't want possum stirrers, George. I don't think, as the UN Secretary General. Like, but so I think that because we're at the UN, I'll put that down. That by 2030 we want this to be an enterprise-wide UN priority that unlocks all opportunities for people across the lifespan and across sectors. And we're on track, and we have some people in the room that can help us think through how to achieve this.
Yeah. So, obviously, Harris is thinking big. Are you thinking as big?
Well, first of all, I was going to say we could kill Harris's political career right now when we released a video of him eating kangaroo meat.
They took me to, someone unwittingly took us to a restaurant the other night, and it was an Australian restaurant, and it had kangaroo, and so I had to have some, and I apologize.
You lost half the votes right in this room, right there, Harris. I'm sorry to say that. So, Fred, I love this question. I think in 2030, I see three things. I hope for three things, right? That we've moved the brain health, brain skills conversation from the CHRO to the CEO, right? That brain capital becomes a priority of CEOs around the world. Fortune 100, small businesses, everyone in between. That we are taking full advantage of the science we already have to prevent, treat, and help people recover from brain health conditions. That we are accelerating science so that we see things that we have not seen yet in ability to modify some of these conditions and to advance people's cognitive health, cognitive performance, and their resilience. And then finally, that everybody in this room will remember one phrase: stronger brains, stronger businesses, stronger economies lead to stronger societies.
Well, fantastic. On that note, I think you provided like a fantastic slogan as to how the brain economy has the potential to really frame transformation in the space of policy, investment, innovation. And I'd like to thank you for your contribution to this event and to this panel. So please, a round of applause for Harris and Kana. And feel free to approach them during the coffee break for any question or any clarification. And I'd like to call our next panel on stage. So the panel that will start from fragmentation to coordination, building a global brain research framework. So I'd like to call Friederike Batter from the DLR in Germany, but more particularly as the coordinator of the future European Brain Health Partnership. Please grab a seat. Anthony Heinen, who is the president of the International Brain Initiative. Shuba Toller, who is the president-elect of the International Brain Research Organization, as well as Alfred Niamji, Alfred from Brain Africa, and the father of the Yaoundé Declaration on the Brain Economy and the Brain Capital. So welcome, make yourself comfortable. Think you had a chance to know each other, or should we start with the chit-chat? No, you're fine? Fine off? All right, Shuba, can I start with you? Because we had... Magically turns on, yes, yes. I wanted to maybe ask you first to provide your perspective on the discussions that we have had so far. And when we talk about global collaboration, so we strive for coordination, but we still face a lot of fragmentation. I think that within some countries, no names mentioned, there is still a lot of fragmentation as well. I'll certainly not refer to the one I know best. But how do you see, let's say, the current state of play? Were you informed, and how were you informed by and inspired by the conversation we had so far? And where would you like to see the future?
I think this has been a rewarding and unexpectedly broad meeting.
Why unexpectedly?
Sorry. I had no idea, honestly, I had no idea that the concept of brain health could extend so far into how buildings are constructed. I mean, come on, who wasn't taken aback by that? That you could construct buildings to promote brain health. Just in the creativity with which all of the topics were put together, right from childhood to education to early detection to, I mean, I've been enriched, and I think IBRO, International Brain Research Organization, is a wonderful organization to plug into this because we are truly global in our reach. As many of you would know, we work through 5 regional committees, and they fund programs as suits their region. So sort of each continent or half continent has a committee that handles it. And there are global programs, one of which I'd like to just showcase. We partner with the Wellcome Trust. They fund, we implement a neuroscience capacity accelerator for mental health, aimed at low and middle income early career researchers to network, to enhance capacity, to connect, and to promote research. And this has been funded now for another 2 years. So this is just one. Our website has many, many more. And I should say that so I'm the first president-elect of IBRO that is not from Europe or the United States. And in that itself, IBRO is showing its true global nature. I lived in Mumbai. I trained in the US. My PhD is from Caltech, my postdoc from University of Chicago. I spent 11 years training here, my whole 20s. And I'm actually grateful to the United States because it made me the scientist I am. I had always wanted to return to India and maintain my international connections. And I guess that's why I find myself here today. And IBRO is an organization that I'm proud to represent, and how we can help this initiative would be wonderful to hear.
Thank you. We'll certainly come back to quite a few of the points that you're raising. Tony, I'd like to turn to you as the representative of the other international organization on this panel. And when I say international, I should say global, because we have afterwards other international but regional efforts. What do you do at IBI? How is IBI supporting, and what is the objective to foster coordination and overcome fragmentation?
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Fred. It's been a really exciting couple of days, yesterday and today, and I kind of get a sense of excitement that we're part of this international brain movement that incorporates brain health, but also the brain economy, brain capital, and that collectively we really are at the cutting edge and have enormous capacity for impact. So I'm co-chair of the International Brain Initiative, and our role is really to link these brain initiatives, which started about a decade ago in Europe, in North America, in Asia, and with the chair, Judy Illes, who I'm representing here as well.
And who is watching us online, by the way, so
Judy,
we can say hi.
Hi, Judy. That essentially, just in the last year, we've been able to bring in the Global South. So you'll hear from Alfred, who leads the African Brain Research Initiative, and Zul, who's here, is also part of that. And we've also been able to bring in LatBrain, so representing Latin America. And I've chatted to Shubha. We're hoping that there might be an Indian brain initiative, and India and the subcontinent might come on board in the coming years, because we know that science, including neuroscience, is booming in that part of the world. And so by bringing them together, we want to globalize but also accelerate brain research. So the idea, there's been enormous investment in these brain initiatives. There could also be more, but there's also the danger of wastage. If you don't actually fully share data and collaborate globally, you don't make full use of these large data sets that are often generated currently in the global north, but there's enormous human resource in the global south. And, we've been talking a lot about, machine learning and other forms of AI. There's a lot of big data now that's not being fully utilized. And I think by making neuroscience truly international and enhancing collaboration, we can do this more. And practically speaking, we have working groups around areas including neurodiplomacy with Alfred. Judy leads neuroethics. We have a cross-cultural working group that Judy's also involved in, but also data, tools, technology sharing is key, because that's one way we get the most out of these different brain initiatives. But then we have education outreach, and this is one area where everything we're doing, we're trying to be completely complementary to IBRO, who's a partner. We also partner with FENS and EBC and others, so that whatever we do is complementary in that space. And we're working in brain mapping and emotional brain and other areas as well. And we've also recently set up IBI fellowships to move early career researchers between the brain initiatives around the world.
Okay, let me bring Alfred and Federica next, and we'll certainly piggyback on the many points that you touched upon. Alfred, I wanted to maybe launch the ball to you. You. Because Brain Africa is an initiative that you've spearheaded, and I know you're really proud of. And yesterday we discussed the way by which we define common goals, we define shared visions, but we need to achieve local impact. And obviously the mezzo level, so the sub-regional level, was also identified as being, let's say, the right connector to enable a lot of the implementation of these common goals. So can you share with us what Brain Africa is actually achieving and striving for in that respect?
Thank you very much for having me here. One of the things I usually say is that if the brain does not work, the rest does not matter. Another thing I tell my students is that from the womb to the tomb, we have only one brain. So we need to take care of it. And one of the proverbs from my continent says, if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go far, go together. The neuron is a very beautiful cell, does a lot of beautiful things, it's marvelous, but a single neuron is completely useless. The magic of the brain is in the connection of neurons to form networks and connections of networks and with other cells, glial cells and the rest. And the coordination of the activities of the body is because of the connections of the nervous system with the rest of the systems of the body. And if a continent has been fragmented geographically, linguistically, culturally, historically, it's Africa. Africa, that is such a great continent, like I said in other fora, one of the richest continents, the people, with flora, with fauna, with the atmosphere, with the seas, and very rich. But think of DRC and the children there, and then the mines, the poorest of the poorest, but living on the richest grounds. That blows my mind, and that's why we brought together Brain Research Africa initiative. While I was finishing my residency program in Switzerland, and Switzerland is, I thank Switzerland like you thank America. Switzerland made me the neurologist and neuroscientist that I am after my medical education in Yaoundé. But as I was going back to Cameroon and to Africa from Switzerland, I told my Swiss colleagues with whom I trained, I can't go back. I want to go back, and I came here so that I go back. But your conditions here are not back at home, so why don't we get together? So we got together to create Brain Research Africa Initiative, which is basically a group of us, and it has grown, for us to use research evidence, brain research evidence for the development of the continent of Africa to demonstrate that Africa should not just be the dark, absorbing continent, but it's the bright, beautiful, we like bright colors, that we can also produce some things that can be exported to the rest of the world. That's the whole essence of that. And I'm glad that we started research 30 years ago when I came back to Africa, using our salaries, a few of us. You remove the salary to do a research project, demonstrate it, and now we can have research grants for 5 years, 6 months, R21s, R01s. But one of the things that most of you that are here helped us to do in Africa with Zul is to be able to bring together this concept of brain economy, brain health, and brain capital together. And I want to thank you again for putting all of that together. Transiting from policy, diplomacy into real things, we have been demonstrating for the past 2 years that we want to see the next generation of young African scientists learn how to use bioinformatics to create big data, analyze the data in Africa, and then produce results that can solve some of the problems that the rest of the world is facing, and we're making some progress with that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Alfred. We'll come to some of these points, but we need to turn to Frederica. So as Alfred was just mentioning, if we want to go far, we need to go together. I think it's now for the last 2 years and a half that we are preparing this big endeavor at the European level. So the European Partnership for Brain Health that you are coordinating. So can you maybe share with all of us how it was born, what was the vision, and where we are, what it will represent? And we'll push it a little bit further in the conversation.
Yes, thank you, Fred. It's a real pleasure for being here at this global stage and introducing the future European Partnership for Brain Health here. So what I sensed in the last 2 days, and also from my foregoing speaker, that there's really momentum building up in regional, national, and international activities, driving us forward strengthened cooperation to bring brain health further up on the scientific, political, economic, and social agenda. So the European Partnership for Brain Health is really building on this momentum. It is set to begin in January 2026, so we are preparing, as Fred already said, we're preparing it already for 2 years now. It capitalizes on this momentum by aligning and better aligning and increasing national investments in brain health research and innovation, and by fostering the generation of solutions that improve the quality of life for patients, their families, and caregivers. So what is the European Partnership for Brain Health? It's a funders consortium comprising right now 52 national and regional funding agencies and ministries from 31 countries inside and outside Europe. And these national funding agencies are providing money for joint funding activities that we are planning in the European Partnership. And on top of this national investments, there will be co-funding from the European Commission. And together, all in all, the national and the European co-funding together sums up to a total budget of around 500 million for the next 10 years. That's the one time of this partnership. And given this total budget and the number and also geographical coverage of partners and the scope of the partnership, we are really one of the biggest brain health research initiatives worldwide right now. What we also said in the last couple of days is that great ideas and innovative ideas are meaningless unless they are brought into practice. And do this on top of being a funders consortium, the European Partnership for Brain Health engages with a whole range of stakeholders really along the entire translational pathway by building a holistic brain health ecosystem. And that will include researchers, patients, of course, private sectors, innovators, healthcare professionals, citizens, and so on. And please note that despite its name, European Partnership for Brain Health, there are also many opportunities to connect with global initiatives and stakeholders, like increasing international cooperation and alignment, global exchange of knowledge and best practice, and together boosting international visibility of brain health together with like-minded partners.
Thank you, Frederica. Shubha, Tony, I'm really tempted to come back to you actually, having heard about 2 regional concrete initiatives. How do you see that this is, let's say, contributing to some of the efforts you identified as needed in the beginning, but also where you could see that there is a potential for spillover or inspiration? Certainly not a copy and paste, but at least a positive emulation, if I can put it this way. I don't know if any of you would like to comment on this.
So many ideas have appeared in the last 2 days. I would like very much for these ideas to nucleate themselves in the broader communities across the world. IBRO in particular, each regional committee funds programs as it sees fit for its region. So a community, say in the Asia Pacific, might fund IBRO training schools to a greater extent. A community, say in the North America, a committee in North America might fund seed grants for early career researchers in underrepresented groups. So each will focus on what it needs. And I would have liked for the ideas I have heard today to sort of germinate in many, many more minds. So I'm going to say something kind of perhaps completely out of the box.
That's what we're here for. And that's
Okay.
why you were invited.
All right. So does UNGA81 have to occur here in Manhattan next to the United States HQ? Why can't it happen somewhere in Africa or somewhere in Asia? Because then the entire broader community that attends would actually be people who would hear these things, participate, and would feel more like they belong and they are networked instead of several time zones away.
Well, personally, I can share with you, as I was about to hop on the plane, I was on the phone with someone telling me that Geneva and Nairobi are fighting hard to host the next UNGA in 2026. Let's see. Maybe Mumbai would like to enter into the competition as well. So let's. Tony, reflection on this?
Yeah, I'd just add to our initiative.
Or you'd like to welcome UNGA81 in
Yeah,
Australia?
yeah, no, I think it's a great idea in terms of thinking globally that you move these events around the world and not be anchored to any particular geographical location. I think that's just a fantastic idea. I would second that, absolutely. And getting back to our IBI fellowships, it gets back to Samir's wonderful talk today and thinking about the importance of children and young adults in the future, in our case of brain science, and how we can help train the next generation and be thinking about education and training. We need, if everything we've talked about really comes off, and brain science and brain health is going to expand rapidly, how do we actually populate that space with the best minds? We want the best people in the world to be coming into neuroscience and to get the best training. And so I think this is a really important area which IBRO has really led with its scholarships and fellowships. IBRO for more than 50 years has been a leader in promoting neuroscience globally, and IBI is looking to complement that to help train the next generation of neuroscientists, but train them at the cutting edge. They're going to need data skills, they're going to need AI skills, they're going to need different skills to what neuroscientists have had in past decades.
Alfred, joining the competition to get another summit in Yaoundé in the context of UNGA81. No, more seriously, from what Tony just mentioned in terms of training next generation, this is one of the key features that you mentioned to me in preparing this panel that Brain Africa is engaged into. Maybe you'd like to go a little bit further into this and explain with us what you're doing concretely.
Thank you very much. Let me also state that Brain Research Africa Initiative is honored to be part of the International Brain Initiative. And we work along with Tony and a great group of people that make us really think of going very far. So I want to thank you, Tony and Judy, for giving us that privilege to work alongside with you. Let me give a few examples. We have an initiative called Brain Trust Tournament, where every year we get medical students from different faculties. The last one we had 15 countries of Africa with 24 medical faculties represented, students that do not know each other, and we make them compete online since we like competitions, games in Africa. And the game is intellectual, and we get them to compete and do a multiple choice exam, and then we give them a prize. We get the first three and give them a prize. There is no cash prize because we don't want them to think of money. We want them to develop their brains, and then those brains will give them money later on, but to focus on their brains. And we've been doing that. And the incentive for that is that all those who participate they work in teams because we encourage teamwork. All of them who participate get a participation certificate. And those who pass to the finals get another certificate. And then those who finally win get a winning certificate. So nobody loses. And we get the chief, we get a former prime minister who is now the grand chancellor responsible for all honors in our country to sign the certificate. And you imagine, and then they get a trophy. Imagine a team of medical students that have a certificate signed from the presidency of the Republic of Cameroon, and they get that trophy that they can put and say, we competed with our friends and we won. And then they get to know one another, and we keep the cohorts. They get to know another. Somebody in Bangui will know somebody in DRC. They get to know the faculty. That's a way of, and we get both undergraduate and postgraduate to get to know one another. Another initiative that we've done, just 2 examples, is that we created an initiative called the African Initiative for Bioinformatics Training, online training for neurodegenerative diseases. Now when we launched it, it's a 6-month training program online, free of charge, and we do that in collaboration with the University of Texas that offers most of the faculty. We had from 17 countries more than 200 applicants, and there was an applicant from Belgium, one from China. We said this is just for Africa. And 40 finally were enrolled and 36 graduated. When they graduate, the rest of the 6 months, what they learn from computer language, R, Python, that I know nothing about, I only code net, and the faculty teaches, they have to use those skills, those brain skills, to do a project that is publishable. Some of them presented their abstracts at the AIC conference, some of them are writing R1 grants, and some of them are now beginning to analyze data in their own countries. We've done the 2nd cohort, and now right in September, we are recruiting the 3rd cohort. The number of countries is increasing, the number of applicants is increasing, and now we're doing it on a voluntary basis. The faculty is voluntary, so I'm looking down at the funders. It will not going to be free because the faculty will be tired. We need funders to support the faculty. Those are, and you can see young Africans that are ready to learn, and what they learn, they're using it to practice to be able to analyze data for some of their groups. This is the kind of things we want to see young Africans take leadership where they are, and this would reduce brain drain because they're learning where they are, applying, they can go out and come back.
Yeah. Thank you, Alfred. Frederica, I'm tempted to ask you a similar question as to like concrete activities, and maybe coming back on the issue of diversity and inclusion that we touched upon earlier in the conversation. What does the European Brain Health Partnership is planning and will be doing or is committing to in terms of addressing diversity and inclusion?
Yes, it is an aspect that I have really picked up also in the last couple of days, and from everything that has been said, the importance really to be as inclusive and diverse as possible. And what we are trying to do in the European Partnership is to really follow this holistic approach by overcoming the boundaries that we had before. We had predecessor initiatives like the IRNet Euron, which was focused on neurological diseases. We had one initiative focusing on neurodegenerative diseases. Well, what we would like to do is to overcome these indication-related boundaries and really have a holistic view on the brain that takes stock of all dimensions, like biological, social, economic, environmental, and so on aspects. So that is something that we will follow in our strategies and also priority setting. And in terms of inclusiveness, we are trying, of course, to be as large as possible, to include as many countries as possible. As I said, we have already now 31 countries, also outside Europe. Of course, it's a European partnership, so the core is in Europe. But we do have other countries from, like, for example, Australia is also there, Canada is there, Taiwan is there. So New Zealand is also a partner. So we are trying to increase that and trying to be as flexible as possible. We have a core group of partners that is having a grant agreement with the European Commission, but on top of that, also other countries that are outside the European Union can join either on a regular basis at third country funders, but they can also join on selected funding activities that they are especially interested in. We call that ad hoc funders. So we try to be as flexible as we can in our framework to include as many countries as we can to increase diversity and participation.
And the best way to have the Australians being ambitious in that regard is to emphasize the way by which New Zealand wanted to really lead on some activities. I'm keen on taking a few questions. If anyone will have questions for the panel, and I see none for the moment. I can't believe they were that clear. Come on. All right. Okay. Perfect. So we can carry on chatting, and but I probably would like now to turn to the future. I mean, if we anticipate collaboration, and we mentioned like the great activities or the great commitment that you all expressed. There is here this feeling that, okay, the high-level meeting on non-communicable disease was definitely a target, as we heard over the last couple of days. But we also had this projection towards what is the next agenda at the global level, and very clearly the Sustainable Development Goals are coming about, but the post-Sustainable Development Goals metrics of success for the UN action is also under discussion. So I probably would like to maybe ask for a reflection collectively as to where you would see us going at a global level towards 2030, potentially beyond. I remember someone mentioning 2040, but that's probably too far in time. Let's be reasonable and address only the next 5 years. I don't know who'd like to chip in. Tony, Shuba? Shuba?
So, I mean, I don't want to put a date on it because I would rather say tomorrow. But
we won't hold you accountable for it, so don't worry.
But I want to just bring up something that I alluded to yesterday during one of the exercises. I'd like to position hunger as a non-communicable disease. Speaking from my experience in India, yes, we have elderly people who struggle with dementia and so on, but broadly for the Indian population, brain health is a question of prenatal and antenatal nutrition. Rural women simply do not have access to enough food. They do not even know that they should eat quality food. When the child is born, if she's a girl, she systematically gets less quality food than a boy child. We're talking of the basic fundamentals of brain health here. So I would like to, this is a problem this is a problem that should have been solved 200 years ago. But I think we are nowhere in our progress. And I would like to position that as a challenge for the global community.
Samir, I'm guessing it resonates with the presentation you were providing earlier on. So I would like to invite you to react.
I think that is a wonderful point about antenatal nutrition for women and early life as well. That wasn't related to the question I was going to ask, because this was something else, though. It was related to Federica. So it's wonderful that we have all the funders from outside Europe as well. I hope the UK is one of them, but it is great. So are you also encouraging projects that will go across different countries within Europe and in those funders without Europe as well? Are you will there be streams where you will look at technologies or research projects that will take place in different settings?
Yes. So should I answer directly? Yeah. So the way it works is that we find a group of funders interested to participate in a certain funding action relating to a certain topic. And then there is a common launch of this call, a common call text, common call processes. And then and we have a list of all the countries that are participating, all the funders. And what we then ask for is the building of research consortia over all these, well, not all of them, but over several of these participating countries. So usually we have consortia with 3 to up to 6 or 7 partners from these different countries that are participating. And it doesn't matter whether these are core partners within the European Union or from other countries. It's just important that they are participating in this particular call. And then they can apply to this funding action, and we have agreed on common review processes and standard settings that we have discussed previously. And then we end up with a selection list of transnational projects to be funded. So that's the whole point of it. We really want to have transnational research consortia, because otherwise each of us can just implement our own funding activities in our own countries. So that's not what we are wanting, yeah.
Thank you. Zul, you had a question?
Zul Morali, Brain and Mind Institute, Kenya. I think that in terms of your challenge that you're posing for 2030, for example, I think that we need some tangible measures to be able to track brain health. And I think that we don't have that as yet. And we need to have some consensus and some way to measure, simple ways of measuring consensus-wise how we're doing brain health-wise. And I think that if you can't measure and can't demonstrate, it puts barriers in terms of the progress. So we, for example, have some scales, such as happiness scale that Bhutan uses instead of GDP to measure happiness, for example.
Are you planning to introduce it in Kenya?
Not the happiness scale, but I'm saying we need to have a scale that is a composite measure of brain health. And the sooner we come to it, the better it is. It's never going to be a perfect measure, but at least something that you can talk about, and the politicians need to compete about of how the countries are doing in terms of the brain health. So that's it.
But to your point, is the creation of such an index should inform decisions at which level? Should it be investments? Should it be collaboration? Should it be other training models, for instance, or all of them?
It should be all of them, and I think that probably it would, in my mind, I think that would fuel competition just like we do with GDPs. It would be something that the countries would need to be proud about how they're advancing that agenda. Because otherwise, how can they say that we have really upscaled the brain health initiatives in the country?
Well, I mean, Zul, I'd like to thank you because we are beyond our time slightly, so I'll probably suggest that the answer to Zul is the way by which you'd like to conclude this panel, because I think it could encapsulate a lot of the points that we have addressed. So I'll give 1 minute each, and I'll be extremely strict. Alfred, I have an eye on you.
For me, you might call this wishful thinking, but my measure, Zul, would be that the day that I see African countries or African Union have a research funding, and I see Americans and Indians and Europeans coming to look for research funding in Africa, that would be, for me, the measure that the African economies have grown and have become so brain healthy that other regions can come to reach Africa and get funding to go to their countries and do work. That, to me, is a measure. I don't know how long, whether I'll be able to see that or not, whether my grandchildren will see that or not, but that, to me, would be the measure. And the way, my last 30 seconds, the way to go to that is a point. No, just give me. The way to go to that is we don't keep the box to think out of it. Get rid of the box. Why do you keep a box and try hard to think out of the box? Simply get rid of the box and just think freely like a fox, and you won't be caught up in a box.
Well, okay. That deserves a round of applause indeed. I felt more comfortable with like the walk far and walk fast. I mean, here the fox and all of that, I find it a bit scary. Shuba.
Many organizations, including IBRO, are replete with programs that reach out to researchers, people in LMICs. I would like to see this flipped around because this framing somehow has an implication of a giver and a receiver. I would like to point out that people in LMICs actually give back and give more. I would like to see the LMICs have programs for the, whatever it is, the opposite of LMICs, saying, you know, we would like to reach out to you folks, you know, and any of you would like to collaborate because we have these ideas, we have these novel concepts, novel ways of approaching problems. We have patients whose disease profiles are completely different, and these are new ways of understanding biology. And, you know, I would like to see initiatives where we invite people to join us and tackle these problems. I'd like to see the framing change around.
Thank you. Tony?
Yeah, well, inspired by Alfred, I'd like to put one out of the box, and the talk from Samir and the session chaired by George. I'm actually concerned on the scale of what we talk about climate change, that there's a danger that not only the current issues of brain health, but through maternal and paternal exposures and postnatal child adolescent, that some of these brain health problems intergenerationally could get worse. And we need to be confronting that. We need to understand that. We need to predict it. And we need to prevent it. And so I think we need to really consider the possibility that this rapidly changing exposome and environmental factors and lifestyle may be creating enormous health burdens and brain health burdens in the next generation, and we've got to gear up for that as a society. And so I may sound alarmist, but I'm feeling alarmist, and that's my state of mind at the moment.
Wow, okay, so Federica, you'll have to pep us up and be a little bit more positive. I'm sorry. So what is your hope, and what are you looking forward to in terms of impact as a way of conclusion?
Yes, as you just said, so impact is a keyword for me. We have a vision in our partnership, and that is to improve the brain health for people in Europe and beyond. And that's what I would take as a target for us, that we can manage in our not only funding programs, but actually we're having a lot of more activities in terms of translation of research results, in terms of support for young researchers, in terms of increasing data operability, data sharing and use. That is also a very important aspect. And we also have dedicated actions for improving engagement with citizens and patients. So what I really would like to see is that all these activities come together to generate impact, to really find solutions that make life of people affected by neurological and mental disorders better.
Thank you very much. On that note, I think that we can offer a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you for these words of hope and positivity, and many thanks for your contribution. Obviously, feel free to engage with our panelists later in the coffee break and at the reception if you have any further questions. It's time for us to move on to the next session on the future of brain health at the global policy level. And we have the honor to have with us in person 2 representatives of UN agencies, as well as 1 online. So I'd like to welcome on stage. It's time for a picture, but do that in front of the screen. That would be perfect. Yes. So, you'd like the previous one? Okay, great. Can we? I think. Okay, I've got the previous one here, so you should have it there. I don't know how it works. Andrew, can we have the previous one for them for the picture, and then that's okay. I mean, I think people on stage will know who they are. So Nika and Catherine, I'd like to welcome you on stage. And I don't know if we can make the connection to His Excellency Ambassador Luis Gallegos. I don't know if he's with us. And actually, we'll have to do it the other side. Otherwise the AV team get confused. Oh, okay. Excellent. And so we have you online, His Excellency Ambassador Luis Gallegos. So you are the chairman of the Advisory Board of Unitary Division for People and former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ecuador. And we have on stage, in person, Nika Saidi from the UNDP, so the United Nations Development Programme, and Catherine Olsen-Flatter from the UNICEF. And you actually have a very long title, so I'll probably start with you for the introduction, maybe to explain what is your role at UNICEF and what you're doing exactly.
Thank you very much. So I'm very fortunate to work in UNICEF on global mental health policy and advocacy as a mental health policy advocacy officer there.
Excellent. Nika, maybe you could explain to us what is your role as UNDP?
Sure. Before we start, I have been fascinated by the way you're moderating. So I just want to thank you for the last 2 days. Appreciate it. So I'm Nika Saidi, and I lead UNDP's work on mental health and psychosocial support, and that's what I have been doing.
Thank you. And Luis, can I invite you to join the conversation and maybe to get it started, and maybe explain, you know, the role that you have within UNITAR, but also how brain health is one of your priorities, of one of your angles in terms of achieving social inclusion and some of the SDGs that UNITAR is striving for?
Thank you very much, and I congratulate you for the moderation. I joined the applause. I have enjoyed it. I have enjoyed the moderating of the panels you so ably do. I would like to just say that I am the UNITAR. I am the chairman of the division of the advisory board of the Division of People of UNITAR, but I am also an ambassador for the Davos Alzheimer Collaborative. I am the president of the Global Initiative on Aging and Longevity. Amongst the many issues we deal with a crisis of aging and longevity, and we are working on a UN convention to guarantee the dignity and rights of persons, of 1 billion persons who are aging. That will be 2 billion by the year 2050. I have to thank you, Mr. Desbach, and distinguished colleagues. We meet at a moment when brain health must be recognized as a foundation of inclusion, resilience, and sustainable development across the life course, especially as populations age and more people seek to remain active and connected later in life. Inclusion depends on cognitive, emotional, and social functioning. When people can learn, work, and connect, communities are more cohesive and resilient. When these capacities are undermined, the costs appear in classrooms, workplaces, families, and public systems. Brain health shares whether learners can focus, whether workers can adapt to change, and whether older adults can continue to engage in community life. As societies age, it becomes essential to provide cognitive health with prevention and early identification, timely rehabilitation, and an environment that enables participation at work and in community. Paired with practical supports for caregivers, these measures help people sustain independence and social engagement in later life while easing pressure on health and social services. Treating brain health as a cross-cutting priority accelerates progress on health, education, decent work, reduced inequities. The advance of Sustainable Development Goals, we should not treat this as a niche agenda, but as a foundational capacity that enables inclusion, resilience, and long-term prosperity for all ages. UN-led capacity building helps member states to design and deliver coordinated national brain strategies. Executives' trainings and policy labs, along with interministerial teams, clarify mandates, sequence delivery, and align objectives with national planning and budget cycles so strategies are actionable and financed. Practical toolkits and data modules then translate plans into measurable actions, offering models, coordinating templates, budgeting guidelines, and indicators that can be tracked across ages and sectors. Crucially, the wider UN system brings convening power and country presence. Working with the UN country teams and the resident coordinators, brain health goals are embedded in national plans, partners are aligned, and knowledge exchanges help solutions travel faster. The lens of brain capital makes the case plain. Investing in brain health is both a fairness imperative and a competitive strategy, yielding higher productivity, stronger innovation, and cohesive societies. In education, integrated neurodevelopment and psychosocial skills, supported by well-prepared teachers and clear referral paths, strengthen learning and well-being from the earliest years. In the workforce, a focus on prevention, mental well-being, reasonable accommodation, and lifelong learning enables people to adapt over time and foster age-friendly workplaces that sustain participation in later life. In social policy, aligning disability inclusion, primary care, community service, and support for caregivers helps people maintain functionality and independence throughout the life course. Integration should now be our next step. Through a collaborative approach, we can weave brain health into the system people rely on. This means that early childhood and schooling through teacher participation, intergenerational work, and into social protection and meaningful disability inclusion. With shared objectives, sound evidence, and clear accountability, countries can build coherent and resilient systems that endure and deliver measurable improvements over time. As a UN high-level meeting on non-communicable diseases approaches, where leaders will set the vision toward 2030 and 2050, let us ensure that brain health is a core pillar. Our goal is simple and ambitious: to enable every person to develop, participate, and thrive throughout life, including their later years, with a coordinated effort across the UN system and across national leadership. We translate that goal into results people feel in their daily lives. As an aging person, I think I have to underline, as I conclude, that what we are looking for is to preserve the right and dignity of people. And maybe so, in my particular view, the dignity to die with dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Luis. I think, indeed, we can definitely applaud that. On right to dignity, Nika, I'd like to turn to you. How the elements that Luis has addressed, the concept of the brain capital, the brain economy that we have introduced in this meeting, building beyond the notion of brain health, how does that inform the work that you are conducting at UNDP?
It's at the center of everything we do, and we should it should be at the center of everything we do. So my goal and the desire at the organization we have, that we be able to look at it, as Kana mentioned, the social capital, spiritual health, social health, spiritual health, and the mental health, and all this health that we have, how we are looking at it together, a system-based approach that allows us to see human in all its dimensions. I love to say the mind and body and spirit, and you added one more dimension to that, and I appreciate that. So how we are looking into that. Imagine coming to, I want to take you to a village that we work, because many factors has been mentioned today. We talked about food, we talk about the hunger, we talk about heat, we talk about many matters, but we did not talk about one dimension. The trauma, the war, the fear, the disassociation. And that's where the dignity comes. It's the cycle of violence and disassociation that we see. The countries we are working, people fight, flight, and freeze because there is no any other options. So how to engage them? Like UNDP is there, and our main mandate is to eradicate poverty, because that's one of the dimensions of the brain health and brain economy, the future of work. If you have to eradicate the poverty, how you are looking into the brain health as two dimensions of getting someone, a youth, to think about the job, that a training, facilitation of emergency employment that we do will actually take them to a future actual job with insurance, with what we call a profitable employment. We don't have jobs in most of this country. We have informal sector and hustling and making life happen. But even to that, How do you feel after a hard day coming to work? How many of us are using coaches? But then at the scale we are dealing, if we are not thinking of the engagement of the youth and don't bring the mental health and psychosocial support as part of the way we are engaging youth in productivity, we can't move forward. If we don't address the trauma, if we don't create spaces and we don't respond to that side that many youth don't even know, then we cannot move forward. And that's where the dignity of the young people comes, that the dignity of the caregivers comes. You know, we talked about care economy, and that's where I'm so happy that we are bringing the cross-sector together. UN worked, you remember, from the gender dimension, we looked at the care economy 15 years ago. And that's a very important factor to take into account, the whole care economy, as well as looking into the trauma-informed care. And the caring we have for our young people, for the generation that comes, to really be the providers and capable of moving their country forward.
Thank you. Catherine, your perspective on behalf of UNICEF, maybe as a Kickstarter to our discussion. How does the brain capital, brain economy concept inform the activities and the priorities at UNICEF?
Thank you very much for that question. I think I actually want to take us over to talking about how this high-level meeting on NCDs and mental health is really creating an opportunity for us to elevate and strengthen child and adolescent mental health moving forward, if that's okay with you. Thank you so much. Because, I mean, it sounds to me, I just came today. I haven't been able to be here until today, but it sounds to me that you guys have had a lot of really, really fruitful conversations, and I really wish I was here. Yesterday, I was at the high-level meeting on NCDs and mental health, listening to the member states sharing about what they have done and their commitments to it, and trying to hear how many of them are mentioning children and young people, caregivers, and taking note of that. And it was a historical moment. It's the first time that mental health has been part of a high-level meeting so explicitly. So that's a big win that we can use for momentum moving forward. And in the political declaration, there are specific mentions to brain health, which is also something that can be used for continuous advocacy efforts and also encouraging governments to implement. And for us in UNICEF, when this high-level meeting came onto the agenda, we were thinking, okay, so what should we really try to push for? And our message was very simple. It was to center children and young people at the heart, the very heart of the NCD and mental health agenda. And that's because if children and young people are not specifically recognized, we risk that we miss out on meeting their specific needs. So, and we set out to do that. We really had it not just like, okay, this is our advocacy push, but we had it in our hearts as well, that this is something that is important. So in our advocacy efforts, we set out to change how in the political declaration in 2018, there were 5 mentions of children, just 5. Now, in 2025, there are 19 references to children, and if you include young people and youth in that, there's 25. And I'm sure if we sit and look closer, there might be some more indirect references. And that is not just a statistic. It is a proof that the global community has actually moved the needle, that it is not, it's now would be impossible actually to talk about NCDs and mental health without thinking actively on children and young people. And this is very significant. And because 1 in 7 adolescents live with a mental health condition. And suicide is among the leading causes of death in that age group. And half of mental health conditions start before the age of 18, which also have been mentioned here earlier. So therefore it is central that there are efforts tailored specifically for children and young people. And also when we're going to do that, we need to include children and young people in identifying what are the problems, what can be the solutions, and also including them in those efforts. And in the political declaration now, it does recognize children and youth mental health specifically. It says actually, I'll quote, "It's a really great political declaration. Of course, we wish that it was more ambitious and there could be more to it, but so it states, recognizing also that non-communicable diseases, mental health conditions, and their underlying risk factors and determinants affect people of all ages, including children and young people." And it also commits to addressing digital risks, tackling misinformation. It also has specific language around decriminalization of suicide, and also encouraging to have national strategies and prevention plans that address the specific needs of young people. So this is just some of the positive elements in the political declaration that can be used for continuous advocacy and influencing programming around the world.
Thanks for sharing that with us. And actually, I wanted to expand from what the three of you said in terms of projecting us to the future. That's part of the conversation that we have had over the last couple of days. And one of the milestones that we have in sight is the post-SDG era, as we would call it, or metrics for success. And we were very inspired last year by the declaration for the future generations. And obviously, it's the perfect transition. Thank you, Catherine. So where do you see that we can continuously be informed and inspired by an agenda such as the many issues that we are formulating? And we are conscious we are probably not the only community flagging up priority and needs, but we had that conviction, and the last panel was exemplative of that, that it could become, that the brain economy, brain capital agenda could become an inspiring driver when it comes to development, when it comes to the youth, or when it comes to research and collaboration. So where do you see it fitting? And I don't have any particular order of who could chip in first or next. I don't know, Luis, would you like to come in and comment on this?
I'd like to take a shot at it. I think if you look at the demographics, the fall of the fertility rate, that is an expression of the change, the demographic change of paradigm significance in the world. You have to look at the data. We are 1 billion people aging now, we're more aging people than children being born. If you multiply this by an index of 2, which would be the direct impact group, which is family, community, healthcare givers, community-based interrelationships, you have a cohort of around 3 billion people. The tendency, the demographic tendency is that by the year 2050, we will be 2 billion people aging with an impact group of 4 billion. That brings an enormous change in world society in all dimensions. The relevance of what Kathleen was saying is the intergenerational aspect of this, because children that are being born now will live in an aging society, will live in a different society that we have lived in, and will look at challenges for the world economy, the system of activities in general, not only work-related, but in cultural aspects, in all the aspects of world society, of tremendous dimensions. So this is an enormous challenge to the world, which I find in my conversations with world leaders, that it is so daunting that they try to kick the can down the road. I think it is time, it is the opportunity we have of looking into this in a measurable way, as I just said in my statement, and looking for solutions in a world which has inequities, poverty, hunger, and has many dimensions that will affect this group. Not all are covered by networks of welfare as the developed countries have. So we have a challenge in world society, which means intergenerational help. And from the perspective of what Nika was saying, I agree completely. This is fundamentally a development project that has a dimension that is undoubtedly one of the most important in future endeavors to the year 2050 and beyond. Then, theoretically, we should have a depopulation. What does that mean? So the study of aging, the study of how we deal with this problem, and the capacity of putting data forward for policy making is extremely important at the moment. It has to be intergenerational, and it has to be based on the rights of dignity.
Thank you very much, Luis. On stage, would you like to be next? Catherine?
Okay, thank you. I guess the first step would be, well, yesterday, the high-level meeting, it ended with that the political declaration was not adopted. It now has to go to the full General Assembly for a vote. So the first step would be to really encourage the member states to vote for its adoption. And there's broad, what to say in English, broad support. So I think I'm very hopeful that that will happen. And when that happens, we can use that political declaration, which covers so many things. There are elements related to humanitarian settings. Climate change is also mentioned. There's also mention of diet and nutrition. And like I mentioned already, brain health. So using that to continuously advocate, I think will be important, because it does open up for kind of like a policy opportunity window for pushing things at different levels. And then I think in whatever we do, it would be key to also then include children and young people in those efforts. Because sometimes, or oftentimes, children and young people can also reach other audiences than what we can. And getting them on board also on like, okay, so why is this important? What can it mean for them? I think could also be key. And I can come back to you a little bit more specific about what UNICEF is doing moving forward. But I'll give the word to you.
Nika, over to you. And before you chip in, I'd like to invite the audience to think about questions. So we have two already. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Amazing. So before doing this work, I was leading UNDP's work on prevention of violent extremism and hate speech. And that's a subject that relates to every single government have a counterterrorism strategy. And we did massive research. So one of the main issues that people were joining violence, do you think what was that?
Fear?
That can be one of them. Fear of the security sector, the challenges that they have to relate to their institution and the government. And we see that polarization everywhere. So the reason I love actually the brain economy, because it has given me a language to be able to engage the government. Because when we are talking about brain health and relation and all of these in different languages and acronyms we are talking about, to me, 4 dimensions. Trusting and finding peace within ourselves. Trust and finding peace with the people around us. And trust and finding a peace and connection with our institution who are making decisions for us, and the nature around us. And for me, the role of the government and institution are very important, especially in the areas we are working. And the reason I think the MHPSS and UNDP has been successful, because we are engaging the government. In which way? Because when we are talking about the trauma, I know there's a whole concept of moral injury and all of that out there. When we are engaging the government, they are human. At the same time, who have made sometimes many decisions that has impacted their own family and their own selves. They're the people who have been part of the war And now they have to come to the work and make decisions that impacts millions of people. So how we are thinking about the impact of trauma? So the brain economy is allowing us to engage them in a safe space to go back and think about the essential of life. And our colleague talked about social production. Coming back and talk about connection. Coming back and understanding how when we are depriving a child from a simple touch, when we are losing that. And Janine, I love what you brought. When I was 12 years old and I grew up in war, and you know what I did? I realized there is not any more books to read because during the war there is no production of book. That's the first thing goes out. And I brought a book to the park and I started reading a book. And I asked the children who were coming, and I had no idea what am I doing, to draw what I'm sharing with them so they can go back and draw that expression. And coming back to the art and the connection and many rituals that are there for us to survive and connect, to bring us sometimes to the basic. So I love us to be up there, and I love us to come down there and rolling it to the heart as we started yesterday.
Fantastic, thank you. We have two questions, Megan and George.
Hi, thank you for addressing the burden of trauma, making it very difficult for people to get things done, and then also engaging children in the solutions. As somebody who makes therapeutic games, which reaches children where they're at through the power of play, I'm wondering, has there been any initiatives to reach out to the game industry or to get game developers like myself to involve us in this process? Because we work with children all the time to find out what type of engagement they want through the games, which makes this whole topic of addressing the trauma much more approachable for them.
And obviously it's a question for the two of you. Yeah.
So through my work when we did on hate speech, we engage with them to talk about normalization of violence. That's one of the challenges. But coming on the positive side, and sometimes we don't reach enough, on the gaming and the importance, because my work currently is very much focused on the crisis, and most of these places, internet is not even there. And many ways, we are trying to think about, so you're looking at the gaming not online. Thank you. I'm repeating that you're emphasizing that it doesn't need to be online. Let's have a discussion for that. That's why we are here, to connect and learn how the games can make a difference.
Thank you. It's really nice to hear that you are engaging with children and young people. And at UNICEF, we really think it's important to center children and young people as our partners and our advisors in all that we do. And I think I want to echo what was just said about happy to have a discussion with you. It would be great to connect.
And Luis, I would certainly not want to create any age discrimination in this conversation. So I don't know if you would like to comment on the point about gaming and neurogaming in particular.
Well, I think that we live in a world of technology. The expansion of artificial intelligence, and this is an extraordinary moment in world history that we are achieving a fourth or fifth industrial revolution. People of my age have learned to use computers practically not in schools but by themselves. The schooling of the new technologies, inclusive technologies. I am the emeritus president of the Global Initiative on Inclusive Technology, because I firmly believe that technology is part of our lives, will solve many of our problems, not only in our life spaces. I've seen extraordinary efforts to make life more sustainable and livable for people who are alone in isolation and others. And I think that technology has a place has an important place, an important function to deal with in the future, not only in the aspects of keeping intelligent people motivated, intellectually challenged, but also in aiding them in their lively discourse. So active, integrated, and inclusive technology is an important part of the process we are dealing here. It has to be taken into consideration by all aspects of our lives in the future.
Thank you. George, please.
the Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative. I am interested in your reactions to the balance between getting more women in the workforce for either productivity reasons or just because we want more women to have more opportunities, and the desire actually to have greater fertility in the world. There's a tension because one of the things that's driving lower fertility rates is women in the workforce. So I'm curious as to how we balance those two considerations.
Debbie, anyone wishing to react?
I would say I work on a mental health policy, so I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Fine. Nika, do you have an answer or perspective?
We don't have the research and understanding between these two dimensions. I can share that we have found much more challenge in women's joining workforce after the delivery and because of a lot of postpartum depressions that they are dealing with, which in majority of the world, and that's a discussion of brain health to raise it. And thank you, George, for sharing it, because I find that we could have added more gender dimension to all of the discussion we have been having too. So thank you for raising that.
Well, that's a hint for us to integrate that in next year's program, as we received already quite a few over the over the last days. So we are nearing the end of our panel, and I wanted maybe to offer as a way of conclusion that we expand on what I think each of you alluded to, but it's the local or national implementation and the impact that policies and goals designed at the level of your agencies could have. It's something, obviously, that we have been really familiar with in the context of your colleagues at WHO and the intersectoral Global Action Plan on Epilepsy and Neurological Disorders, but also the action plans on dementia or in mental health, is that we fail to reach that leap in terms of sometimes getting countries to follow suit on objectives that we commonly define or commonly agreed upon. So where do you see that the next mile resides? What would be the key issues or your wish for the future in terms of achieving this implementation? And maybe, Luis, for the sake of ease, as you are online, I will start with you.
Thank you very much. I think the UN has made extraordinary efforts on the issue of aging. One of them is fundamental. The Decade of Healthy Aging by WHO has really joined all of us, all the agencies of the UN, in a programmatic way of looking into this problem. And I think that steps have been done in the right direction. In UNITAR's capacity building aspects, it is extremely important to build capacity not only in the organizations of the UN, but as an educational process around the world. We need more people engaged, more people that know about the subject that has been in some ways sidetracked to one way or the other. We need to have the ILO integrated into a more active role with its active aging programs. And we have programs for aging in IOM and the High Commissioner for Refugees, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and many of the other aspects. But I think that there has to be a way to sponsor the capacity of countries, the member states, to deal with this problem more so than it has. We are in front of a negotiation of a convention. It will take some years, but we are in the midst of a change of demographic dimensions, of paradigm demographic changes that require a finesse and a capacity of a public-private partnership to deal with the problem of policy making in the future.
Thank you very much, Luis. Catherine, can I invite you to come next?
Thank you. So very concretely, what we will do is to take a deep dive into the political declaration and see what is the key elements relevant to UNICEF programming in different countries, and then making sure that our country office colleagues are up to speed on it, because there's a lot of different documents that are around. So making sure that they can use that in their work to promote and strengthen mental health services for children and young people in partnership with the governments. So.
Thank you. Nika?
So I don't know if some of you know, there is a Pact for the Future, which is the SG's agenda to promote peace. And the UN was created to promote peace. So part of that, one of the factors that it's hoped to be seen in the prevention plan that each government will have it at the national level and also the regional level. It's enhancing the connection and sense of belonging. So you can have different interpretation of what it means at different levels. And that's where it would bring us back to the local and the community, that each one of us can play a part in it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And thank you again for finishing another panel on this note of positivity. It's very much appreciated. And please, a round of applause for our panelists to really thank them for their contribution this afternoon. And thank you very much. And we look forward to continuing our collaboration on these various objectives. It's now time for us to move to our coffee break. Please use that time to
break. We want to give you your last gem. This is Sparky the Brain. And Sparky the Brain is going to now live with the Office of EBC. Your creative gem is, if you could name the brain for whatever reason you need to, what would you name the brain? That's your creative challenge during your break. Have fun.
Thank you, Janine. And please resume at 20 past. All right, everyone, if I can ask you to get back to your seat as we are getting to the last leg of our day with a panel on the future of brain health at the global policy level, a call to action. And this panel is going to be moderated by Thomas Ryan, who is a board member of EBC, but also the chair of the Advocacy Committee of the Federation of European Neuroscience Societies, FENS. So, Thomas, you've got the floor to invite your panelists on stage.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying with us until the end. I'd like to invite the panelists to join me on stage. So the title of this closing event is The Future of Brain Health at the Global Policy Level, broadly a call to action. The purpose of this event is to build on growing international momentum and highlight brain health, how it is to be prioritized in global development and public policy. So we have a diverse set of experts from different areas of the world that are here to give their perspectives on, first of all, what is their experience of brain health, of the kind of advocacy, of the kind of science diplomacy that we need for brain health, and to talk about what have they been doing, or what do they think needs to be done for these efforts to be more globally integrated. I will introduce myself, and then I will ask each member of the panel to introduce themselves and give their 2-minute opening. Just to give some background, I am Thomas Ryan. I'm a member of the European Brain Council board. I'm also the chair of the Advocacy Committee for the Federation of European Neuroscience Societies, which represents 22,000 active research neuroscientists across Europe. I'm also a member of the Government and Public Affairs Committee of the American Society for Neuroscience. But really, I'm a neuroscientist. I'm a practicing neuroscientist. And that's just another way of saying that I don't know how the brain works. We've heard an awful lot about brain capital. We've heard a lot about brain economy and how we need to understand brain health for our own broader health, and that there can be no health without brain health. But the brain is a black box. And it's easy to forget that though we don't all have technical knowledge of the things we employ, I don't have any knowledge of how AI works, though I use it very much. I don't know very much about cardiology or how my car works, but I know somebody who does. I know somebody who does, and I know how to integrate with them. But I know that none of us actually know how the brain works. No neuroscientist, no neurologist, no psychiatrist actually understands how this organ works in normal everyday life. And this sets neuroscience apart from other areas of biology, because while we're very concerned with the effects of the brain on health and on disease, and it's wonderful to see in this kind of forum how we can see how the brain relates to architecture, to art, to everyday life, that it's a fundamental way of thinking about the world in so many respects, it is still something that we don't fundamentally understand. And this is, in a way, a very refreshing insight if taken in a positive light, that we are united in our ignorance, because we all have the same kinds of brains in every country on Earth. They all function more or less the same way. None of us are really that different from each other. And we're all trying to deal with the same problems. But yet we are hitting the same challenges. And that is why having integrated approaches, global approaches, not just to scientific investigation of the brain, but into coordination of our efforts as scientists, as physicians, as patient advocates, as patients and as carers. How do we maintain a global awareness of each other, of our efforts, so that we can support each other and provide international reference points for what we're doing? That is just my perspective on how we can frame some of this discussion. But I'd like to hand it over now to our panel members to give their opening remarks in succession. But we're going to start with a very special guest, who is His Excellency Ramiro Lopez Elizalde, and I apologize if I'm not pronounced that perfectly, who is the Vice Minister for Health Policy and Population Wellbeing at the Ministry for Health in Mexico. So, please go ahead.
Okay. I apologize. I deliver my message in Spanish. I don't know if it's ready to translate.
Yes, we are. This is interpreter.
Voy a tratar de hablar lento.
I'm going to try to speak slowly.
Si escuchan
If you can
algo
hear,
que tenga que ver, voy a hablar prácticamente de mi
I'm
país.
going to try to speak.
Si hay algo que suene
There's something-
similar, es pura coincidencia, no se enojen conmigo.
Maybe it's a coincidence. Don't be mad at me.
Las neurociencias clínicas quirúrgicas
Clinic neuroscience
han transformado la
surgical
historia de la
have
medicina
transformed
gracias a
medicine
la
history.
imagenología avanzada
Thank you to
y a la
advanced
innovación
imaging.
tecnológica. Millones de personas
Technologic participation.
sobreviven hoy a enfermedades que
Millions
antes
of
eran una
people
sentencia de muerte.
Overcome diseases that were the sentence.
Pero este avance deslumbrante trae consigo un dilema.
But this advancement has a dilemma.
Cuando la técnica avanza más rápido que la
When the
ética,
technique it's faster than the ethics,
corremos el riesgo de operar el cerebro y la médula, pero olvidar al ser humano.
we are in a risk of operating the cerebrum and the medulla and forget the human being.
La historia nos lo recuerda, desde las lobotomías promovidas como cura milagrosa,
History reminds us, starting on lobotomies that were a miraculous cure,
hasta cirugías realizadas más por prestigio o facturación que por beneficio real.
even surgeries made for prestige or billing more than for real benefit.
No es la técnica lo que falla, sino su uso irresponsable. Las omisiones no son técnicas, son éticas.
No, it's not the technique what fails, but it's irresponsible use. The omissions are not the techniques, are ethics.
Se corrige la lesión, pero se olvida a la persona. El paciente no puede convertirse en cliente ni la cirugía en mercancía.
We correct the lesion, but we forget the person. The patient cannot be a client in a surgery or merchandise.
A ello se suma un desafío inquietante. La investigación en neurociencia se ve continuamente agobiada por empresas que marcan el paso de hacia dónde se debe dirigirse.
To that, we can add the defiance, unquiet defiance of the investigations in neuroscience that continuously are hardened by the enterprise that mark the pace where we must go to.
Debemos ser cuidadosos de manera recurrente. Existen conflictos de intereses.
We must be careful. Frequently, we have conflicts of interest.
No es desconocido que estas empresas financian publicaciones, expediciones científicas, incluso reuniones similares a esta.
It is not unfamiliar that these companies finance publications, scientific expeditions, even meetings such as this.
Y si no lo advertimos, corremos el riesgo de terminar siendo rehenes de intereses privados en lugar de defensores de la salud pública.
And if we don't warn about that, we are at risk of ending being hostages of the private interests of the defenders instead of defenders of public health.
Por eso debemos reconocer algo fundamental. Las neurociencias no pueden seguir siendo un espacio elitista reservado a pocos.
For that, we must acknowledge something fundamental. The neuroscience cannot keep being a space for elites and reserved for a few.
Deben traducirse en acciones de salud pública que lleguen a la población, garantizando prevención, acceso equitativo y confianza social.
We must translate this into public health action that are directed to the people, guaranteeing prevention and unequal access to the social confidence.
Y al mismo tiempo necesitamos rescatar el sentido humano de la profesión.
At the same time, we need to rescue the human sense of the profession.
Dejar atrás la arrogancia del especialista y volver a mirar al paciente como persona, rostro humano e historia.
Leave behind the arrogance of the specialist and see the patient again as a person, as a human face and a history.
La ciencia sin conciencia se convierte en un arma, con conciencia es una herramienta de vida.
Science without consciousness becomes a weapon with a conscious that is not a tool for life.
Ese es el reto, neurociencias con ética, dignidad y humanidad al servicio de todas y todos.
That is the challenge, neuroscience with ethics and dignity and the humanity for the serving of everyone.
Thank you, Minister, for the very refreshing and stimulating comments. I'm sure we'll return to this when we get to the discussion phase. Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Jenny Young from the Canadian Brain Research Strategy.
That's all right. Thank you so much. So first, I guess to give some Canadian context about what we're doing, I think in Canada, like it is in many other countries, our government has been investing in building a brain economy, but they might not be aware of it. And it's also happening, in bits and pieces, and they're really not connecting the dots. So in Canada, just to start, we have been investing in brain skills. So for example, we have one of the highest educated populations in the world. About almost 60% of Canadians have gone to post-secondary education. At the same time, our government has invested in national strategies in artificial intelligence, quantum technologies. These are all the types of jobs that require good brain health and brain skills like analytical skills and all these other advanced skills that requires good brain health. And it also, to underscore some of the ideas that have come up earlier, underscores the human aspect and needing the creativity to balance out the things that AI can't do. On the brain health side, our government has invested in national strategies in dementia and autism, and soon we will have a brain injury strategy as well. And so these are recognition of individual but siloed efforts in different aspects of building a brain economy. So at CBRS, what we've been working on is to build a national, Canada's first national research strategy for brain and mental health. And what we've done is to bring together about 80 organizations. So we have the directors of about 40 neuroscience mental health institutes across the country, along with patient organizations, nonprofits, private foundations, innovation and industry partners. And how we built that, to bring all of these different siloed efforts together, we took 3 paths. One is we found the commonalities, what everybody needs in common. So for example, things like data and infrastructure to enable data sharing. Right now, whether you're a basic researcher or a clinician, we need data to cross different jurisdictions. The second thing is the process in which we did this, which was by bringing everybody in, we did a large number of consultations, so then we are part of this process in creating our national strategy. And I see that happening here through these past 3 days, bringing in all these different people from different sectors to have these conversations and building what we see as our collective vision for a brain economy. And finally, the last thing that we've done is, I'm just refer to my notes. I want to make sure I stay within time. So the last thing we've done is really learning how to raise a unified voice while acknowledging and keeping our distinctness. So for example, when I was invited to testify before the Parliamentary Science and Research Committee, Parliament wanted to know what should Canada's next moonshot should be. And of course, we think it should be brain. We rallied 15 other organizations, and this is 2 weeks before Christmas, to submit briefs with us. So out of the 28 briefs in this study, and some people were advocating for space exploration and so forth, 16 of them were on brain. And how we did this was, the top message was, we really need to understand the brain. It is a pressing issue for our society, for our future. And then we got each organization to talk about what they were doing. And what, Heart and Stroke Foundation wrote one, a cancer organization wrote one, and then the bottom line is we need a unifying national strategy. So from our experience in Canada, I think that it is possible to bring together all of these different sectors and find a way to move forward together.
Okay, thank you very much, Jenny. Now we have Professor Mitch Elkind, who's Chief Scientific Officer at the American Heart Association.
Thank you so much, Thomas. And on behalf of the American Heart Association, let me just say how delighted we are to be at this meeting. My name is Mitch Elkind, and I'm the Chief Science Officer for Brain Health and Stroke at the Heart Association. And you may be wondering why the Heart Association has a Chief Science Officer for Brain Health and Stroke. But we recently turned 100 years old. The American Heart Association, for those of you who don't know, is a global nonprofit organization that is dedicated to health with a focus on science and cardiovascular health. But we recently turned 100, and now we're visioning what the next 100 years will look like for the organization. And it's clear that the brain will need to be a major component of that. We know this because of the burden of disease that we've talked about here. Almost 20% of disability-adjusted life years are due to brain disorders, including structural neurological injury, as well as mental health problems. We know that when we ask the public or our patients what are the conditions that they fear most, they say dementia, above heart attacks, above strokes, above cancer even. And we've begun to recognize that vascular disorders, including risk factors like hypertension and smoking and obesity, contribute to brain disorders, and managing them and treating them can improve brain health. And in fact, just recently, we saw in the most recent iteration of the American Heart Association and American College of Cardiology guidelines for hypertension that treatment of blood pressure can actually reduce the risk of dementia and cognitive decline. That's the first time that we've had that in our guidelines. And so I would like to suggest something that I don't think that I've heard at this meeting, which maybe you'll think it's controversial, but I'd like to suggest that the brain exists in the body, right? And that you can't have brain health without cardiovascular health. And we hear this all the time, right? You have to, take care of the body, take care of the heart, take care of the brain, and that's true. I'm actually a neurologist. I'm a stroke neurologist. Before I joined the Heart Association on staff a few years ago to build our brain health programming. So I'm very much focused on that aspect, but also the fact that you can't have cardiovascular health, you can't have health of the body, you can't have health, period, without brain health. So it's a two-way street. It goes both ways. And there are many ways in which we know that if you don't have mental health, right? If you have mental health problems, then your cardiovascular health will suffer. How do we make decisions about healthy lifestyle? It's our brains making those decisions, right? So neuroeconomics, the science of making decisions, the neuroscience of that, is also a part of brain health, to my mind. So there are a number of ways in which I think the heart and the brain can talk to each other, and we can talk about some of these today. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Much food for thought. And so next, I'd like to introduce Professor Maria Castello from, and I'm going to mispronounce this, the Instituto de Investigaciones Biológicas Clement Estable, I believe in Uruguay. I apologize. You're very welcome.
Thank you very much. Yes. For my initial formation in medicine, there was a tale that is, what is good for the heart is good for the brain. So it has a lot of to do. Well, I'm María Castelló. I'm a neuroscientist and counselor based at the Instituto de Investigaciones Biológicas Clemente Estable. And I have co-participated in the creation of several initiatives, of which I'm going to mention some of them, mostly because of the synergy, and because most of them are human-centered initiatives. The first one that has a lot to do with this session is called DCIENCE, from the Spanish de Diplomacia Científica, Neurociencia, Tecnología y Sociedad, Science, Diplomacy, Neuroscience, Technology and Society Network. This is a network of people from different areas, from neuroscience, other science related to neuroscience, but also human sciences, that is focused on fostering science diplomacy focused in neuroscience, that is neurodiplomacy. And also, in this way, we are fostering the possibility to improve advocacy from the neuroscience community. We are integrated for people different areas of research from 16 countries in Latin America. And and this year we have the fourth course on science diplomacy, neuroscience and technology on December. You can search it in the webpage of UNESCO Montevideo and UNESCO. The other of the initiatives has to do now with improving the capacity and fostering neuroscience research at my research institute, Instituto de Investigaciones Biológicas Clemente Estable, focusing on the development of a center of brain health, a transversal center of brain health. And so in this case, the focus is on the science, the professionals and the scientists and the students, but also focusing another initiative on the society, kids, youth, teachers, that is through ANT for Kids, from art, neuroscience, and technology. And we foster the promotion of neuroscience learning in the society. And one of the things that I realized here is also there is another population that is very important, is CEOs and leaders in technology and companies. And this is the focus of another initiative that is called Conexión Austral. In this connection, we are working, and it's launching on the 1st of October, we are working on promoting wellness and brain health in the companies and startups. And finally, okay, that's all for that, for now. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Maria. And our final panelist is Professor Zulmar Ali, who's the director of the Brain and Mind Institute at the Aga Khan University in Kenya.
Thank you very much. And congratulations to you all for having lasted to the end of the marathon. So, in taking up from what Mr. Romero had to say, I think that we need to bring neuroscience very close to the communities and the public, because sometimes it hovers at a higher level and does not penetrate right through those communities. And let me share, I'd like to take you on a journey of my journey into a village in the global south in Kenya. And the reason I'm doing that is that it helps formulate some of the equity and global gaps that you see in policies and in our discoveries and development. So I was actually born in Uganda in Africa, and as a student I went over to Canada, where I spent most of my life as a neuroscientist, and ran a Institute of Mental Health Research in Canada for a few years, after which I thought it was time for me to come back and give back. And so I returned to Kenya to set up the Brain and Mind Institute. And one of my early experiences that I wanted to share with you, which I did earlier on in at the beginning of the session, was that my initial exposure to rural Africa, where I went into a village that was actually experiencing a lot of drought, hadn't seen rain for a few years actually. And as I'm driving in, the first thing that really impressed me was that the signage all over the place, 4G, 5G networks available, everywhere. And I'm coming from Ottawa, and I am having a hard time getting the 4G, 5G networks. And here in middle of nowhere, there are 4G, 5G networks. That was amazing. But then immediately thereafter, what caught my eye was I could see women and children lugging jerry cans of water. And these are really heavy things. And they're carrying water because they have no running water in their homes. And so this was a rude awakening to me. This is a juxtaposition of very high technology on the one hand and poverty conditions on the other hand, and lack of running water, and the hard work that women and children have to do for day-to-day sustainability. And to me, it all came together in the sense that when we talk about brain health, it is not just how we function at a corporate level in terms of having highly functioning brains. Highly functioning brains are essential for survival anywhere. And you need healthy brains and healthy bodies to be able to actually live your life to the fullest, as we would all like to do. And so here, what I'm seeing is that as you come in there, some of the commonalities of the issues that people face are the same. Whether, the mental health struggles that people face in Africa are not that different from mental health issues that you face in the global north. But on the other hand, some of the adversities, the climate change issues that I was seeing in front of my eyes, and on the one hand, is very clear. So how do we actually reconcile and understand and learn from each other about some of the common issues that we have? And the one thing that really resonated with me, what Ms. Romero was saying, is that it has to be at the level of the people themselves. And so when you bring these issues of brain health, those are central to everybody. And so what is very clear is that we need equity in the sense of understanding some of the global gaps that are there in knowledge and in sharing the knowledge and in transforming knowledge into care. And we have a lot of gaps in terms of the knowledge, because bulk of the data that is informing the brain science right now comes from the global north. I would say 99% of that information comes from the global north, either from Europe or North America, or in North America. Less than 1% actually comes from other continents. And that's a huge gap. So and in addition, there is the data deserts. The data that is being collected in different places are not shared equitably across the globe. So I think that those are some of the issues. And then the last thing that I'll mention, and then we can talk about it during the discussion, is that there is a policy and fragmentation, not just in data, but in policy formulation. How do we kind of learn from each other rather than each one creating their own policies to address some of the same issues that we're dealing with. So with that, I'm going to stop and pass it over for discussion.
Okay. Well, thank you all for the wonderfully diverse and rich introductions. We have about 16 minutes in our discussion. So rather than ask you all one generic question, I'm going to ask you some specific questions in order to generate discussion. But I invite you to, not to interject when someone else is speaking, but to give a contribution, even if it's not the question that you were asked. I think one theme that has come in full circle in this set of contributions is how the global enterprise of understanding the brain and understanding the brain health is being led by different countries in different ways. And we have the challenge of making it an inclusive and open global ecosystem. The minister remarked that neuroscience cannot be an elite enterprise, and the character of how we do it, of how we not just the ethical implications of our technologies and our treatments, but the decisions we make about what to investigate and how we go about organizing ourselves is something that we need to be continuously revising and improving. So I'd like to invite you to expand on that. What is your view of how, in a changing world where the United States contributes 4 or 5 times as much neuroscience, for example, as Europe, my own continent. Now that's changing for various recent reasons, hopefully not for too long. As a result, we've always been led by the United States, and that gives us a certain character, but the world is changing. And I'd very much like to hear your views on what you see we need to be doing as global citizens in neuroscience.
Durante muchos años, los esfuerzos en México fueron encaminados justamente fueron enfocados a curar la enfermedad, a fortalecer la medicina curativa. Las primeras causas de muerte creo que las compartimos, son las enfermedades cardiovasculares, le sigue la enfermedad vascular cerebral, más o menos en un orden, en las personas adultas mayores. Y sin embargo, los esfuerzos fueron encaminados a fortalecer los hospitales.
Efforts were focused on the disease and to make strong the healing medicine. The first causes of death were what we share with the stroke disease and cerebrovascular disease, more or less, in order for the older people, and the efforts we are working on.
Lamentablemente se dejó, por un lado, la prevención y se pasó por alto a los determinantes sociales que generan la enfermedad. Entonces, hoy la estrategia es diferente. Si bien es cierto, hay necesidades muy puntuales sobre fortalecer todas las expresiones de la neurociencia, los hospitales, etcétera. También es cierto que tenemos que apostarle a la prevención, a evitar que las personas no lleguen a los hospitales.
Unfortunately, we left on the side prevention, and it was left behind for the social determinants of that generate a disease. Then the strategy today is different. If it's true that we have very particular necessities. We need to make strong all the expressions of the neuroscience at the hospitals and etc. Also, it is true that we have to bargain in the prevention to avoid people getting to the hospital.
Y por otra parte es regresarle la responsabilidad que tiene la sociedad en participar en su salud. Hoy por hoy, uno de los problemas centrales que tenemos, somos el país con mayor obesidad en adultos y hoy en niños. Y bueno, pues no podemos hacer a un lado esa parte que es fundamental y mirar solamente a la parte estructural científica, alejada pues de esas necesidades muy puntuales.
And on the other side, we have to go back to the responsibility that the society has in participating in health today. One of the central problems that we have it's in our country is the most obesity in adults and in kids today, but well, we will have to leave that on this. We have been leaving that on the side. It's fundamental to look not only to the structural scientific part, but also the part of the science that will help with the very particular necessities.
Thank you very much.
May I make a comment? Yeah. So, and I agree. I think that the essential element has to be partnerships to achieve this kind of global effect and scale. And at the Heart Association, we fund $500 million a year in research. We have advocacy programs. We do public and professional education. We do venture capital now, investing in startup companies. But one of our most successful programs, I would say, is an implementation program called Get With The Guidelines. This is a program that we have for 5 different cardiovascular conditions, one of which is stroke, obviously a brain condition. And our Get With Guidelines, we write the guidelines, right? We're responsible for the guidelines in stroke, and this is a way of implementing those guidelines and making sure that hospitals use them and patients benefit from them. Basically, we have 2,600 hospitals in the US in the Get With the Guidelines program. 9 out of every 10 strokes in the United States end up in the Get With the Guidelines registry, and we're able to track their process measures and outcomes, feed that back to the institutions, the hospitals, so that they can improve their care. And we've been able to show improvements in quality of care and reduce disparities because of it. Because frankly, as everybody knows, within the United States, there are pockets that are as poorly off as parts of, the poorest parts of the rest of the world. That program has been so successful over the last 20 years that we actually now have expanded it to several other countries. So we have Get With The Guidelines programs in China, in the Middle East, in Brazil, and other places around the world as well. So I think as we develop these programs and we're able to show with evidence, we have over 800 publications from Get With The Guidelines, we can then expand that to other parts of the world as well and improve health elsewhere. So I think that's one model for doing this.
Yes, fantastic. Thank you. And then, so first we'll go to Zal.
Thank you. So you were asking about how information that comes from North America influences the global South, and let me talk to you about vice versa. An example. So there is a friend of mine, Dixon Chambanda, from Zimbabwe, who is a trained psychiatrist. He comes back after training in North America. He comes back to Zimbabwe to provide psychiatric services just to be totally overwhelmed because he's one of the very few handful of psychiatrists in the entire country. And he's losing people to suicide and feeling really badly about not being able to help everybody. And then suddenly he had a genius idea, and that was he had a workforce, which is the grandmothers. In Zimbabwe, grandmothers are very revered. And so he said, why don't I mobilize the grandmothers? And he taught the grandmothers how to provide very empathy and low-grade support in the communities. And he created benches where grandmas would sit. And the young people started going to the grandmas and getting a lot of empathy and support. And all of a sudden, he had a huge workforce and was able to reach hundreds of youth, just like that. But so this practice now has been adopted in the global north. So if you go to most universities, we'll have friendship benches and things like that. That is a a takeoff from the grandma benches because they don't have grandmas on the campus, but they have peers and peer support on the benches as well. So here's an innovative way of actually bringing new, where you have high needs, low resources, we have to think differently, and sometimes that kind of thinking can influence the global north where there is plentiful situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria?
Yes, thank you. You know, from the DCN's network, we've been thinking quite a lot about that, and we think that there needs to be a balance between the global and the local. So, and also based on the local knowledge. So it's kind of, we have to think about this global mental health and brain health from epistemic justice. What is the concept of epistemic justice? And also another concept is the concept of situated knowledge. So that you have to take into account the local knowledge, the local situation that is different. Because, you know, in Latin America, we are very different regions geographically, politically, and in different aspects. And so we acknowledge that, and we think this has to be taken into account for global actions. And besides, there can be proposed global initiatives. For example, on the 14th, we, along with Astrid Schmidt from Singapore, we proposed a global brain literacy initiative that is being in the process of finishing the manuscript to propose that. And so there is a stepwise process in which every country can go from the basics to the more developed level of brain literacy. And so we can do this, but we cannot forget the local and the knowledge and the local conditions that have to influence all we can do.
Thank you. I'm going to turn the question now to Jenny, because what I liked so much about your contribution was how you described how things became coordinated in Canada and how things became aligned under one united message for the brain. Something that I think we're missing in many countries around the world. Some of our countries don't have national brain plans. Others, we see when we enter forums such as this, that psychiatrists, neuroscientists, physicians associations, patients organizations are all asking for very different things. And this is very confusing for policymakers who have a very limited bandwidth to take on the information that we're giving them from our last mile of research. This is ready for the public, or we think we need to develop science in a given way, which is the first mile for policymakers. My question, Jenny, is how, based on your perspective and experience of the Canadian situation, what can we do in a global way to create a consensus that everyone can get behind, such that when we're talking to policymakers in Ireland, in Mexico, in Kenya, in Australia, that there is a basic structure that we all agree needs, not a structure, I suppose, but there are things that we need to prioritize and not reinvent the wheel every time. What's your view?
Thanks. That's a good question. I can answer in 30 seconds. Well, first to clarify, we have created this blueprint for our national strategy. We are still convincing our government to act on it. So other countries do have brain health plans, and we're making progress. And I think it is because we are raising a united voice where, first of all, we just need to get across that brain health, that brain skills, building a brain economy is possible. And then our philosophy has been that there are many paths to achieve this, and we want to give them all the options. So if they want to think about funding a national research strategy like they did for AI, we have the plan for a research strategy. If they want to look at it in terms of what the health charities are doing, we support their applications for funding as well. And so I refuse, and I think this is broadly speaking, a Canadian approach, that we refuse to see it as a zero-sum game. And it's really up to government who will decide what the priorities are, but basically for every conversation that is relevant for brain health and a brain economy, we want them to think about brain.
I'd like to open that question to the rest of the panel also, with a view to what would allow you to make your efforts more global, more globally integrated?
Yeah. Thank you again. I'm convinced that we need to collaborate everybody. I mean, all the stakeholders. And so public-private collaboration is crucial. And so in this sense, in my country, we are an upper-income country, a small upper-income country, but yet we have a very high index of suicide and brain health issues. And so now our government, our Ministry of Education, is making a call for everybody, people, institutions, projects, initiatives, startups, companies, everybody that can add a sand grain to co-create a national brain health initiative. And so I think this is a very good thing. Also, I have this experience with an NGO that I co-created also, that is called Fibras, from threads in English. And we, in fact, are people and institutions and companies that are co-collaborating in social impact projects based on technology. And so this is one of the things that the stakeholders that also are needed to take part of any brain initiative, the technology, and based on ethics, ethics use, and based on human-centered approach.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think that one way we can really achieve that equity is through data. And as I was saying earlier, there is a dearth of data from the Global South, but we need to kind of enable mechanisms to actually be collecting data rather than just have estimates coming from those countries. And once we have that, I think that it will level up the playing field much more quickly. And I'm the Davos Alzheimer's Collaborative, for example, recently we partnered with them in the journal Nature to host a global conference in Kenya to actually talk about what is the data sources coming through. And one of the outputs of that meeting was a 6x5 strategy that was published in Nature recently. And one of the approaches in there is to break down the silos. And that's breaking down of silos is not just across Africa. Breaking down of silos is across global playing field. So I think that once we start getting the data from different parts of the world, I think things will become much more equitable in terms of data sharing and then knowledge sharing that emanates from that data.
Thank you. We're coming to the end of this session, but before I ask each panel member to give their closing summary, I can't leave this session without inviting Mitch to be drawn out a little further on some of the science that we were hearing. This is not an academic session, but there are very crucial ideas coming out of the brain-body field. And I think it really speaks to not just the idea of the brain being embodied. The body came first, the brain evolved later. We need both. But the whole concept of health being an interaction of the body with the environment, and that sometimes it is healthy to be unhealthy, and a lot of the unhealthy responses that we have is our body trying to protect itself. For example, when we have myocardial infarction, I'm not saying that correctly, I'm not a cardiologist, the brain goes into a defensive state. The brain goes into a rest state, and that state in itself could be characterized as unhealthy, but in the context of a heart problem, it is an adaptive response, as is sickness. And it seems to me that much of the health problems we have in society is about a mismatch between millions of years of mammalian evolution and a post-industrial society that is putting different expectations on individuals, particularly people in challenging socioeconomic status. And that health is actually emerging as or the opposite of health is emerging as a way for us to be wrestling with that environment. So in 30 seconds or 60 seconds, if we can be generous,
I get 60 seconds.
Can you give us
Awesome.
where you think the brain-body field, your field, is going into understanding how we think about health more broadly?
Yeah, well, I think that's a great summary of that field. I'll mention one particular area of research that we will be focusing on in the next few years, which is it will be a request for proposals looking at stroke as a systemic and chronic disorder. You know, we all think about stroke. Somebody is going through life, they have a stroke, their function declines, they recover to a certain level, and we assume they're going to maintain that level going forward. But in fact, what we know is that although there's a blood-brain barrier and a skull, when somebody has a stroke, that affects their heart, it affects their lungs, it affects the gut and the microbiome. It changes the immune system in ways that are long-lasting or potentially permanent. And those changes to the rest of the body from stroke, which is very much understudied but emerging, feeds back to the brain as well. So the immune changes can then feed back to the brain and lead to a chronic neurodegenerative process. So there's this connection between stroke, a vascular disorder. Stroke falls between brain disorders and cardiovascular disease, right? It's in the blood vessels, but within the brain. And so those injuries from stroke set in motion the changes of dementia, cognitive decline, neurodegeneration that we think of often as brain health. So it's really connected to that through the rest of the body as well. And there are many other examples, but that's one that we will be funding soon.
Thank you very much. And it really is such an exciting time where we see barriers between the brain and body being broken down. I'm now going to close with inviting all the panelists, and I think we could do it maybe in reverse order this time, to give me your 30-second summary in the spirit of a call to action. What is the most ambitious thing that you could ask of this community in order to improve the future of brain health at a global policy level?
Thank you. So I think at the global policy level, I think that the bigger impact we can have is to talk about just that, the integration, and the non-communicable diseases and the brain disorders are part of the same equation. We need to make sure that we're talking the same language under the same umbrella, because everything is interconnected. And a friend of mine had written a book not long ago called Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers. And it was all to do about the stressors that the body experiences. And the stressors come in all different forms. And so it could be psychological, could be physical, could be financial, could be anything. And so I think that this integrative science and the non-communicable diseases as an umbrella, I think is something that we need to fly under to kind of make a governmental shift in terms of attention to the brain.
Wonderful. Okay.
Well, I invite to think about brain health as a human right that is transversal to all other rights and SDGs, and that is based on multidimensional equity and human dignity.
So I already talked about how the brain exists in the body. I'd also like to suggest that the person exists in society. And so all of the comments about working together and partnerships, I think, are very relevant to that. And not only in terms of academics, working with business, working with government organizations, and so forth, but also working across clinical disciplines. So infectious disease and neurology, cardiology and neurology, pulmonology and neurology, GI and neurology, et cetera. That is how I think scientifically we can make really great progress. So that would be my suggestion, that we work in that way.
Thank you. Jenny?
I would like to comment on just how much we've already been collaborating and bringing all these different sectors and different countries together, and I think that is the way to move forward. earlier in the summer, we hosted the Canada Brain Economy Summit that was held as a side event during the G7 Leader Summit. And the American Heart Association was a partner, even though it was the Canada Brain Economy Summit. And now we're going to look to France, who has the presidency for the G7. And Edith Sky Gross here from the Paris Brain Institute, you should talk to her. She has been leading efforts to put brain on the agenda. And I don't want to spoil your exciting news. So basically, they've been working with the Science 7. And because of their efforts, brain is going to be one of the 3 topics that they are going to discuss during the G7. So, I think that this is the key to find all the levers and all of the different sectors of society and countries, finding those commonalities and moving forward.
Bien. Toda esta semana se han realizado en esta ciudad reuniones paralelas donde se han discutido a profundidad temas como la obesidad, las enfermedades no transmisibles, la diabetes, etcétera, donde se discuten restricciones e impuestos, donde se habla sobre las políticas que tienen que encaminarse justamente a evitar que la población tenga riesgos adicionales a los propios. Entonces creo que la ruta global para mirar la salud cerebral con humanismo tiene que traducirse en acciones de salud pública accesibles y equitativas al servicio de toda la sociedad.
All this week, we have been making in this city meetings in parallel where we have discussed in-depth subjects like obesity, the non-transmissible diseases, diabetes, etc., where we discuss restrictions and taxes. We speak about policies that are on the way to just avoid the population to have additional risk on their own. Then I believe that the global route is to look the cerebral health with humanism. It needs to be translated to the actions in public health, needs to be accessible and equitative on the service of the whole society.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to close this session. I thank all of our panelists. It really is very special to get this group of people together on stage all at once, and thank you for your incredibly insightful contributions. And I'm just going to close with speaking as a neuroscientist. This is really one of the most exciting times for brain science, the coming 20 years. The neuroscientists, physiologists of 100 years ago would wish they were alive today. And if we do our jobs correctly, the neuroscientists 100 years from now will wish that they were alive today. But we cannot achieve what is possible in the next 10, 20 years if we don't have a global, integrated, inclusive approach to being able to deliver our consensus to policymakers. So my call to action is simply to ask everyone to bring that awareness to decision makers in your institutions, in your countries, and in your social networks. And with that, we'll close the session. Please join me in thanking the panelists.
And thank you very much, Thomas, for leading us in the last mile of what looks like our New York Marathon. But to get us to the finish line, we will welcome on stage Suzanne for the wrap-up of this 2 days conference. Suzanne, over to you.
Yeah, thanks for that tall order to sum up the whole 2 days. Thank you for those of you that are staying here right to the very end. But you know, Alfred said something really important earlier. He said, get rid of the box. And I'm not ready to get rid of my box yet, well, my cube, actually. And I've been very obedient, and I've drawn on it right to the very end. So I've added some new things to it today. And one of it is the PPP. And I've got many more P's on my box than just private-public partnerships, because we've been hearing all day
of the importance of working together, of sharing, of building together. And we heard, if you want to go fast, go together. And we see many, many examples today of when it's important to do so. I've also drawn what looks, if you can see it, something like a mobile phone. I was going to draw an old-fashioned phone, but you know, these days people don't know what they are anymore. And I drew it during the session where we were talking about telehealth, and we heard about the initiatives from North Carolina, but it reminded me to say stay connected. You know, we have on our phones, we don't just call each other, we have social media, and you know, stay connected to EBC and all the partnerships, and please come back and join us next year for this truly amazing event. Then I have a family here, maybe caregivers and youth. Youth are embedded in all of our policies. They're involved in co-creation. They're our future, and we've heard it all day yesterday. We've heard it all day today, and it's really great to see that all of our campaigns to put them as an important priority for the future at global policies is really starting to impact. Then yesterday I drew the gene environment one, but I'm just going to focus on the environment. We heard today about the exposome of trauma, nutrition, political and economic flux. You know, it's a changing world, and we need to stay aware of our environment and its impact on brain health, and to make policy makers truly aware of this as an important priority. I have my notes from yesterday. I want to, she's gone, but I think we're also appreciative of Janine and her creativity, her son, her colleagues who came today. I don't think I've ever been at a conference when I've danced, I've sung, I've drawn, and I've even pretended to be a chicken in order to show my breakfast was an egg. Yeah. Think about it. It's truly original. But I have other people to thank. I think I saw Fred blush this afternoon when told he is a great convener. I think truly a huge round of applause to Fred. You've been absolutely amazing. Thank you, Fred. And thank you for bringing us, the early Christmas. We really have had a party here. And together with Fred, and equal applause to Team EBC, Stephanie Kramer, who's here, and Hugo Hermansson, who's here, and and the team back home. I'm sure you will have opportunities to meet them also. I thank truly our partners and conveners. I mean, you're amazing. You've helped so much to shape the program also, and your presence and enthusiasm doesn't go unnoticed. Speakers and moderators, yeah, again, we couldn't be here without you, and all the wonderful views and contributions are truly appreciated. Then we have the team at CURE, and I have some names to thank here. We have Gabriella, Andrew, Fred, Brady, Brendan, Laura, and Nora. And I'm sorry if I don't have the full list here, but really thank you for enabling the meeting to take place here and for all your support. And then we have our photographers. Yep, they've been lurking around all day. Thank you so much, Kyle and Jasmine. Thank you. So on that note, I would just thank you for being a super fantastic choir. Keep singing the brain health song, and you've got to sing it to the right audience that will truly listen. Thank you very much. Oh no. This was a joke from last year. Fred said if I summed up at the end of each day, he would give me some Belgian chocolates. And so thank you indeed, Fred, for that.
So we would say who pays its debt gets richer. So thank you very much, everyone. And have a safe journey back home. It was a pleasure, and see you very, very soon.